Chapter 1. The clock is ticking, and the clock is ticking. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and many people are looking forward to the arrival of the new year. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over, and Blue Star officially enters 2025. Beep. At the same time, a harsh and long mechanical sound rang in the minds of people all over the world. The horror game Weird Era is officially online. Log in, Blue Star. The expectation on everyone's face turned into panic. Horror game. Thought implant? Aliens. Mom, someone is talking in my head. Is the end of the world finally coming? What a fucking day, I hope the world will end soon. On the chat software, people were sharing and discussing everywhere, and the matter quickly became a hot search. January 1st. It should have been a mess, but most people had forgotten about it in the past few hours. Only a very few people still had an impression. They wanted to speak out and tell the outside world, but they only got ridicule and misunderstanding from others, saying that they were whimsical and that they were crazy. Some people also said that they were spreading these things randomly to cause panic. Under the ridicule and suppression of others, these insiders gradually kept silent and stopped making any comments. The comments and messages on the internet about this matter also disappeared, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Only the leaders of various countries held meetings again and again with solemn faces. On the streets, there are more and more patrol officers, especially at night, when the railway police with red and blue lights flashing are active in various places. For a time, the crime rate in various places has dropped a lot. 7 o'clock in the morning. Shen Yu listened to music and waited for the bus to arrive on the platform. The temperature in Yiyang City was extremely low in the morning, and there was a layer of mist everywhere. Looking at the city from a distance, it was hazy as if covered with a layer of white gauze, and its true face could not be seen clearly. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground. Many pedestrians walked on it, and they would exhale a mouthful of white mist when talking and breathing, blending into the city, as if adding silk threads to the weaving of the white gauze on it. Shen Yu exhaled a breath of hot air to relieve his somewhat frozen fingers. Finally, a bus with 201 written on it came. The bus stopped, the door opened, and Shen Yu got on the bus. He took out the card in his pocket and dripped it on the card reader. Beep. Student card. There were very few passengers in this car. Shen Yu felt a little strange. Usually at this time the car would be crowded with people rushing to school or work. But having a seat is better than standing. Shen Yu found an empty seat in the back and sat down. The car started. After driving on the road for 5 minutes. Beep. Shen Yu felt something dripping on his neck, and the bone-chilling coldness made him shiver. Shen Yu touched his neck with his backhand, while looking up at the roof of the car, and found no abnormality, and there was no place leaking. It seemed that all this was his illusion. Shen Yu knew that it couldn't be his illusion, because he was one of the very few people who still had memories of the Weird Era. Why did he still remember it? Was it because he was different? Or was he being targeted? Shen Yu carefully touched his neck, but didn't find anything wrong. He tried to take pictures with his mobile phone, but didn't find any abnormality in his skin. This made him a little anxious. The boring life that could be seen at a glance seemed to be finally disrupted by an accident, but this accident was beyond Shen Yu's control. He rubbed his neck hard until the skin there turned red and stinging. Calm down. This may not be a strange thing he encountered. Even if it was, he still needed to find a way to verify it. Shen Yu observed other passengers calmly. Was he the only one, or did others encounter it too? There were not many passengers on the bus, a few office workers, a few students, and some uncles and aunts who got up early to buy groceries and go shopping. Some of them talked in low voices, some sat with sleepy eyes, some lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones, and some leaned back to catch up on sleep. Their behavior was normal. Until Shen Yu looked ahead. The driver sat upright, holding the steering wheel with both hands, driving the car meticulously, passing through the busy road. The face of the driver sitting in the driver's seat was reflected in the rearview mirror inside the bus, and his pale skin was bloodless. On the opposite lane, a tanker truck drove over Shen Yu's. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated at this moment, and he was pulled by a strong premonition. Shen Yu stood up suddenly and ran forward quickly. A student next to him raised his head and glanced at him strangely. The driver's face was very ugly, with a faint air of death. His eyes widened ferociously, and his two eyeballs seemed to be protruding from their sockets. The hands holding the steering wheel were veined, and the bus swayed to the left. To the right. There was a look of struggle on his face, as humanity struggled with unknown distortions. In the end, the driver was no match for the thing controlling him. He stepped on the accelerator and hit the oil tanker in the left lane. Several cars were knocked over, and everyone in the car was thrown flying under the strong inertia. Shen Yu's body flew backwards suddenly. It was too late. The eardrums were filled with the harsh sounds of series of collisions and violent explosions. Ding! The anomaly containment system has begun to activate. Activation completed. It is detected that the host is in a life and death crisis. 10,000 construction points will be deducted, and a one-time time and space retrieval will be purchased. One-time time regression has been used. Everything around him was still. Then, Shen Yu's body, the collided and damaged vehicle, and the passengers seemed to be pressed into a backwards movie, and everything went back to the time before the accident happened. The ear-piercing explosions and desperate screams are still in my ears. Shen Yu sat on the car seat, holding the back of the car in front and lowering his head to take a few breaths. He raised his head and looked around. The expressions of those passengers were normal, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. Driver. Without any time to think, Shen Yu rushed to the cab at a faster speed this time. The driver's expression was struggling, his eyes were bulging, and the pain made his face look extremely twisted and terrifying. The driver sensed Shen Jing's approach. His neck got stuck one by one, as if there was something wrong with him, and he slowly turned his head, looking for help. Shen Yu pulled him off his seat. The driver took the steering wheel. The movement ahead attracted the attention of the passengers in the car. "What are you doing? Stealing a car? Hey! Why did you drag the driver away?" Many people immediately stood up and approached here. Shen Yu calmly explained the current situation. "Don't touch me. The driver is ill, maybe epileptic. The car is still on the road and needs someone to drive it. You control him first and don't interfere with me." Several passengers were surprised and confused. Chapter 2. The clock is ticking, and the clock is ticking. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and many people are looking forward to the arrival of the new year. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over, and Blue Star officially enters 2025. Beep. At the same time, a harsh and long mechanical sound rang in the minds of people all over the world. The horror game Weird Era is officially online. Log in, Blue Star. The expectation on everyone's face turned into panic. Horror game? Thought implant? Aliens? Mom, someone is talking in my head. Is the end of the world finally coming? What a fucking day, I hope the world will end soon. On the chat software, people were sharing and discussing everywhere, and the matter quickly became a hot search. January 1st. It should have been a mess, but most people had forgotten about it in the past few hours. Only a very few people still had an impression. They wanted to speak out and tell the outside world, but they only got ridicule and misunderstanding from others, saying that they were whimsical and that they were crazy. Some people also said that they were spreading these things randomly to cause panic. Under the ridicule and suppression of others, these insiders gradually kept silent and stopped making any comments. The comments and messages on the internet about this matter also disappeared, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Only the leaders of various countries held meetings again and again with solemn faces. On the streets, there are more and more patrol officers, especially at night, when the railway police with red and blue lights flashing are active in various places. For a time, the crime rate in various places has dropped a lot. 7 o'clock in the morning. Shen Yu listened to music and waited for the bus to arrive on the platform. The temperature in Yiyang City was extremely low in the morning, and there was a layer of mist everywhere. Looking at the city from a distance, it was hazy as if covered with a layer of white gauze, and its true face could not be seen clearly. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground. Many pedestrians walked on it, and they would exhale a mouthful of white mist when talking and breathing, blending into the city, as if adding silk threads to the weaving of the white gauze on it. Shen Yu exhaled a breath of hot air to relieve his somewhat frozen fingers. Finally, a bus with 201 written on it came. The bus stopped, the door opened, and Shen Yu got on the bus. He took out the card in his pocket and dripped it on the card reader. Beep. Student card. There were very few passengers in this car. Shen Yu felt a little strange. Usually at this time the car would be crowded with people rushing to school or work. But having a seat is better than standing. Shen Yu found an empty seat in the back and sat down. The car started. After driving on the road for 5 minutes. Beep. Shen Yu felt something dripping on his neck, and the bone-chilling coldness made him shiver. Shen Yu touched his neck with his backhand, while looking up at the roof of the car, and found no abnormality, and there was no place leaking. It seemed that all this was his illusion. Shen Yu knew that it couldn't be his illusion, because he was one of the very few people who still had memories of the weird era. Why did he still remember it? Was it because he was different? Or was he being targeted? Shen Yu carefully touched his neck, but didn't find anything wrong. He tried to take pictures with his mobile phone, but didn't find any abnormality in his skin. This made him a little anxious. The boring life that could be seen at a glance seemed to be finally disrupted by an accident, but this accident was beyond Shen Yu's control. He rubbed his neck hard until the skin there turned red and stinging. Calm down. This may not be a strange thing he encountered. Even if it was, he still needed to find a way to verify it. Shen Yu observed other passengers calmly. Was he the only one, or did others encounter it too? There were not many passengers on the bus, a few office workers, a few students, and some uncles and aunts who got up early to buy groceries and go shopping. Some of them talked in low voices, some sat with sleepy eyes, some lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones, and some leaned back to catch up on sleep. Their behavior was normal. Until Shen Yu looked ahead. The driver sat upright, holding the steering wheel with both hands, driving the car meticulously, passing through the busy road. The face of the driver sitting in the driver's seat was reflected in the rear-view mirror inside the bus, and his pale skin was bloodless. On the opposite lane, a tanker truck drove over Shen Yu's. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated at this moment, and he was pulled by a strong premonition. Shen Yu stood up suddenly and ran forward quickly. A student next to him raised his head and glanced at him strangely. The driver's face was very ugly, with a faint air of death. His eyes widened ferociously, and his 2 eyeballs seemed to be protruding from their sockets. The hands holding the steering wheel were veined, and the bus swayed to the left. To the right. There was a look of struggle on his face, as humanity struggled with unknown distortions. In the end, the driver was no match for the thing controlling him. He stepped on the accelerator and hit the oil tanker in the left lane. Several cars were knocked over, and everyone in the car was thrown flying under the strong inertia. Shen Yu's body flew backwards suddenly. It was too late. The eardrums were filled with the harsh sounds of series of collisions and violent explosions. Ding! The anomaly containment system has begun to activate. Activation completed. It is detected that the host is in a life and death crisis. 10,000 construction points will be deducted, and a one-time time and space retrieval will be purchased. One-time time regression has been used. Everything around him was still. Then, Shen Yu's body, the collided and damaged vehicle, and the passengers seemed to be pressed into a backwards movie, and everything went back to the time before the accident happened. The ear-piercing explosions and desperate screams are still in my ears. Shen Yu sat on the car seat, holding the back of the car in front and lowering his head to take a few breaths. He raised his head and looked around. The expressions of those passengers were normal, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. Driver. Without any time to think, Shen Yu rushed to the cab at a faster speed this time. The driver's expression was struggling, his eyes were bulging, and the pain made his face look extremely twisted and terrifying. The driver sensed Shen Jing's approach. His neck got stuck one by one, as if there was something wrong with him, and he slowly turned his head, looking for help. Shen Yu pulled him off his seat. The driver took the steering wheel. The movement ahead attracted the attention of the passengers in the car. "What are you doing? Stealing a car? Hey! Why did you drag the driver away?" Many people immediately stood up and approached here. Shen Yu calmly explained the current situation. "Don't touch me. The driver is ill, maybe epileptic. The car is still on the road and needs someone to drive it. You control him first and don't interfere with me." Several passengers were surprised and confused. Chapter 3. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. The character card glowed brightly, and the gloomy young man appeared on the card. Appeared not far away out of thin air. Shen Yu himself found a nest in an inconspicuous corner. A large amount of information was stuffed into Shen Prison's mind like sea water. Malice. 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 What is the malicious nature of human nature? Shen Yu has always known the evil of human nature, and sometimes it always breaks through his imagination, but never once has he been able to feel the strong and disgusting malice so intuitively. Malice from all directions converged on him like a tide. In just a few seconds, he felt like he was falling into a swamp of malice, accepting, devouring, and digesting it. The majestic malice poured into Bai Zhou's body, and he was swallowed up by the greedy thing. "Stop! Stop it!" Bai Zhou's body was almost exploded by the excessive amount of malice. Shen Yu mastered the switch to absorb malice in time. The malice stopped leaking and no longer poured into Bai Zhou's body. Things in Bai Zhou's body moved, and he seemed a little dissatisfied, but under Bai Zhou's suppression, he could only remain silent temporarily. Is this the strangeness of Bai Zhou's contract, the heart poison? I really gave him a big surgery as soon as I came up. Shen Prison's brain was a little dizzy. He had to multitask to control Bai Zhou. The dual vision and the mental load brought by controlling two bodies at the same time made him a little tired. But after feeling Bai Zhou's ability, Shen Yu was excited. He has the ability to be powerful enough to influence a person's memory and cognition, brainwash a person, reshape his personality, and even control others. The heart voodoo is truly S-level weird. After Shen Yu got excited, he thought of one thing: how to improve the perfection of the character. It should be to try to restore the personality of the character card by playing the role. From this point of view, this card is very suitable for being a villain card. How could such a naturally evil person be justified in saving people and doing the thankless task of sheltering weirdos? A suitable reason needs to be concocted. Bai Zhou likes to play with people's hearts, testing the extent of human evil. After being discovered by the containment organization, he was absorbed into the organization's care. In exchange for washing away his sins, he must always contain weird. Having written the script, Shen Jiao can't wait to perform. It's my first time to perform on stage. I'm really excited. Let's have a good time. The other side. Zhang Lin wanted to prevent the driver from biting the passengers again. He blocked the driver with his hand. The driver bit him on the arm, and blood soon came out. Tie him up quickly. Even though his painful forehead was sweating, he didn't say a word. Several people tied up the driver with a rope provided by a kind person on the side of the road. At this time, a helping brother nearby exclaimed, "Comrade patrol officer, look at him." Zhang Lin turned his head and looked over. The passenger who had been bitten off a piece of meat by the driver fell to the ground and his hands and feet were twitching constantly. His face was pale, his eyes were slightly bulging, and he made strange sounds of fear from his mouth. "What the hell? Zombies!" a young student shouted. "Be careful not to get bitten by him." Zhang Lin's heart pounded, and he almost roared at the highest volume, "Spread out! Everyone spread out!" At the same time, he used his body to hold down the passenger. Although there have been movies about doomsday zombies and other virus-infected movies, Zhang Lin was not sure if he actually encountered them in reality. How could zombies appear in reality? Zhang Lin looked at his bitten arm. Semi-solidified pus and blood flowed out of the wound, and the wound was swollen and turned purple in color. He is infected too. Zhang Lin felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. A strong desire for violence made him want to attack the person running in front of him, but he suppressed him firmly. "No. I am a patrol officer and I have to protect the people. Don't attack the masses." But no matter how firm your will is, it will be vulnerable to the strange pollution. Ah! Another scream. Something happened to a passenger, and he couldn't control himself and threw himself at the onlookers. Afterwards, several other passengers began to go crazy one after another. Pollution is spreading rapidly. Zhang Lin felt that his body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. His strength was increasing, his 5 senses were improving, and the running crowd slowed down 10 times in his eyes. After blurring, it looks like a large insect screaming and scurrying around. His consciousness was becoming increasingly unclear, and he was about to lose control of his body. At this moment, he seemed to hear a frivolous and playful voice in his ear. "Oh! I just found a different person. I'm so lucky. Otherwise, even if it was me, it would be a bit tricky to face so many weird things." "Mr. Patrolman? Is your consciousness about to dissipate? Then I don't have to violate the laws of human nature, which will reduce a lot of trouble. Do you want to gain power? Mr. Patrolman?" The young man's tone was a little careless, but it was full of temptation like a whisper from the devil, and the confidence in controlling people's hearts. "Don't struggle and resist, you see those things have already started to attack other people, it's really scary, if it spreads out, this city will be finished, right?" Zhang Lin's consciousness, which was about to be eroded, was shaken. He desperately reached out and grabbed the line that was probed. Whether it was a god or a demon, he needed the power to protect everyone in this city. With the last bit of rationality, Zhang Lin screamed, "I want to protect them." "Very good, then, mind control." The vague consciousness seemed to be caught by a spider web. Zhang Lin saw a white spider pounce on his face and drilled into his brain from the center of his eyebrows. The consciousness that was about to collapse was firmly glued together by the spider web. This time, his consciousness was clear. Looking at his body clearly, under the control of an unknown force, he pounced on the crazy people with great power, like a god descending from heaven. Those people are very powerful, so use more brutal power to suppress all resistance. With one punch and one kick, he even heard the sonic boom in the air around him after the fist was thrown. Zhang Lin knew for the first time that he could exert such a powerful force. It only took a few minutes for all the crazy people to be caught up by him, and one by one, his hands and feet were broken and thrown to the ground. Huff! Huff! Zhang Lin panted heavily, his body began to heat up under the high-speed movement, and white steam came out of his body. Pa pa pa! The white left came over clapping, very exciting. The black-haired boy walked towards him step by step against the running crowd. The morning sun shone on him, covering him with a layer of golden-orange coat. It was obviously a very warm picture. However, those who ran towards him in a panic suddenly calmed down after looking at him and slowly avoided him. Chapter 4. The truth is that the world is full of mystery. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is a human survival instinct. It is difficult for people to control their emotions when they are frightened, and they may even do some irrational things. But this person broke this cognition. In his eyes, human emotions seem to be something that can be controlled. The screaming and panicked people came to him and calmed down after making eye contact with him. So around him, an extreme sense of absurd drama of movement and stillness was formed. After Zhang Lin came into contact with the boy's dead eyes and the frivolous smile that did not care about human life at all, he faced the boy's essence, which was a gathering of the abyss that could swallow everyone. Ding! The character's perfection is increased by 10%. Unlock special ability, telepathy, excellent. Zhang Lin wanted to question him. You manipulate others arbitrarily and use this dangerous ability wantonly. What do you think of humans? However, he could not make a sound and could only stand there blankly, like a puppet being manipulated by someone. Bai Zhou walked around him and walked towards those who were knocked down. He bent down slightly and observed the abnormalities on their bodies. Contamination route, contact, wound infection, contact sources at the back of the neck. The degree of abnormality is manifested as skin color change, increased strength, mania, low deformity, plus the residual weird breath. It can be judged that this is a lowest level weird, level, wandering soul. Just one glance, a huge amount of information is captured and analyzed by the brain, thanks to Bai Zhou's excellent observation ability and perfect analysis ability. In front of him, as long as it has existed, it will inevitably leave traces, and all seemingly small and insignificant traces will be seen by him, and finally get the information he wants. No matter how clever the crime is, he can see through it at a glance. On the other hand, if he wants to commit a crime, he will definitely be able to complete a perfect crime that no one can find evidence for. Ding! The character perfection is increased by 1%. Zhang Lin didn't know where the mysterious boy in front of him came from. The boy exuded a vague dangerous aura, which kept Zhang Lin's radar sounding the alarm. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous person, with the bloody smell that was unique to criminals, wandering in the dark and soaking into the bone marrow. As a patrolman, Zhang Lin had met several such people, and they were all vicious murderers without exception. Who is he? What is weird? He seems to know these things very well, and even divides them into specific levels according to the degree of harm. Is there any organization behind him? Is he good or bad? Zhang Lin had too many questions stuck in his throat and couldn't ask them. Seeing Bai Zhou reaching out to those lying on the ground, Zhang Lin's heart tightened. If there are strange things in the world, and there are organizations like Bai Zhou that specialize in dealing with strange things, how do they deal with strange things? Kill them? Bai Zhou's hand stopped when it was about to touch those people, and he seemed to be a little disgusted, so he waved to Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin felt that his body was controlled again, and he approached Bai Zhou step by step, squatted down, and turned over the passengers and drivers lying on the ground, a total of 7 people, and made them lie face down. Zhang Lin lifted the clothes covering their necks. The back of the neck was swollen with a bulge, and a sharp black line-like object was exposed in the middle of the bulge. His hand touched it, and the black line twisted like a life. The controlled Zhang Lin grabbed it expressionlessly, grabbed the black line and pulled it hard. The black line struggled desperately, and the body of the parasitized passenger was twitching. Accompanied by a puff. It was pulled out by Zhang Lin, and a lot of yellow-red pus came out. The black line moved a few times in Zhang Lin's hand, and then stopped moving. Zhang Lin pulled out the parasites on the back of the passengers' necks one by one, and a strong stench filled the air. If it were before, he would have been unable to bear the smell and vomited. After being controlled, this normal physiological reaction was also suppressed. Bai Zhou watched leisurely from the side. Only the driver is left, and he is hiding here as expected. The driver was the first person to be contaminated, and the probability of the weird hiding in him was the highest. Zhonglin was controlled and walked towards the driver. The driver's deformity was the most serious one. His back of the neck was arched high, as if he had a huge tumor. When he opened it, the bulge was constantly oozing pus, and more than a dozen black lines were drilling in it, which was disgusting to watch. Zhonglin was very steady, like he had killed 10 people in RT Mart for 10 years. Fish, use your hands to pull out all the black lines. The bulge suddenly squirmed from the inside, and a black shapeless thing came out of the opening of the bulge. It looked around. When it came into contact with the air, he shrank slightly. The low-level weirdo had almost no intelligence, only hunting instinct. When he sensed someone approaching, he wanted to pounce on Zhonglin, and used the same trick to parasitize him. Zhonglin quickly grabbed it firmly. Shen Yu asked in his mind, how does the system contain the weird? Dib. 10 weird cages are distributed, which can seal the weird for 24 hours. If you want to permanently contain the weird, you need to build a headquarters building and unlock the abnormal shelter. How many build points are needed to build a headquarters? It requires 100,000 construction points. Oh, that's okay. He still owes 10,000. Bai Zhou dug into his pocket and took out the strange cage from the system with the help of the cloth. The strange cage is a black fist-sized ball. The surface is not smooth and has some scale-like lines. This shape, this size, if the color and appearance were changed, the sense of déjà vu would be even stronger. Is the poke ball you? Bai Zhou made a small joke, he knew it couldn't be a poke ball. He held Wei Ai's cage and asked Zhonglin to put down Wei Ai's hand. After Wei Ai came into contact with Wei Ai's cage cracked open and Wei Ai was imprisoned inside. Zhonglin was still conscious at this time. He heard that this mysterious and dangerous figure looked at the people lying on the ground with some distress. What should I do? I don't want to write a report. How about erasing their memories and pretending that this incident never happened? Bai Ziuyi clapped his hands, very satisfied with his idea. Okay, it's decided. Ding! Character perfection increased by 2%. Zhonglin, wait! His consciousness sank involuntarily and he fell into sleep. After Bai Zhou took in Wei Wei, he went to hypnotize the people around him who had witnessed everything, blurring their memories, and forging some traces of the scene. Hacking techniques were also used to hack into the surveillance cameras and modify the surveillance images. After doing all this, ding! The character perfection is increased by 5%. Okay. You are born evil, right? No, there must be a restriction. Otherwise, if you want to increase the perfection of this character card, you can't really commit murder and arson, right? Chapter 5. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bn Dch. Wait for Bai Zhou to finish all the aftermath. Shen Yu also asked Bai Zhou to walk a certain distance to a place without surveillance before taking back the character card. Shen Yu himself was still nestled in the corner. He looked at Zhonglin who fell to the ground and fell into a coma outside, and began to think about what to do next. This was the only person who did not use Bai Zhou's ability to cleanse his memory. After all, Bai Zhou's appearance needs to be revealed. If no one knows about the existence of the organization, where will he get the construction points? As for why Bai Zhou didn't erase Zhonglin's memory, maybe he could make a fuss about the constitution of the adapted person. Adaptable means that some people will have a physique that is highly adaptable to weird pollution. Such people, after being polluted by weirdness, will gain more power than others. With this kind of physique, those who are different are called those who adapt to the differences. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the deviants will pose a greater threat to others after being contaminated, but Bai Zhou's ability happens to be mind control. Bai Zhou needs this kind of powerful puppet. Therefore, he left Zhonglin's memory in order to make better use of this tool in the future. Shen Yu thought about it, this was quite in line with Bai Zou's character, it was something he could do. Good. Then do this. Shen Yu moved his position, lay down on the ground decisively, and fainted. Don't forget to ask the system in your mind. System, does this count as containing weirdos? Ding. The system is being tested. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing weird. It is the first time to contain weird. Construction points plus 10,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the wandering soul level weirdness. Construction points plus 1000. Build point balance, 1000. There is actually a reward for taking in a weirdo for the first time? This is an unexpected surprise. Shen Yu was extremely happy. The debt of 10,000 yuan was cancelled, and he was debt-free. System, why don't I get build points when I play as Bai Zou? Host, the prerequisite for obtaining construction points requires you to establish an organization, improve the organization's framework and purpose, form the concept of the organization, and then gain the world's recognition and recognition of the organization you established, in order to obtain construction points. Build an organization. So that's it. When Shen Yu played the role of Bai Zou, he blurred the concept of organization, giving the impression that there was an organization behind it, but it also seemed that it did not exist. Of course, what's more important is that it happened suddenly and he didn't have time to think about it so much. Since he has not given the existence of the organization, he naturally cannot gain recognition of the organization from others. Let me think about it. The purpose of a containment organization is probably to contain anomalies. The concept is that in order to fight against the dangerous entities that are not consistent with the existence of weirdness, it is necessary to achieve the purpose of containment through different ways. In order to contain weirdness and maintain human rights, you can use any means. Different tracks, different paths to the same destination. Then let's call it the alien shelter. Congratulations to the host for constructing the concept of an organization, successfully establishing an alien shelter, and obtaining a multi-million company purchase coupon. Shen Yu closed his eyes and clicked on the purchase coupon given by the system to read its description. 10 million level company acquisition coupons. You can unconditionally acquire a company with a market value of tens of millions. This reward is not bad, and the company that gets it for free does not want it for free. It just so happens that the next layout also needs a company to cover it. He didn't lie down for long. The situation of the people lying on the ground here was finally discovered by people passing by. After a scream, someone quickly ran towards this side. I could vaguely hear someone making emergency calls and calling the police. More than a dozen ambulances came and took everyone lying on the ground to the hospital for emergency treatment. After treatment, some passengers woke up one after another. Police officers and doctors have interviewed these passengers. Their memories are very vague. They only remember that they took the bus to work, buy groceries, and go to school. The driver suddenly fell ill during the journey, and then they didn't know anything else. The passengers all suffered fractures and lacerations of varying degrees. Judging from the situation at the scene, it is more likely that the driver suddenly fell ill while driving and was unable to control the vehicle, causing the bus to crash. Fortunately, none of the passengers' injuries were life-threatening after treatment. The one who was seriously injured was Zhang Lin, the patrolman who helped the bus stop. Diddy. 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 The sharp sound of the hospital monitor reached my ears. Zhang Lin felt that he had walked a long way in the dark, and kept walking in the direction of the sound until seeing a little light in front of him, he opened his eyes after walking out along the light. The white ceiling came into view. The surrounding facilities made Zhang Lin realize that he was lying in a hospital ward. He wanted to sit up, but his whole body was sore, as if he had been beaten up after excessive exercise, and he couldn't move at all. At this time, his colleague Sun Xin came in and found that Zhang Lin had woken up. He ran out excitedly and called the doctor. "Zhang Lin, you are awake?" "Doctor." Doctor. Zhonglin is awake. Several doctors came in one after another and checked Zhonglin's body with instruments. The patient is currently in a stable condition. He will recover soon after he regains consciousness. Sun Xin, great. Zhonglin opened his mouth to say something, but his voice was so hoarse that he scared himself. Sun Xin quickly poured a cup of hot water, put a straw in it and put it to his mouth. Come, drink some water first. Zhonglin drank a cup of water in one breath, and when he felt his throat was not so dry, he asked hurriedly. Brother Sun, are those passengers okay? Sun Xin, one of them was seriously injured, and the others were all external injuries. They will be discharged after a few months. Where is the driver? He was in a car accident and hasn't woken up yet. You have been in a coma for a day. If you don't wake up, we will think you have become a vegetable. Wait for a car accident. Yes. The driver had a sudden illness, causing a car accident on bus 104. You were injured in order to save the passengers. When you are discharged, you will definitely get a second-class merit. How is it possible? Zhonglin was so excited that he wanted to sit up, but it involved the wound on his body, and he lay down again with a grin. Sun Xin quickly held him down. Hey! Don't move, lie down. The doctor said you can't move yet. Brother Sun. What happened to the car accident? Why don't I remember the car accident? Besides, wasn't my arm bitten? How could it be hit? You were wearing a cotton coat and a uniform at the time. How could someone bite so deeply with so many clothes between you? The doctor said it looked like a laceration, probably scratched by some part of the bus. Sun Xin looked at Zhonglin's shocked and unbelievable expression, and suddenly remembered the doctor's diagnosis. By the way, the doctor also said that you have a mild concussion. It is normal to have some memory confusion. Don't think too much, take good care of yourself and be discharged as soon as possible. Chapter 6. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. Memory disorder? Something is wrong with my memory? No. That's not right. Zhonglin remembered it. When his consciousness was trapped in his body and he could only watch his body being controlled by others, the man with mysterious power once said something. As long as their memories were erased, this incident would never have happened. Zhonglin's face was pale. They had lost their memories of that period and were even tampered with into a car accident. The driver who was strangely controlled, the passenger whose personality changed drastically due to pollution, and the mysterious teenager who appeared. Everyone forgot, only he remembered. Such a terrifying ability. Zhonglin smiled helplessly and said, No wonder, I have never heard of the existence of strange things in the world before. I am afraid that those who know about it have all been wiped out of their memories without knowing it, just like now. Why, he still remembers everything. Is it related to the fact that he is the one who is the alien? What's strange? Sun Xin was puzzled. You should take good care of your body first. I will ask the doctor when you can recover from this condition. After that, he walked out of the ward. Zhonglin opened his mouth to speak, but finally did not call Sun Xin. He calmed down. Everyone said that it was a car accident, and even if he told the truth, they would only think that there was something wrong with his memory. After all, if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe that there was such a thing as strangeness in the world that was beyond reality. He needed to heal his injuries before he had the energy to prove it all. Zhonglin thought he would have to endure it for a while, but he did not expect that his boss would come to see him in the afternoon of the day he woke up. Captain Chen. Chen Guangji held a box of milk and a bag of fruit in his hands. You did a good job, the leader praised you by name. You saved so many passengers this time, so you must get a second-class merit. Your future will be much easier. Just rest assured and recover from your injuries. The medical expenses will be paid by the bureau. Zhonglin had some concerns, but when he thought of how Captain Chen had always taken good care of him, he made up his mind and decided to tell Captain Chen the truth. "Captain Chen, I'm afraid no one will believe me if I say something. You know me well. I never tell lies. I also guarantee that I am conscious now. What do you say that I don't believe? You tell me, and I'll listen." Chen Guangji has a straightforward temper and can't stand the kind of dithering character. Zhang Lin sorted out his thoughts and told Chen Guangji everything from when he received the police information and set out to guide the bus to stop, to when the driver and passengers went crazy, the mysterious man appeared, and his body was controlled by someone. Chen Guangji's expression changed from relaxed at the beginning to solemn. Chen Guangji knew some inside information, and in order not to cause panic among his subordinates, these things were not spread even among the police officers. Only a few people still remember that sentence. "The weird era is online, log into Blue Star." A retired leader heard such a voice after midnight on New Year's Eve. The strange thing was that it caused great concern at the time. He also discussed it with his family. After a few hours, he was the only one who remembered it. The family members who had discussed it with him before actually remembered nothing. Such an abnormal situation made the leader alert and immediately reported it to the country. The above acted quickly and found more than a dozen people who also remembered it on the internet, confirming that the sentence really existed. After that, they held several meetings to secretly collect abnormal events across the country, and also proposed to build new defense facilities in various places just in case. Chen Guangji was fortunate to participate in a meeting. After listening to Zhang Lin's words, Chen Guangji realized that what Zhang Lin said might be true. "I'm afraid this will be the first time they have come into close contact with an abnormal event." Zhang Lin saw that Chen Guangji's face was not good, thinking that the other party did not believe what he said, and said anxiously, "Captain Chen, what I said is true." Chen Guangji gently patted his other uninjured hand to comfort him. "I understand this matter, I will investigate it later, you can rest assured to recover from your injuries, and someone will come to ask you about this matter in a few days, just answer truthfully." Zhang Lin was stunned. Why did Captain Chen's reaction seem not to be surprising? Is there anyone in the army who has encountered similar incidents like him? "I will tell you what you said as soon as possible." Chen Guangji left in a hurry after sitting for a while. He got such an unexpected news, and he was busy next. Next door, Shen Jail was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone. While communicating with the system. "System, what is the role of the associated characters on this character card?" "System, associated characters are closely related to character cards. The existence of associated characters can improve the rationality of character cards, handle many trivial matters, and increase combat power for the host. Their behaviors and personalities are all generated by the host. They have high intelligence and autonomy. They are completely loyal to the host. They will not betray and do not need to be controlled separately. They are equivalent to two subordinates who will not betray." Shen Yu clicked on it and took a look. There are two people associated with Bai Zhou's character card, namely the supervisor Ji Wu and the team member Su Zhou. Su Zhou is the contract master, and Ji Wu is responsible for looking after some more problematic contract masters. It just so happened that he had drawn out tens of millions of company acquisition coupons and needed to investigate which company was more qualified for acquisition. He still had to handle business and run procedures, so let these two people do the work for him. Shen Yu spent some brain cells and made up the characters and personas of the two people. Just when I was about to release the person, the system alarm rang. Beep. A moderately strange aura has been detected. The source is unknown. It is recommended to go and investigate. Then let Ji Wu and Su Zhou go. After all, in such a large organization, it is a bit strange for only one person to appear. Shen Prison put them in an unmonitored stairwell. The setting he gave was that in order to find Bai Zhou who was missing, the two followed the traces to the nearby area and accidentally noticed a strange presence. Following the purpose of the organization, when members of the alien society encounter something strange, they must do everything possible to contain them. So they came to the hospital. Suzhou was carrying a long knife wrapped in cloth, and said to Jiwoo, who was walking in front of him with some distress, "Where did Brother Bai go?" Jiwoo had an unlit cigarette in his mouth and was wearing a grey suit, making him look like a very mature, stable, and successful person. "The little bastard will cause trouble for me. I hope it won't cause too much trouble this time." Suzhou collapsed and held his head in his hands, instantly putting on a mask of pain. "I don't want to write a report. Why does such a hateful thing as a report exist in the world? Jiwoo, you can pass the report to that little bastard. This is his job." Chapter 7. The two of them left from the stairwell. Suzhou stared at Jiwoo dimly. "I still want to live." Jiwoo laughed, turned his head away from him guiltily, and changed the subject. "The strange aura of this hospital is quite strong. It seems that this is a big guy who is not easy to deal with." It's too obvious to change the subject, but it's true that even at such a distance, the hairs on my hands stand up. The two left from the stairwell. They started searching from the second floor and searched all the way up. When they came to the surgical inpatient department on the fifth floor, they felt that the strange aura on this floor was the strongest, but it seemed to be mixed with other messy auras. They found the door of Zhonglin's ward all the way. "Is it here?" Suzhou held the handle of the knife behind him with his backhand. "Su, you are the master of contracting strangeness. The strangeness in your body will guide you to find the answer." Although Jiwoo can feel the strangeness, he is not as sharp as the master of contracting strangeness. He is the supervisor of the Yugi Society. His duties are supervision and supervision. He assists those contracting strangeness masters with extreme personalities and high-profile behaviors, and plays a calming and stabilizing role. Jiwoo has a strong physical fitness and a very firm will. If he wants to be a contracting strangeness master, the success rate of contracting strangeness must be very high. Unfortunately, after contracting strangeness, most contracting strangeness masters often change their personalities under the influence of strangeness. The paranoid ones become more paranoid, the extreme ones become more extreme, and even those with mild personalities become impatient. And the position of supervision requires sufficient rationality and stable emotions. "Sorry." Suzhou was a little flustered. He was a newcomer who had just come into contact with it. Originally, these things should have been led by the old man to learn, but who made Suzhou's supervisor a white leftist? "It's okay, take your time." Jiwoo understands Suzhou very well. As the supervisor of the white left, Jiwoo knows the white left better than anyone else, that is, an irresponsible bastard. The two lingered in front of Zhonglin's ward for a long time. In the ward. When Zhonglin heard a sound outside the door, he stared at the door vigilantly. His ward is a single room, and in order not to worry his family, he did not tell his family about his hospitalization. Who else can come to see him at this time? And he lingered at the door for a long time without coming in, which is too suspicious. Zhonglin put his hand on the pager. Suzhou tried to find the feeling for a long time, and finally could only mess up his hair and declared giving up. "No. Supervisor Ji, I can't control it freely." "Jiwoo, then go in and take a look." Jiwoo directly pushed open the door of Zhonglin's ward. "Excuse me." Seeing Zhonglin with a vigilant face, Jiwoo raised his hand. "Yo, good afternoon, sir." Suzhou poked his head out from behind Jiwoo. "Zhonglin, who are you?" "Jiwoo, how is it? What did you feel?" Suzhou's eyes were a little puzzled. "It's so strange. I felt a little residual breath on him, but there was no mark left on him. The existence of strange things cannot be announced to the public, so when the strange masters go out to do tasks, they will replace strange with other words." Jiwoo touched his chin. "It seems that it has been dealt with by others. Who could have done it? There are only two strange masters nearby. No, there is another person." "Sorry, Can I take a look? Jiwoo suddenly appeared in front of Zhonglin. I won't do anything to you, I just want to confirm one thing. So fast. Zhonglin's pupils shrank, and his hand that wanted to press the pager was blocked. Jiwoo pulled open Zhonglin's hospital gown, and sure enough, he found a very familiar mark on his chest. Jiwoo suppressed his anger. Although he had a hunch when Bai Zhou shook them off and went to an unknown place, when the evidence of the crime really appeared in front of him, he still felt that his emotions were shocked. Zhonglin also saw this mark for the first time and was obviously surprised. What is this? How can this thing appear on my body? Suzhou poked his head out again. Oh, it's the same as mine. Yes, Su, this means that you have to write twice as many reports. Suzhou burst into tears. Oh no. Who are you? Zhonglin saw the funny way the two people got along, and his inner vigilance was reduced a little. He felt that these two people might know something. Ah. This. Can I say this? Suzhou looked at Jiwoo hesitantly. Jiwoo smiled but didn't smile, and said with gritted teeth. Since he has been marked, he will come into contact with it sooner or later. Tell him in advance to avoid being cheated out of his pants without knowing it. Jiwoo looked at Suzhou with the eyes of a mentally retarded person. Obviously, the precedent of the person who was cheated out of his pants was standing here. Suzhou touched his head and smiled embarrassedly, revealing that clear and stupid look, which made him look even more stupid. Do you know what this mark is? Jiwoo straightened his tie and faced Zhonglin in a very formal manner. Let me introduce myself first. I am a member of the Orbital Shelter Society, Jiwoo, currently serving as a supervisor, mainly responsible for supervising the object Bai Zhou. I think you should have seen him. Bai Zhou. Zhonglin had never heard of this name, but for some reason, the image that flashed through his mind was the young man who controlled his body and exuded a dangerous aura. So his name is Bai Zhou. Is the organization behind him the Orbital Shelter Society? You publicized the existence of the Orbital Shelter Society, construction points +10. Yes, because the word is a kind of thing that has great malice towards humans. Most of the word masters who have contracted the word have various problems in their personalities. Bai Zhou is very special. The word he contracted is extremely threatening to people, so he is under long-term supervision and restricted from attacking ordinary people without reason. Jiwoo glanced at the patient's bedside card with the patient's name on it. Mr. Zhonglin, I want to ask, when Bai Zhou used his ability on you, were you in an abnormal event? Are you talking about the weird? At that time, a weird contaminated a car of passengers and the driver, and my arm was bitten. Bai Zhou controlled me and finally solved the weird. After listening to this, Jiwoo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not violate the human law regulations. Although he did something a bit out of line, at most he would just write a review and report it. Mr. Zhonglin, I hope you can understand that under the circumstances, Bai Zhou used his ability to protect everyone. Zhonglin did not blame Bai Zhou. On the contrary, he was very grateful to him for saving them. I understand that I wanted to gain power at that time. Jiwoo could see that Mr. Zhang was a very righteous and passionate person. He should be very grateful to Bai Zhou for saving him and ignore the danger of Bai Zhou. Chapter 8. The truth is, he is a very dangerous person. You can thank him, but don't trust him too much. Zhonglin actually noticed something. After all, he is not an ordinary citizen. As a patrolman, he will also deal with some dangerous people. However, he still pretended not to know and asked, why? His character is very bad. No, it's better to say that he is inhumane than to say that he is inhumane. Zhonglin asked him seriously, are you an organization that specializes in dealing with abnormal events? That's right. Then why do you accept such a member who you evaluate as inhumane? With such a dangerous ability, shouldn't you use it more carefully? Suzhou saw that the atmosphere was too solemn, touched his knife uncomfortably, and lowered his head to study the pattern on the floor tiles. Well. Jiwoo, he is very talented. Talent? Just because of talent? From what you said just now, after a contract master contracts a weirdo, he will be affected by the weirdo and his temperament will change drastically, the good will become bad, and the bad will become worse. So shouldn't we choose people with good character? Zhonglin, who works as a patrolman, knows very well how crazy people will become once they cross the bottom line. People without special powers are like this. It is hard to imagine the extent of harm that those who have special powers will cause once they do evil. I understand your concerns, but considering that there are too few people who can become a contract master, and there are too many weirdos, it is better to make good use of his power. At least, it is not his fault to save those people. A way to weigh the pros and cons? Zhonglin said helplessly, sorry, my tone was too strong just now. You publicized part of the purpose of the Yugawai to the outside world, construction points plus 50. No, your concerns are not wrong, otherwise there would be no supervisory position in the organization. The two adults were still being polite to each other. Suzhou was already panting with boredom. He had been on a mission for several days and had not had a good rest for several days. It was normal for him to feel sleepy after staying in the heated ward for a long time. He yawned and found a chair to sit down. A sharp baby cry came into his ears. Wah-a-a-a-a-a-a. What? Suzhou was startled, and this sound woke him up from his sleepiness. He stood up immediately, and then relaxed again. This was a hospital, and it was normal for a baby to cry. But Jiwoo looked out the door and listened attentively. Zhonglin, what? Jiwoo, if I remember correctly, there are no pediatrics and obstetrics and gynecology departments in this building. Zhonglin, maybe the patient's family brought it. Jiwoo thought about it, and the mission was more important, so he took out a business card from his arms and put it beside Zhonglin's bed. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Zhonglin thanked him. Wow! Wow! Another baby cried, this time the sound was closer to hear. Suzhou pinched his clothes nervously. Fortunately, it was not night, otherwise he would be scared to death. Jiwoo took the lead to walk out of the ward, and Suzhou followed behind. The moment Suzhou walked out of the ward, he immediately felt the remnant of a strong and strange aura, which filled the entire corridor, making this bright corridor extremely strange. Click! Ah, what is this? Suzhou lifted his foot and found that the sole of his shoe was stained with a sticky liquid, so disgusting. Jiwoo took the cigarette out of his mouth and put it under his nose to smell it. The smell of nicotine calmed his mind a lot. Ah, giggle! The laughter of a baby echoed in all directions of the corridor. There were other family members of patients walking in the corridor. One of the women touched her ears. I seem to hear a child laughing. The man next to her said, where is the child laughing? You heard it wrong. Giggle. Giggle. The baby laughed even more happily. Really, I really heard it. There is a child, no. It should be a baby laughing. Sun Chenzi touched her forehead. Xiao Li, you are too tired these days, let's go back and have a good rest. Suzhou untied the strap of the knife, held the knife in his arms, and his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Have you found it? Jiwoo asked him. Suzhou shook his head strangely, I don't know why, but I feel like there's a weird atmosphere everywhere here, and I can't locate it. Wow 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 wow! He's crying! He's crying! Xiaoli suddenly grabbed the man's hand excitedly, he's crying. Sun Chenzi was a little puzzled, who is crying? I didn't hear anything. It's the child. Our child is crying. What are you talking about? Where did our child come from? Tick. Tick. A lot of blood suddenly dripped from the ceiling. Jiwoo stretched out his finger with a solemn look and rubbed the wall with his fingertips. What he touched was not the smooth touch of the wall, but a sticky feeling. So that's it, it's the strange domain. The powerful strange will unfold the strange domain and pull people in reality into the strange domain. I'm afraid we have already entered its strange domain. Pink wrinkles slowly emerged on the white wall, the windows and doors disappeared, the ceiling was still dripping with blood, and there were puddles of yellow-green water on the ground. Ah! Xylee was frightened by the blood dripping on her face and screamed. Sun Chenzi also trembled and hugged her. What's going on? Where is this? Suzhou had already torn off the cloth wrapped around the blade. This was a gorgeously shaped Great Xia Dragon Sparrow sword, and it was also an A-level strange weapon that could cause damage to strange things. His performance was no better than those two ordinary people. Suzhou's legs were shaking and he kept trembling. He held the knife in front of himself and kept building up his mind. Take a deep breath, don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. After all, Jiwu was more experienced than him, a newcomer, and now he had the energy to pay attention to other things. Hey! You'd better not move. What a joke! Is this projection technology? It's too much to do such a prank in the hospital. I must go out and complain to you. Sun Chenzi looked very flustered. The fear of the unknown prompted him to want to escape from here as soon as possible. Please calm down. This is a strange place. If you walk around randomly, you don't know what the consequences will be. Blood, so much blood. Xylee stretched out her hand blankly to catch a few drops of blood, and she suddenly ran like crazy. Child! My child! Xylee! Xylee! Sun Chenzi didn't have time to catch up with her, and she disappeared at the end of the corridor. Sun Chenzi wanted to chase her, but was stopped by Jiwu in time. Wait, it's too dangerous to run around like this. But Xylee! Sun Chenzi covered his face and collapsed and slid to the ground. Jiwu watched silently. He was just a supervisor and had no ability to deal with the weirdness. Chapter 9. The old man was very angry, but he was still very young. Suzhou, a ghost master, is a newcomer who has been contracted for a short time. His ability to control the weirdness is not very proficient, and his experience in dealing with weirdness is limited. This is a ghost that can unfold the weirdness domain, but I don't know whether the unfolded weirdness domain is an incomplete weirdness domain or a semi-complete weirdness domain. If it is an incomplete weirdness domain, then this is a ghost with a green face, and the target is a C-level ghost master. If Suzhou can get into the state, he can barely deal with it. If it is a semi-complete weirdness domain, then it is a curse. The target is a B-level ghost master, and Suzhou can't deal with it at all. In the case of not being able to clearly determine the strength of the weirdness, Suzhou, the only one who is capable of fighting the weirdness, cannot take risks because of an ordinary person who is not controlled. After all, the purpose of the Yugi society is to contain the weird, and saving ordinary people is just a side job. After thinking calmly, Jiwu gave up the idea of rescuing the woman. Suzhou was a little reluctant, but facing the unknown, he couldn't control his fear. He was just a college student who accidentally gained power. Suzhou! Release the weird hand. But I can't control it yet. Jiwu cast a trusting and encouraging look at him. Suzhou hung the knife on his waist, and he began to try to communicate with Kigi's weirdness. A pair of blue-white hands appeared in his mind, with long and sharp black nails. If you don't look at its skin color, these hands are very beautiful. Suzhou's face turned pale, and the hands kept twisting and scratching in his mind, as if they were going to pierce and crush his brain. Forcibly controlling this pair of weird hands with the mind brought a huge mental burden. Creak! It was as if the sound of nails scratching on glass stimulated his brain, making him feel dizzy. Suzhou suppressed his discomfort and made a gesture with his hands. Gradually, his gestures synchronized with the movements of the trick hand in his mind. This is also a unique way for the trick master to communicate with the contract. Give me your power. Creak! Creak! As if responding to him, the trick hand turned from virtual to real and appeared in front of him through his chest. As soon as the trick hand appeared, the baby's cry became sharper. Wow! 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 Suzhou endured the pain in his brain and raised his hand, tear it open. The trick hand immediately flew to the flesh membrane and scratched it fiercely. Puff! The sharp nails penetrated directly into the flesh membrane, tearing out pieces of flesh and blood. The flesh membrane squirmed as if it felt the pain, and more blood dripped. Sun Chunzi was originally sitting on the ground in a low mood. As the blood increased, it kept dripping on his head. He looked up helplessly and saw the horrible scene in front of him. Ah! It's a ghost! There is a ghost! A baby, there is really a baby crying. Xyli is not talking nonsense. Sun Chunzi collapsed instantly, crying with snot and tears all over his face. Ji Wu's was on guard nervously. When will the baby who had only heard the sound come out? The ghost hand tore the flesh membrane frantically. The wound was getting bigger and bigger. If it continued like this, maybe it could really break a hole from the ghost domain. Wow 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 wow! Swish! Swish! The ghost baby lay on it and crawled towards them quickly. It was very small, much smaller than a newborn baby. It looked only about 2 pounds, and there was a broken umbilical cord on its belly. It was dark blue in color, and dripped with turbid yellow-green water all over its body. It bit the ghost hand with its mouth and its poorly developed little hands. It obviously had no teeth, but under the bite of the ghost baby, a finger of the ghost hand was bitten off. Suzhou's face turned pale. He made a gesture of grabbing hard, and the strange hand launched a counterattack against the strange baby under his control. Wow! The strange baby cried out in pain after its skin was scratched by the strange hand. The harsh sound made the ears of everyone who heard it hurt. Ji Wu felt as if his brain was hit, his head was buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything. He raised his hand to touch his ear, and the hot and wet touch made him know that his ear was bleeding. Sonic attack! Ji Wu took out a bag of cotton from his pocket, rolled it into 2 balls and stuffed it into his ears. Although it can't block much, it's better than nothing. Sun Chunzi covered his ears and rolled on the ground in pain. Ji Wu pulled out the gun from his waist. There were 12 bullets made of special materials in the gun that could cause damage to the strange. There were not many bullets, and he had to ensure that every bullet hit the strange baby. The strange baby is now fighting with the trick hand. The trick hand had 3 broken fingers. The trick baby also had scratches of varying sizes, and there was a finger-sized hole in the chest, and the trick hand almost dug open its chest and took out its heart. Wow! Wow! The trick baby's cry became sharper, and the trick hand kept making creaking, harsh sounds. Suzhou's face became paler and paler, and a lot of blood flowed from his ears, staining his down jacket red. He was now concentrating on staring at the trick baby, while controlling the trick hand to attack it continuously. Almost there. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Tear it apart. Trick hand. Just when he and the trick baby were about to decide the winner, a scream from behind distracted him. Ah! Sun Chunzi covered his stomach with a horrified expression, his eyes widened in disbelief. Save me! He stretched out his hand to Ji Wu, but finally dropped it unwillingly. Giggle! Giggle! As he fell, a strange baby appeared beside him, making a giggle. This strange baby was a little deformed, one of its hands was so small that it was almost invisible, and its head was much larger than its body. Ji Wu pointed the gun at it. This is bad, I didn't expect there were 2 of them. The development of the situation had seriously exceeded his judgment. With 2 strange creatures, Suzhou could never deal with them. Ji Wu aimed at the strange baby and fired a shot. However, the strange baby crawled away quickly and dodged the bullet shot at it. Giggle! The strange baby laughed happily. Although it was smaller and its body was also deformed and incomplete, it was much faster than the other one. The strange baby crawled towards Jiwoo quickly. Jiwoo tried to shoot it back, but after emptying the magazine, he only hit 2 shots. This was when Jiwoo's shooting skills were great. If it were someone else, he would probably miss a single shot. The speed of the ghost baby was too fast. It was difficult to just track its whereabouts. Sujo, give up attacking the ghost baby, and let the ghost hand attack the ghost domain with all your strength. You come and hold the big one back. Supervisor Ji. Sujo understood what Jiwoo meant. Jiwoo wanted Sujo to abandon him and escape alone. Sujo, who had the ghost hand and the great Xia dragon sparrow knife, had a higher survival rate than Jiwoo, and he had the best hope of breaking through the ghost domain. If the two continued to drag it on, I'm afraid neither of them would survive. Escape and find Bai Zhou. Jiwoo drew out a dagger and attacked the ghost baby. Chapter 10. The ghost baby dodged easily, leaving a wound on Jiwoo's body. Giggle. The ghost baby grinned and laughed, like a child playing, full of innocence and cruelty. I can't do anything like this. Sujo realized this clearly. My own incompetence. My own cowardice. Haha. Haha. My ears were shaken by the crying of the ghost baby and I couldn't hear anything, but my own panting became heavier for some reason. Gradually, it seemed to overlap with the past. His ears began to echo with the accusations of those people, you are a waste. This guy is so thin and short, he doesn't look like a man at all. Hey! Coward, you don't even dare to go to the haunted house, what kind of man are you? Trash likes to eat trash. Kneel down, people like you are only fit to lick our toes. Ha ha ha. I think he should like to drink toilet water. Didn't he drink it with relish before? Waste. Sujo is a waste. Sujo. 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 The harsh scraping sound and the squeaking sound made the voices of those people become more and more blurred. Why did he forget? How long has it been? Mr. Jiwoo, I am really a useless person. Sujo said with a relieved smile. He untied the great Xia dragon bird knife at his waist, drew the knife and rushed towards the ghost baby attacking Jiwoo, while controlling the ghost hand to stop another ghost baby. Sujo. Jiwoo was saved by Sujo. Jiwoo, what are you talking about? As early as the moment you became a ghost master, you embarked on a completely different path from before. Sujo shook his head. I was accepted into the organization as an exception because I became Brother Bai's tool, right? The ghost baby slashed across his arm and flexibly dodged his attack. Even if he held the A-level ghost weapon Daxia Dragon Bird Knife, if he couldn't attack the ghost baby, it would be useless. Tools are used by people. Whether a tool is useful or not depends on how strong the person who uses it is. He is a useless person. Even if he holds a weapon, he still can't exert its full power. Daxia Dragon Bird, it's so unfortunate that you follow a useless master like me. Next time, choose a better master. Sujo turned the blade towards himself. Sujo! Stop! Jiwoo ran towards Sujo, trying to stop him. After absorbing blood, the great Xia Dragon Bird will launch a sure hit attack that ignores defense. There is only one chance. I think it should be able to tear through the strange domain, right? Sujo thought, maybe the organization gave a newcomer such a knife so that he could use it better at a critical moment. Sujo stabbed it hard. But he was kicked away by a figure rushing over, and the knife fell from his hand. Sujo rolled on the ground for several rounds, and finally stopped when he hit the flesh membrane. His brain was a little confused. Who? Zhonglin stood there with his fists clenched. That's right, it's him. Zhonglin smiled bitterly in his heart. He is a wounded person. However, even if he was not controlled, he could not watch this child die. Wow 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 wow. Giggle giggle giggle. The strange baby retreated a little uneasily. A huge spider phantom gradually enveloped the entire strange domain. The huge mouth parts pierced the strange domain, tearing a hole in the sky, and a huge white spider head poked in. Baizo stood on it and waved to the people below, "Yo, still alive." Jiwoo breathed a sigh of relief and scolded with a smile, "Little bastard. Why don't you wait until we die before coming?" The strange baby wanted to sneak away, but was stopped by Zhonglin with a punch. The entire flesh membrane began to twist and deform. Jiwoo looked up and saw that the originally pink flesh membrane around was gradually covered with layers of white spider webs. This means that the strange domain of the strange baby is gradually being suppressed and taken over by another strange domain. The strange baby has tried its best to resist, but its strange domain is no match for the giant spider, and the little strange domain that has been taken over is proof of this. White spiders crawled all over the spider webs, and they made cocoons on the spider webs. The white cocoon hanging on the web suddenly trembled a few times, and an eye emerged from the cocoon. On the spider web, such cocoons were densely hung, and countless eyes were moving. Suddenly, they all turned to the strange babies and stared at them without blinking. The two strange babies froze. Standing there, not daring to move. Suzhou and Zhonglin watched this scene in shock. "Great, so awesome. What is this?" Just looking at it, a chill surged up from the soles of their feet, and they couldn't even raise a trace of resistance. That is simply not an existence that humans can contend with. Zhonglin felt that he would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. Baizo jumped down from the spider's head. He came over and looked at the two strange babies. They have entities. With the incomplete strange domain, these are two twin strange babies of the Qingmian level. So that's it, they died before they were born. They are much stronger than ordinary Qingmian. You won the jackpot. If there was only one, you wouldn't have to work so hard to deal with it. Jiwoo came over, took out the strange cage from his bag, and collected the two strange things controlled by the heart poison. Baizo reached out to grab it with some dissatisfaction. "I haven't finished watching it yet." "What's so good about it?" Jiwoo separated his hand and put the strange cage away properly. "Don't you think it's cute, small?" "Suzhou?" "Zhonglin?" Jiwoo sighed. He took out another cigarette, but didn't light it, just put it under his nose and took a deep puff. "Very good, the urge to beat someone was reduced a lot." Baizo took back the strange domain. The huge spider, the dense spider web, the cocoon eyes disappeared. Everyone returned to the corridor of the hospital. Suzhou exclaimed, "Ah!" remembered something, ran to Sun Chenzi lying on the ground. He touched Sun Chenzi's heartbeat. "He's not dead yet." It happened to be a hospital. The doctor came quickly and took Sun Chenzi to the emergency room. Suzhou clenched his fist, but unfortunately, he didn't save the other person. Jiwoo walked up to him and said, "You should know that we can't save everyone. As long as the weirdness exists, such deaths are inevitable. That's why the eccentric society exists. Don't feel too burdened. Although I don't want to admit it, you should learn from Baizo in this regard. Look at how heartless he is." Suzhou looked at Baizo. Zhonglin had already returned to the bed under Baizo's control. Baizo stood beside him, laughing and drawing on his plastered leg and bandaged arm with a black pen. He also posed and took photos of Zhonglin with an angry look on his face. "Ah! I guess I can't learn it." Suzhou scratched his head, looking like he couldn't do it. "I didn't ask you to learn this." Chapter 11. Outside the door, Jiwoo helplessly held down Suzhou's head and rubbed it. In the ward, Zhonglin asked Baizo, "Are Suzhou and I both adapted?" Baizo drew a turtle on his plastered leg. "Yes." Zhonglin ignored his prank. "Don't you see that the child has a tendency to self-destruct?" "No way. What a pity." Baizo showed an indifferent expression on his face. For him, it doesn't matter whether the tool wants to destroy itself, as long as he thinks the tool is useful. The inadvertent attitude of not taking human life seriously made Zhonglin, a police officer, want to take out handcuffs and arrest the man on the spot. Zhonglin actually had a lot to say, but after seeing Bai Zou's calm eyes, he knew that no matter what he said, the other party would not listen. The work of the trickster is special. They often face all kinds of dangerous and terrifying weirdness. This profession seems to be regardless of age. Anyone with talent can serve as a trickster. Even adults with normal values will have psychological problems if they often wander between life and death. Not to mention young people, who are not mature enough psychologically and are most susceptible to external influences. At present, Zhonglin has come into contact with two tricksters, one is Bai Zou and the other is Suzhou. They have more or less some problems. Bai Zou's evil, Suzhou's self-destruction. Psychological counseling is very necessary. Instead of letting them fight against weirdness with these problems. But Zhonglin knew that weirdness needed someone to deal with it, so he felt it was even more absurd. If the world had fallen to the point where it needed children to protect it, wouldn't we adults be incompetent? I am also a weirdo, right? Let me become a weirdo master. Let that child return to the life of an ordinary person and go to school safely. Zhonglin wanted to sit up, but he couldn't because of the wound. He looked at Bai Zou firmly. Bai Zou sat on the chair with his legs crossed, turning a black fountain pen in his hand. No, from the moment he became a weirdo master, he couldn't go back. After all, he has become my tool. Bai Zou smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Tools don't need thoughts, and they don't have the power to choose. The glaring malice, like a bottomless quagmire, sucked up tightly, blocking the mouth and nose, suffocating but unable to extricate oneself. Zhonglin held his breath. Bai Zou's deep dark eyes stared straight at Zhonglin, with a double meaning. Was the tool he mentioned referring to Suzhou? Or Zhonglin? Or both? Ding! Character perfection increased by 5%. Unlock special ability, mind possession, excellence. Very good. The image of the villain was reinforced again. Bai Zou did not continue to chat with him, and stood up and walked out of the ward. After Bai Zou left, Zhonglin finally remembered how to breathe, gasping for air. Such a strong sense of oppression, just now he was like being stared at by a large beast, and his body could not move at all. He stretched out his hand with great effort and took out a business card from the bedside, his eyes full of determination. On the business card was written, Yugi Clean Energy Transportation Co., Limited, Supervision Department, Jiwu, Contact Number, XXXX. Suzhou picked up the Daxia dragon bird that fell in the corner. He wiped off the dust, sheathed the knife, and wrapped it with cloth, then put it in the knife strap and carried it on his back. He lost his initial liveliness and looked depressed and gloomy. Jiwu had no way to comfort him. He had seen many paranoid masters in the Yugi society. Suzhou's condition was relatively mild. At least he only hurt himself when he went crazy. Like Bai Zou and other masters, when they went crazy, they would kill everyone around them indiscriminately. Jiwu was holding a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw Bai Zou coming out, he pursed his lips and motioned him to go see Suzhou. He was just a supervisor. He was only responsible for looking after Bai Zou. It was Bai Zou's job to take Suzhou. Bai Zou seemed to be in a good mood and did not go against him. He came to Suzhou and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Suzhou lowered his head in frustration. He thought that after becoming a master of tricks and gaining power, he would become a useful person. Unexpectedly, when facing the weirdness, he was still so fearful and cowardly. He faced the group of violent people with him. But he was powerless to resist. "Brother Bai, am I useless?" Bai Zou looked at him strangely, and he held his chin with one hand. The suggestion failed? "What do you remember?" "I remember something." Bai Zou immediately reached out to Suzhou. "It's okay, it will be fine soon." Snap! Jiwoo opened Bai Zhou's hand and stared at him with cold eyes. "Little bastard, please strictly abide by the rules. Su Zhou is already a member of the Yugi Society, he is also a contract master, not your tool." Bai Zhou spread his hands. "It's rare for me to do some of the obligations of the person in charge." In order not to write a self-criticism report, Bai Zhou quickly slipped away. Jiwoo took Su Zhou to handle the business, and found a company with a market value of tens of millions that was doing well, and acquired the company with a purchase voucher. According to the instructions of the president, the company's name was changed to Yugi Clean Energy Transportation Co., Ltd. After being busy for so long, Su Zhou's gloomy mood also dissipated a lot. He leaned over and curiously read the name on it, Yugi Clean Energy Transportation Co., Ltd. This name is so long. This company will become our foothold here in the future, and every member of the organization will come here to register a name. I want it too. Of course. So Su Zhou watched Jiwoo operate, entered his information into the company system, and assigned him to the execution department. Execution department, C-level contract master, Su Zhou. Su Zhou was a little happy in his heart, as if he was a rootless duckweed, and finally had something to rely on. Behind this company is the employee dormitory. You can go to the front desk to get a key and live there if you want. Jiwoo acted very quickly. The company's various procedures were completed quickly, and the original company's employees were retained as much as possible. At the same time, many departments that seemed a bit inexplicable to other employees were opened. For example, the execution department, the supervision department, the scientific research department, the energy department, and the transportation department. Their original company sold software, and these additional departments had nothing to do with software, so many employees were discussing it privately. I heard that our company has a new boss. The name has even changed, it seems to be true. The new boss seems to be planning to do transportation instead of selling software. No way. In this economic situation, changing careers is the worst. Chapter 12. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. I finally found a decent job, I won't lose it, will I? Who knows? Clean energy transportation, what products do you think the company plans to sell? Electric cars. The electric car market is basically it's already saturated. If the new boss wants to intervene at this time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to squeeze out the market, right? What can you sell? You don't plan to produce batteries to sell, do you? Batteries have nothing to do with transportation. The current economy is so depressed, starting a business at this time is basically a sign of bankruptcy. I think the new boss should sell software, at least he can keep the company running. The new boss has not shown up yet, who knows if he is a second-generation rich kid playing around start a business. Let's make plans early. For a while, the employees in the company were in a panic. Some employees quickly found their next job and went to the HR department to resign. All those who could leave left. The remaining employees either I am too old to resign, or I plan to stay and wait and see. After Shen Yu, who was pretending to be sick in the ward, opened the subsidiary company, he saw that the company he originally acquired had more than 70 employees, but now only 23 were left. Shen Yu was not panicked at all. Most of these employees were it would not affect his next plan. Anyway, this subsidiary company would definitely be supported by his character cards and subordinates in the future. He kept these employees just to use them to earn construction points. Shen Yu pressed the phone, let Jiwoo go to the legal department to prepare a new contract, and the employees who stayed must re-sign the new contract. Jiwoo quickly sent a voice message, "President, do you want to draft a confidentiality agreement for these employees?" The Orbital Shelter Society is a large organization that specializes in collecting weird things and producing energy. When Jiwoo joined, he had heard a lot of legends about the Orbital Shelter Society. This is a group that has mastered special powers and can only use weird things to extract energy. The technology tree has climbed to a certain extent. It has all kinds of incredible and unimaginable abilities, and as the president who controls all of this, he is an existence that he can only look up to. Jiwoo was once an orphan who struggled in the slums, living from day to day, and might not see the sun tomorrow. It was the president who brought him out of the slums and promoted him to his current position. So, no matter what, he would stand behind the president and offer all his loyalty. The new contract requires them to follow the employee contract of the Yugawai. Shen Yu turned the pen, which he had already added before. As a large organization, the Yugawai must need a large number of ordinary employees to maintain the operation of the organization in addition to the core members of the executive department. And there are many things in the Yugawai that are different from other companies. For example, the Yugi Society has technology that is hundreds of years ahead of Blue Star. The Yugi Society has special techniques for imprisoning strange things, as well as a group of tricksters with special abilities. After long-term contact, these employees will definitely notice some differences. In order to ensure that the secrets of the Yugawai are not leaked and the products produced by the Yugawai are not taken away by others, the employees need to sign a strict confidentiality contract with the A series of regulations that prohibit the disclosure of secrets of the cult. Moreover, this confidentiality contract is different from ordinary contracts. If other contracts are breached, the most you can pay is a penalty, and the most serious consequence is just imprisonment. If the contract of the cult is if someone breaches the contract, the employee who breaches the contract will not only have to bear a huge penalty, but his family, relatives, friends, and everyone who has come into contact with him will also have their memory cleansed. In serious cases, his personality will be wiped out, and he will be completely different from the person he is. Existence itself, of course, unless the employee does something serious that damages the interests of the deviant society or violates the purpose of the deviant society. Otherwise, the deviant society rarely uses such inhumane means. I understand. Jiwoo paused for a moment, then asked, President, do you need to explain the purpose of the Yugawai to them? If they are willing to sign the employee contract after reading it, of course you can explain it to them. The purpose of the organization, after all, they are also part of the organization. Shen Yu meant that once they signed the employee contract of the Deviant Society, as a member of the organization, they would sooner or later know about the existence of the Deviant Society. Jiwoo got Shen after receiving his instructions. The legal department quickly went to the Ministry of Justice to draft a contract. He looked at Jiwoo with blind eyes. Manager Ji, this kind of contract is invalid even if it is written. Look at what is written in this contract. As an employee of Yugi Clean Energy Transportation Co., Limited, he has the right to safeguard the interests of the company and ensure that the company's products and information are not leaked. This part is still normal. What is outrageous is the punishment for violating the contract. For example, if the company's products and information are leaked due to personal operation of employees, resulting in huge losses, the employees must pay compensation according to 10 times the value of the losses, and according to the level of losses and harm, including but not limited to the memory of employees, family, relatives, friends, people who have been in contact. If the harm reaches a certain level, such as causing damage and reduction in the city, the world, and the number of people, special measures will be taken to erase the personality of the employees or erase the existence of the employees themselves. The people in the legal department were so scared when they saw it, although they had seen all kinds of inhumane demands made by bosses who did not understand the law and operated outrageously. But this is the first time he has seen such a contract, and he was shocked. What is erasing personality? And erase the existence of the employee? Is this person mentally sound? You really can't write it like this. This is not an unfair contract. Once this contract is exposed, we might end up in jail. The people in the legal department cried and resigned. He will resign today. He can't stay in this company anymore. Jiwoo, just draft the contract. By the way, if you want to stay in the company, you have to sign this contract. Under pressure, the people in the legal department could only draft a contract with very outrageous content according to Jiwoo's requirements. On the same day, this person submitted a resignation report. Jiwoo printed out the contract, called all employees together, and held a small meeting in the hall. Everyone take a look at this contract. If you agree, sign it. From now on, you will be a part of the company. If you don't agree, you can go to the HR department to submit your resignation report. More than 20 employees took the contract with trepidation and read it. When they saw that after signing the employee contract, their salary would increase by 50% on the original basis, everyone was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the new boss not only did not reduce their treatment, but instead increased their wages so much as soon as he arrived. Chapter 13. The next step is to start a business. It's good for the second generation of rich people to start a business. Everyone read on happily, and some people made up their minds that they would accept the following terms no matter whether it was 996 or 007. As a result, the following terms made them dumbfounded. Did I read it wrong? Or did I type the wrong contract? Everyone exchanged the contracts in their hands in a daze and confirmed that the contents on them were exactly the same. They had worked for so many years and had never seen such a contract. This is not an unfair contract, is it? This is blatant coercion. Erasing memory. It's illegal whether you can do it or not, right? And it causes damage and reduction in the city, the world, and the population. I would like to ask what kind of dangerous job this is? Are we making fighter jets? Does the new boss want to produce gas tanks, steel pipes, fertilizers, and tractors? There is energy and transportation. I don't know if it is clean or not, but the punishment is quite severe. Manager G, is there something wrong with the back of this contract? I am a supervisor, not a manager. Forget it. After emphasizing it several times, Jiwoo, who was still called that by the employees, had to give up. There is nothing wrong with the contract. If you accept it, sign it. If you don't accept it, you can leave. The company will pay your salary. Sujo has been sitting on the chair next to him. He is a child and he can't get involved in the company's affairs. He eats instant noodles while watching the employees' faces change. What a rubbish contract. Do you think this is a game? This contract is totally unreasonable. I'm going to the labor bureau to sue you. Is this a contract or a contract to sell my body? It also erases my identity. Some employees could not accept such terms, threw the contract away, and left cursing. I accept it. Anyway, people of my age will not be wanted in other companies, and I can get a raise if I stay here. As long as you don't violate the regulations, you don't have to worry about losing money. If you increase your salary by 50%, you may not be able to find such a high-paying job in other companies. Some employees are old, and it is difficult to quit this job and find another one. In addition, it is difficult to give up the salary increase. After weighing the pros and cons, they chose to sign. I want to see what this company is doing. Are they really going to produce something that can't be seen in the light? Exciting. Some employees saw something strange in this strange contract, and with curiosity, they wanted to stay and take a look. In the end, only 17 employees stayed. Among them, there are 2 technicians, 2 salesmen, 3 telemarketers, 6 general workers, 2 logistics, 1 cleaner, and 1 assistant. Those who stayed were basically grassroots employees. 17 contracts were collected. Jiwoo looked at the signatures, and put the contracts into the folder after confirming that they were correct. Very good, I guess those who stayed are people who are full of hope for the future of the company. I won't talk nonsense, and arrange your work first. Jiwoo, who is a technician. 2 programmers raised their hands. You are responsible for building a software that can be used by internal personnel of the company. The functions should be simple. As long as it includes the functions of chatting, registration, posting tasks and accepting tasks, you can add more if you need them later. The two programmers showed their painful masks and felt a slight chill on their heads. The originally sparse hair was estimated to be even thinner. As for the 5 salesmen, you will follow the assistant to sort out the company's internal affairs first, and one person will be assigned to the lobby as the front desk. The cleaner will return to his original job. Jiwoo didn't arrange much work. Although there were some changes, they were all within their capabilities. The next focus is that 2 logistics staff will lead 6 general workers. You will all transfer to logistics and then divide into 2 groups. 2 people will be responsible for the company's purchases, and the remaining 6 people will be responsible for the logistics of the executive department. The 2 logistics staff who stayed behind were named Yang Seo and Deng Xiaoyui. Deng Xiaoyui took a notebook to record the key points of the meeting. When she heard Jiwoo mention her, she immediately asked, "Manager Ji, what department is this executive department? Who are the members in it?" Jiwoo walked behind Suzhou and patted the back of his chair. "Let me introduce you. This is Suzhou, a member of our company's executive department. The other members are still at the headquarters and have not come. At present, you only need to be responsible for him. No matter what he wants to buy, try to satisfy him. The money for the purchase of items will be debited from the company. The trickster is a high-risk profession. You don't know when you will face death. So in the Alien. In the Gihui, the contract masters have the most benefits. In addition, some contract masters have strange tempers and need to be coaxed, praised, and worshipped. In the headquarters of the Yugawai, there is even an example of 100 people being specially assigned to serve only one contract master." Suzhou sucked a noodle in his mouth, and after hearing this, he choked. After coughing several times, he waved his hands in fear and refused, "Cough cough cough cough. Mr. Ji, how can this be?" Jiwoo rubbed his back to prevent the newcomer from choking. "This is the benefit you deserve. You are C-level, and you have a reimbursement quota of 1 million every month. Don't be polite, kid, just spend it. That little bastard spends all the money in the organization on food and drink. Every month, he alone spends 50 million. 50 million. So amazing." Suzhou was full of amazement. He had never seen so much money in his life. For him, 1 million was already a huge sum that could not be spent. "Can I really spend it as I please?" Suzhou himself is an introvert, self-abased person who is used to denying himself, which is related to his past experiences. When he first heard that he could use such a large amount of money every month, his first reaction was not joy, but unstoppable anxiety and uneasiness. Jiwoo affirmed, "Of course, this is an employee benefit." Compared to the panicked Suzhou, Deng Xiaoyui almost broke the pen in her hand. "What does it mean to satisfy whatever you want to buy? Could this person be the prince?" Yang Su was thoughtful. "It seems that this executive department is very special. There seems to be a level division in it. The higher the level of the member, the higher the amount that can be reimbursed. This operating mechanism is not a normal company at all. What does the executive department do?" She secretly observed Suzhou. Suzhou was wearing a newly changed down jacket and a light-colored scarf around his neck. He looked like a college student. The only difference was that he was carrying a sword that seemed to be used for cosplay. Sword enthusiast? He looks young, has a reserved and introverted personality, and looks very ordinary. What is different about him? And what is the connection between these and the content of the contract they signed? Yang Su is very patient. After staying in the company for a long time, she will know it sooner or later. Chapter 14. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bn Dch. Assistant Gee, like Yang Su, was more or less aware of something strange in this company. However, in order to get a high-paying job, Ji pushed up his glasses and ignored many things that were wrong. Where is a part-time job and not a part-time job? As long as this company keeps paying him high salaries, Ji will not leave. After Ji-woo arranged everything and announced the end of the meeting, everyone dispersed to do their work. You publicized the existence of the alien society from the side, and your construction points are plus 17. Shen Yu used the system to watch the entire meeting between Ji-woo and others. Two of them caught his attention, Yang Sui and Ji Yi. It seemed like these were two smart people, exactly what he needed. Unlike those organizations that need to be kept secret, the more people know about the existence of the alien asylum, the more building points it can gain. If it weren't for the sake of rationality, he would directly publish the purpose of the Alien Shelter Society online. With the current development of the Internet, as long as the content is exciting enough, it can spread throughout the country in less than a day. While maintaining confidentiality for the authenticity of the organization, we must also publicize the existence of the organization as much as possible. The business card Ji-woo left for Zhonglin was also a bait. Everything is ready, just waiting for someone to check. After Chen Guangji left the hospital, he rushed back without stopping and reported all the information he obtained from Zhonglin to his superiors. Zhonglin is the first close contact to face an abnormal event and successfully survive. Unlike other victims, he still has all the memories of facing the strangeness. The attention paid to him by the superiors even exceeded Chen Guangji's expectations. Almost as soon as Chen Guangji reported the situation, the country sent an action team to Yang City by helicopter from the capital. Chen Guangji went to pick them up. The leader was exuding the smell of blood, his brows were furrowed, his eyes were bloodshot, and he felt a heavy sense of exhaustion that lingered. Kong Yabo pinched the bridge of his nose, as if to relieve his fatigue. Awaited. Chen Guangji, where? You have been traveling for such a long time, do you want to take a rest first? Kong Yabo sighed, we have something to ask Zhonglin, so let's go over now. Of course Chen Guangji took their wishes into consideration and took them into the car and drove straight to the hospital where Zhonglin was located. Soon, the group arrived at the hospital. Zhonglin was still lying on the bed recovering from his injuries. He looked at the ceiling boredly. He was already injured. After being controlled by Bai Zhou to save Suzhou, he got even more injured. As a result, he could not lie down for 2 or 3 months. Don't even think about leaving the hospital. Chen Guangji opened the door and came in at this time. Zhonglin, someone has been sent from above. A group of people walked into the ward. There was not much space in the single ward. With so many people coming in, it suddenly seemed crowded. Kong Yabo walked to the hospital bed and introduced himself. I am the captain of the special dispatch team, Kong Yabo, Comrade Zhonglin. We are here this time to ask you about the entire process of the 201 bus incident. Zhonglin nodded and told Kong Yabo everything he knew. Kong Yabo, after we learned about this incident, we immediately sent people to the Ministry of Transportation to obtain surveillance inside and around the 201 bus. But we only got this footage. Kong Yabo took out his tablet, entered the password, opened one of the files, called up the video and clicked to watch it. The video was captured by surveillance inside the car. From the time the passengers got on the bus to the time the bus was driving, the driver suddenly became ill and lost control of the vehicle and crashed into the oil tanker. In order to save people, Patrolman Zhonglin used his car to avoid driving the bus, which eventually caused him to be injured. The bus also hit the guardrail on the roadside. Although the passengers on the bus were injured, none of them died. Afterwards, we went to look for the surrounding witnesses, and their statements were consistent with the video. Kong Yabo closed the tablet and looked at the stunned Zhonglin. If it weren't for you, we would just treat it as an accident. After all, there were so many witnesses, and all of them gave the same confessions as the surveillance content. Who would have thought that the original truth of the accident was completely different from their confessions and surveillance? When Kong Yebo learned about this, he was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. He thought, how long had they been deceived before this? There are more than 50,000 accidents that occur in Xia Kingdom every day. How many of them are facts, and how many of them are covered up or fabricated? Do you believe what I said? If Zhonglin is not having experienced all that personally, even if someone said that there are weird things in this world, he would probably sneer. Kong Yebo smiled bitterly, I can't help but believe it. This is originally a confidential mission. No one except our team can know it, but you are a contact person, and the above said you can know about it. You know that Hua Yunling is enclosed as a military restricted area, all mountain passages are blocked, and no one is allowed to enter. Zhonglin nodded. Kong Yebo recalled the battle he experienced in Hua Yunling, with fear of weirdness in his eyes and anger at seeing his comrades die in front of him. The townspeople of the small town at the foot of Hua Yunling mountain all disappeared mysteriously overnight. Outsiders reported the case and attracted our attention. We rushed over with our men, and the entire mountain of Hua Yunling was surrounded by white fog. Our men broke in. 50 brothers, 13 returned. I was one of them. I saw countless terrifying and strange monsters. They devoured humans and killed each other. We tried to attack them, but found that guns were useless against them. We could only run away. Although we tried our best, only 13 people came back alive. Zhonglin clenched his fists. Just by listening, he could imagine how desperate it was. We have discovered 11 such abnormal incidents. The most serious and widespread one is Huayuan Ridge. The other areas are limited and the number of monsters is small. Although we cannot kill it, we can limit it to one place. Despite this, we still rely on our lives to deal with these monsters. And you are the first person to contact an organization that can deal with these monsters. After Kong Yebo finished speaking, he stared at Zhonglin, but did not continue to speak. Others also looked at Zhonglin. Zhonglin knew what they were thinking, they did come to me after that and left me their contact information. However, Captain Kong, I think you should be more cautious about these people who have mysterious powers that we can't imagine. Kong Yebo got the business card and wrote down the contact information on it. Are they asking you to join them? It seems that you have made a decision. After hearing this, Chen Guangji looked at Zhonglin in astonishment. Chapter 15. The old man was killed in a car accident. Zhonglin, I am a strange person. In their words, I am a person who has the ability to become a strange master. Strange, only strange can be killed, strange masters can contract strange, borrow the power of strange to fight strange. However, there are very few people with this talent, and fighting strange will always face the threat of death. I can't bear to see such a young child die in unknown corners to protect us. Zhonglin looked at Chen Guangji, I'm sorry, Captain. I failed your care and expectations for me before. Chen Guangji sighed, he wanted to pat Zhonglin's shoulder in a bad mood, but then he remembered that Zhonglin was a patient, and it was not easy to start with his injuries. He had to change from patting to caressing. Chen Guangji, who was always carefree and unconcerned about details, was rarely so gentle. Everyone has his own aspirations. What's more, what you did was not a bad thing. Instead, it was a great thing that benefited the country and the people. How could I blame you? Watching their touching brotherhood, Kong Yebo couldn't help coughing a few times. I don't mean to hold you accountable. The orders he received this time were, 1 to inquire about the abnormal incident of Bus 104 on Zhonglin, and the other to try to obtain the qualification to contact the mysterious organization from Zhonglin. Another one was to try not to offend Zhonglin. He would do whatever Zhonglin wanted to do. I'm afraid he would have to ask for his help in the future. Kong Yebo completed the first 2. For the last one, even if he knew that Zhang Lin wanted to join the mysterious organization and stop being a patrolman to become a ghost master, he would not say anything. On the contrary, Zhang Lin's decision might make the people above more at ease. They were not familiar with the people in the mysterious organization. Even if they were in trouble now, it would be difficult for them to ask for help. Zhang Lin is different. One is that he has a good family background, has received a good education, and has a correct mindset. Moreover, Zhang Lin himself advocates justice. Being able to sacrifice himself to save others represents his superior character. If he is asked, Zhang Lin should not refuse. At this time, how could Kang Yebo put on a bad attitude to offend him? So, the questioning was completed harmoniously with the cooperation of both parties. The goal was achieved, and Kang Yebo was going to leave with his teammates, but before leaving, Zhang Lin said to him, "I know you must investigate the details of that company, but there is one person you should not provoke if you can." "Who?" "That is a demon who can control people's hearts, who is like a condensed evil, and has no humanity." Kang Yebo frowned. What kind of person is this description? Zhang Lin did not say much about the man's appearance, but only said, "You will understand when you see him." Kang Yebo left with questions. "You indirectly publicized the existence of the organization, construction point plus 237. See the system prompt." Shen Yu knew that the existence of the Yugawai had already caught the attention of the Xia country's top leaders. Next, it is estimated that someone will be sent to investigate. Shen Yu is not afraid of them investigating, but more afraid that they will not investigate. Shen Yu stared at the building of the subsidiary company unfolded by the system. It was displayed in front of him in the form of a 3D model. The structure of the building, the layout inside, and the people coming in and out and working inside were all visible to him. The people above are all Shen Yu's employees. Ordinary employees have green names and positions above their heads. Click on them, and a bubble will pop up above their heads, which will show their thoughts. And his subordinates are bright gold. You can tell their identities at a glance. Shen Yu just took a quick look and lost interest in watching. He is now short of manpower and foundation, and what he lacks is a permanent headquarters building for weird accommodation. However, the 100,000 construction points required to build the headquarters building stretched him to the limit. Even if he took in 2 strange babies, there was still a lot left. He looked at the remaining construction points, 21,314. Hey! This number seemed like a mockery at first glance, but after thinking about it, he felt that he was overthinking it. Construction points can only be obtained by promoting weirdness and increasing the world's cognition and recognition. Another one is to complete the task of housing weirdness. But he only had 6 weird cages. Even if he found 8 weirds of the same level as the weird babies, he didn't have so many weird cages to imprison them. So he asked the system, "System, can you get more? Give me some weird cages? Please host to obtain construction points." When the construction points reach 50,000, the mall permission will be unlocked and the strange cage can be purchased from the mall. "If I had 50,000 construction points, would I still ask you for a strange cage?" Shen Yu suddenly thought that before, when he had no construction points, the system deducted 10,000 construction points and bought a time look back. Does this mean that the system has the authority to purchase items in the mall? "System, can I give you some construction points on credit first? I'll pay you back later." The host does not have enough authority to do credit. Another lack of authority. Shen Yu had no choice but to focus on containing the weird ones. As long as he takes in 3 green-faced level weirdos, he can get 30,000 construction points. With the 20,000 he owns, he just meets the conditions for opening the mall. Then he went to buy a weird cage to contain the weird. Shen Yu quickly took action. He used Bai Zhou's hacking skills to collect all kinds of exaggerated or abnormal news, reports, videos, and rumors in Yiyang City. Now that the internet is developed, most people like to record videos and post them online when they encounter something strange. Most of them are false or are normal natural phenomena. Only a small part is related to anomalies. Shen Yu quickly locked onto one of the rumors. There is an abandoned bridge in Fujing District, Yiyang City. This bridge was built at that time to facilitate people's access to the city island in the center of Yiyang City. This island stands in the center of the city and is surrounded by rivers. It is also the 5th district in Yiyang City, Pink District. Because of its unique geography, many tourists come here to visit this island, which has ignited the tourism industry in the entire city, so some outsiders also call it Anyang Island. The bridge has been abandoned for many years simply because of the remote location where it was built. After Anyang Island became famous and more tourists came to watch it, Yiyang City built several larger and wider bridges in other places with convenient transportation. Over time, few people set foot on this bridge and it fell into disuse. Recently, a resident passing by the bridge was surprised to find that he saw his deceased relative on the other side of the bridge. It was approaching dusk, and the man left in a hurry without getting close to take a closer look. After that, the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong, so he posted what happened to him online. Many people think that the big brother is dazzled and mistaken, or they think that he is making up stories to gain attention. Chapter 16. The big brother saw that so many people didn't believe him. He got angry and immediately replied, "That's my family. I can't be wrong. Wait, I'll get closer this time to take a photo." There were a lot of people encouraging him. 666. Big Brother is awesome. What if this big brother's family didn't die? He made it up for traffic, and then let the family who had already died put on makeup to deceive people. Why not start a live broadcast? Yes, Big Brother, start a live broadcast, so that you can prove that you are not for traffic. Hu Xingde was encouraged by these comments, and he, who originally didn't plan to show up, immediately agreed to the request to start a live broadcast. Okay. Let's go. He got on his bike and pedaled towards the abandoned bridge. Hu Xingde chose the afternoon, not yet dusk. Although the temperature outside was very low, the sun in the sky still brought him a hint of warmth. He stopped his bike, put one foot on the pedal and the other on the ground. He took out his phone and turned on the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, many people waiting came in, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly increased by hundreds of people. Why is there no car on this bridge? The fog on the bridge is so thick that nothing can be seen clearly. Come closer, Anchor. Hu Xingde looked at the bridge that was completely shrouded in white fog and could not see the scenery inside, and swallowed his saliva uncomfortably. It's okay, it's broad daylight now, even if there is a ghost, it won't come out. It's just ordinary fog. It's normal to have a little fog with such a big temperature difference now. Hu Xingde parked his bike on the side of the road and approached the bridge slowly with his phone in hand. This bridge has been abandoned for several years, because Anyang Island built several larger bridges in other places, and this remote bridge has gradually been abandoned. Anyang Island? It turned out to be a very famous tourist destination on the internet. I heard that there is a completely independent island in the center of your city, which is very unique. This bridge was abandoned like this? It's a pity, I don't think it's a dangerous bridge. I remember that this bridge seems to be located in a remote location, with few stations and train stations and subway stations around it. After the completion of the other bridges, tourists went to other bridges with convenient transportation. Is this an outdoor anchor? The one who will take us to visit Anyang Island. Is this new one? This anchor said before that he saw his deceased relatives on the bridge. We didn't believe it, so we asked him to start a live broadcast to prove it. Can you see your deceased relatives? Funny, right? There must be a script. People nowadays will do anything for traffic. Hu Xingde glanced at the barrage and immediately said, "Anyway, I saw it last time. Why is the fog so thick here?" Huzingd was impulsive. When he reacted, he was already standing on the bridge with his mobile phone. The live broadcast room, which had a good signal, became intermittent. Is the signal bad? It's so stuck. The anchor is lying, right? Didn't he say that he could see his deceased relatives? There is nothing to see here except fog. The moment Huzingd stepped on the bridge and was shrouded in white fog, the signal in the live broadcast room was suddenly disconnected. From the outside, you can only see Huzingd disappearing in the white fog. The people in the live broadcast room saw the live broadcast go black, and then the anchor was prompted to go off the air, and they couldn't help cursing. Why did he go off the air? The anchor is not really a liar, right? Did he shut down the live broadcast when he saw that he was about to be exposed? After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Huzingd on the air, so they cursed for a while and then quit. Seeing this, Shen Yu was sure that there was something wrong with the bridge. Let them go and have a look. Shen Yu sent a message to Jiwoo and continued to look for other abnormal events. Ding dong! Jiwoo, who was busy with company affairs, heard the ringing of his mobile phone, and quickly put down the documents in his hand and picked it up to take a look. Suzhou, here comes the mission. Suzhou, who was reading a book, came over and asked, "What mission?" "Investigate the anomalies of the abandoned bridge in Fuqing district. If the level of weirdness is below the green level, Suzhou will handle it. If it is green or above, Bai Zhou will be responsible for it. Do you need to notify Brother Bai? You don't have the ability to go on a mission independently now, so of course you have to notify him to go with you." Jiwoo called Bai Zhou. The other party didn't answer the first call, but Jiwoo continued to call without changing his expression. He called more than a dozen times in a row, and kept calling. The other party hung up impatiently. Jiwoo then sent the task and notified Bai Zhou to meet up in Fuqing district as soon as possible. No matter how Bai Zhou made trouble, Jiwoo would not let Bai Zhou make trouble in places related to the task. Bai Zhou replied with a beating emoticon. Jiwoo put away his phone as if he was used to it. "Okay, he knows, let's go to Fuqing district to meet him." Suzhou scratched his head. Has Brother Bai always been like this? Good children don't learn. The two hurriedly took the subway to Fuqing district. There was a lack of convenient transportation near the abandoned bridge. In order to get there as soon as possible, they had to scan a shared electric car. On the way, Suzhou couldn't help humming an old song, "Ride my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic." Jiwoo, who was forced to listen to a variety of broken songs, couldn't help but silently endure it. He was still a child. He was still a child. It's hard for a ghost master to contain ghosts, so what's wrong with a child who is in a good mood and wants to sing? After listening to the broken and out-of-tune songs all the way, he finally arrived at the abandoned bridge. Suzhou looked at the abandoned bridge, and at first glance he confirmed that there was something wrong with the bridge. A strong weird atmosphere enveloped the bridge, exuding a strong ominous aura. "Supervisor Ji, I have a strong premonition that we must not cross the bridge." Jiwoo looked at the white fog that completely enveloped the bridge. From here, it was almost impossible to see anything inside. Jiwoo found a bicycle parked on the side of the road. There are also passers-by who accidentally broke in. Jiwoo raised his hand and looked at the time on his watch. Why hasn't this little bastard come yet? Suzhou was still observing the situation of the white fog. Suddenly, he seemed to see something extremely terrifying, and he couldn't help but take a step forward. Jiwoo quickly realized that something was wrong with him. "What's wrong? What did you see?" Suzhou's eyes widened in horror, looking at the bridge in disbelief, his expression dazed. "I saw my mother." Jiwoo turned his head and looked at the bridge. "No. Nothing. Impossible. He is also a strange person. If it is weird, he can't not see it." "Are you sure that's your mother?" Suzhou looked panicked. "How could I be wrong? That's my mother." "But, She died 3 years ago. Since Baizo took over Suzhou, Jiwoo has seen Suzhou's information. Chapter 17. From the data, it can be seen that Suzhou did not have a good life. A father who was addicted to gambling and lazy, and his mother was supporting the family and raised Suzhou with great difficulty. At that time, Suzhou was in high school and needed money, so she could only work part-time, working day and night. She was too tired and died of illness. After she left, Suzhou could only work part-time, studying and working, and his father who was addicted to gambling asked him for money from time to time. In the end, he failed the college entrance examination and was admitted to an ordinary university. Suzhou's mother has been dead for 3 years. So who did Suzhou see now? Are there really ghosts after death? Although the Yugi Society is an organization that specializes in housing weird things, the definition of weird things in the Yugi Society is not the ghost in cognition. When a person dies, he becomes a ghost, and he has all the memories and emotions of his life. If he has too much resentment and hurts people after death, he will become a fierce ghost. This is the ghost in the usual definition. As for the formation of weird things, it is still unknown, but after long-term research, weird things are not formed after people die. It is more like a rule formed by nature, a brand new thing. Ghosts can be killed. However, only weird things can cause harm, and weird things can devour another weird thing to enhance their own strength. There is also a kind of weird weapon that is stained with weird breath or fused with weird things that can hurt weird things. Jiwoo has worked in the Yugi Society for many years. He has seen all kinds of weird things, weird and terrifying, but he has never heard of or seen ghosts. Jiwoo felt very strange. Although he did not have a contract with a strangeness, his physique was that of a strangeness person. He could see strange auras that ordinary people could not see. Except for not being able to determine the specific location of the strangeness, he could also see what a contract master could see. Why, this time Suzhou could see his mother, but Jiwoo could not see anything. What was the difference between them? Suzhou stared at the bridge in a daze. His mother waved at him with a smile, with relief and concern for him in her eyes. Suzhou took another step forward. Reason told him that it could not be his mother, but emotionally it said that it was his mother. The mother who cared about him and loved him. Suzhou's eyes turned red. He thought, since he was now a contract master, it would be okay to indulge himself, right? Mom. Suzhou rushed towards the bridge. The speed was so fast that Jiwoo could not stop him. Suzhou! Don't go over there! Damn it! Jiwoo watched Suzhou rush into the bridge, his figure submerged in the white fog. He turned on his phone and sent a text message to Baizo, urging Baizo to come as soon as possible. Then he rushed in immediately. Suzhou was too young and inexperienced, and Jiwoo was worried about leaving him alone to face the weirdness. After crossing the boundary line of the bridge, Jiwoo felt that he had come to a white world. There was nothing but fog around, and the visible range was only a few steps away. Jiwoo had no choice but to keep walking forward by feeling. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he only felt that the distance he had walked had far exceeded the length of a bridge, but the white fog still seemed to have no end. Was he really walking on the bridge? Where did the end of this white fog lead to? Jiwoo wiped the sweat from his face and stopped to take a few breaths. His physical strength had been systematically trained, and even if he ran 5 kilometers, he would not be as tired as he is now, not to mention that he had been walking fast to save his physical strength. There is something wrong with this white fog. And Suzhou, why haven't I seen him after walking for so long? Jiwoo supported his knees and panted with his head down. His physical strength was too much. This white fog seemed to accelerate his physical strength loss, and this process was difficult to detect. Jiwoo often trained and knew his physical strength very well. If he were an ordinary person, he might be like a headless fly in this endless white fog. He was exhausted without knowing it, and finally couldn't even move. He fell in the white fog and couldn't stand up again. Jiwoo took out his mobile phone again and tried to contact Suzhou. The signal on the mobile phone was blank, and the call he made could not be connected. Will it be a strange domain that affects the signal? Such a strange domain is very common, but Jiwoo is not sure whether this strange place is a strange domain. Because he didn't encounter a strange one. Jiwoo rested for a while, and when he wanted to continue walking forward to find Suzhou, a crisp ringtone came from behind him. Like the kind that hangs somewhere and jingles when the wind blows. The sound of wind chimes. Jiwoo turned around quickly, and there was still a vast expanse of white behind him. He squinted his eyes, and in the white fog, something seemed to be moving, coming towards this side. Ding-dingling. In the white fog, half a person's height, a red dot was shaking and flying towards this side. The closer the distance was, the clearer Jiwoo could see it. It turned out that it was a lit lamp with several bells hanging on it. When the lamp was shaken, they made a crisp sound. An old man with a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, holding a lamp, walked slowly over. He was already full of white hair and his face was full of wrinkles. When he saw Jiwoo standing aside with empty hands, he couldn't help but exclaimed. "Young man, why don't you light a lamp when you walk into the vagina? You can't get out like this." Jiwoo couldn't tell whether he was a human or a weirdo, so he stood silently without answering. The old man was very considerate. He didn't ask him why he was here or where he was going. Instead, he said as he walked, "Follow the old man and you'll get out soon." Jiwoo thought about it and continued to stay in the white fog. He would either keep walking until he ran out of energy or wait for someone to find him. There might be more than one space in the white fog. The space Suzhou entered might be different from the space Jiwoo entered, so Jiwoo never saw Suzhou. After thinking about it, Jiwoo still followed the old man silently. No matter what was waiting for him ahead, it was better than being trapped in the white fog and being unable to do anything. The red light just illuminated the area around the two people. The old man didn't speak either. The two walked in the white fog. This time, Jiwoo found that the speed at which he lost energy was normal. Jiwoo glanced at the lamp in the old man's hand. Could it be related to the lamp? "Young man, we're here." The old man took a step forward and disappeared in front of Jiwoo. Jiwoo followed him out of the white fog. Suddenly, the view in front of him was clear. Without the obstruction of the white fog, Jiwoo found that he had come to a completely new place. Jiwoo looked back. The white fog covered the bridge with the bridge as the boundary, and after stepping out of the bridge, the white fog disappeared. The old man still held the lantern and walked forward unsteadily. On the way, he met many such lantern-carrying people. They were men, women, old and young, and their dress was different from that of the people outside. Most of them wore ancient costumes, which were very similar to the old man's dress. Chapter 18. The two of them walked in silence. They mostly walked in silence. They would not greet or talk to each other when they met. Jiwoo realized that if the old man had not seen that he had no lantern in his hand and was afraid that he could not get out of the white fog, he would probably not call him out. The lantern holders, holding lanterns for each other, walked through the white fog. If you meet someone without a lantern, who can tell whether the person on the other side is a human or a monster in the white fog? The old man dared to call him, which was an extremely bold and kind act. Jiwoo wanted to thank the old man, but he could not find his figure. He could only follow those lantern holders, walking without knowing the purpose. The surrounding scene was a bit like the reflection of the water, the shadows were vague and not very clear. However, you can still see some mottled streets, street lights, shops on both sides of the road, and tall buildings. This is a city. A modern city. But there is no one or vehicle in this city, only these outsiders holding lanterns and walking on the road. Strange, why is this city so familiar? Wait. Jiwoo looked back in the direction he came from. That bridge connects the road from Fujing district to Anyang Island. Could it be that this is Anyang Island? But Anyang Island is a well-known tourist attraction in Anyang City, with a constant stream of tourists coming and going. It is impossible that there is no one like now. What exactly is this place? Where is Suzhou? Where did he go again? Jiwoo is very worried now. He doesn't know where Suzhou is. Can Baizhou find this place? Supervisory Ji. Suddenly, Suzhou's voice came from the right. Jiwoo was startled and looked to the right. Suzhou was holding a lot of food in his hand and waved at him with a smile. A middle-aged woman with a kind smile followed him and looked at Suzhou with loving eyes. Suzhou, I finally found you. Who is she? Although Jiwoo asked this, he had actually guessed the identity of this woman in his heart. Suzhou really smiled and introduced him. Ji supervisor, this is my mother, mom, this is my boss's supervisor. Okay, Xiaozhou has grown up, has found a job, and can support himself. From the face, Suzhou does look like this woman. She is in her 40s and looks much older than her peers because of the hard work of life. However, it can be seen from her eyebrows that she must have been a beautiful woman when she was young. Her eyes were filled with tears, as if she knew how much suffering her son had suffered after she left. Jiwoo greeted her and looked at her secretly. Except for her pale face, her behavior was the same as that of a normal person, and she did not seem to be stained with a weird aura. What's going on? Jiwoo felt that this place was very strange. Just the reappearance of someone who had been dead for 3 years was very unusual. Mom, go to that store and take a look. I'll pay for anything you want to buy. Okay. After sending his mother away, Suzhou looked at Jiwoo hesitantly. Supervisor Ji, do you see anything wrong? Jiwoo, are you sure she is? And not some weird fake? Suzhou nodded. I asked a lot of things that only we know, and she remembered them all. That's strange. Is there really a ghost after death? If it's true, that would be great. One thing Suzhou always regretted was that he didn't help his mother, so that she died of overwork. This time, he thought, maybe he could always be with her. Jiwoo saw his thoughts at a glance. Suzhou was still very young, and all his thoughts were on his face. Suzhou, whether she is your mother or not, the dead cannot be resurrected, and the human and the ghost have different paths. It is not good for both of you to stay together. Seeing Suzhou's expression change and become very depressed and lost, Jiwoo said again. However, you can make her happy during this period, show your filial piety, and tell her more about how you are doing now, so that she can feel at ease. I know. Suzhou smiled reluctantly, but he also knew that this was the best way. Jiwoo patted his shoulder and asked him to think more open-mindedly. Jiwoo could understand that seeing relatives who he thought were separated by yin and yang and would never see again, anyone would have nostalgia and reluctance. Even if he was an orphan who had never seen who his relatives were, he would have a little hope in his heart when he came here. Will he see relatives he has never seen here? Jiwoo laughed at himself. Maybe they. He is not dead at all, he is just an abandoned person. Xiaozhou. Here I come, Mom. Suzhou hurried over and picked out the clothes she liked, and evaluated whether the clothes were suitable for her to wear, trying one after another. This behavior should have made the young man impatient, but Suzhou wished that this moment could be prolonged. Jiwoo was watching outside, and couldn't help but take out a cigarette from his pocket and sniff it under his nose. Even if this is a strange domain, everything is illusory, but it is a happy thing for Suzhou to see his mother. Dang! 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 When the king of hell passes by, everyone avoids him. A group of people wearing black ancient robes, wearing evil ghost masks on their faces, holding white mourning sticks and soul-guiding banners, walked by in a mighty manner. Jiwoo stepped aside. Inadvertently glanced at the middle of the team. There was a man in a state of dismay walking in the funeral procession. He was dressed differently from the people around him. He was wearing a woolen coat and warm cotton pants, a modern look. He was dragged by the team and followed them involuntarily. There was no rope on him and it seemed that no one was controlling him. But Jiwoo saw his eyes. His eyes showed a look of extreme fear and terror. Jiwoo was almost certain that this was probably a passerby who was swept in. Jiwoo did not disturb Sujo, who was still shopping with his mother. He carefully avoided the strange funeral procession and approached the man. The man was Huzingd, who had disappeared before. Huzingd didn't know what was going on. He was walking on the bridge and suddenly saw a familiar figure. After walking over, he found that it was his deceased wife. He was trembling and couldn't help approaching in fear. That was his beloved wife. As a result, when he approached, his wife reached out her hand and held his cold hand, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself walking in the funeral procession and lost control of his body. He was clearly awake, but he could only watch his body walking uncontrollably with the funeral procession. Facing the fear of the unknown, he was almost going crazy. At this time, a warm hand grabbed his arm. "Hey! Can you still move?" Jiwoo pulled him hard, trying to pull him out. Someone came to save him. Chapter 19. Huzingd cried with joy. "That's great! Hey! Are you still awake? Damn it!" Jiwoo pulled his arm desperately. However, Huzingd continued to walk forward expressionlessly and motionlessly. Only the emotions in his eyes could prove that he still had his consciousness. Jiwoo. A strange but sad call made Jiwoo's body stiff. He guessed a possibility, but he didn't dare to believe it. He was an orphan who was abandoned in the slums and survived by picking up garbage and fighting with dogs for food. Originally, he couldn't survive at the beginning, but the Human Rights Guardian Company would regularly rescue orphans, especially children. As far as he could remember, he had been living in a small, empty house with only a bed frame and wooden boards. Adults in white clothes came in and out, bringing him water and mushy food. He seemed to be 3 years old at that time. Then he grew up under the care of this group of people, who taught him to read and some common sense. When he was 10 years old, he was driven out of that small room. When he got outside, he knew for the first time how cruel life was outside. There was smoke and radiation everywhere, and rotting corpses could be seen everywhere on the road. He went from an ignorant child to a mad dog who would do anything to survive. In his memory, his parents had always been absent, and the images of them were all blurred. Sometimes he would wonder, did he really have parents? Jiwoo. Jiwoo closed his eyes, and then he laughed, laughing wildly, laughing hysterically, ha 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 ha. Laughed so hard that tears came out. After Jiwoo finished laughing, he suddenly felt unprecedented boredom, because he already knew what the so-called relatives here were. I say. Even if you weirdos read my memory, won't you read it completely? Jiwoo turned his head and looked at the 2 monsters behind him who were calling him with blurry faces and completely unrecognizable faces. Really, you should at least respect my IQ. Do you think you can deceive me by looking like this? Or, because I don't know what my relatives look like in my memory, so you can't become their appearance to deceive me. Also, my real name is not Jiwoo. This is just the code name I took after joining the Yugawai and becoming a supervisor. Even if you are my parents, you shouldn't call me by this name. Jiwoo sighed. Isn't it impossible to deceive himself? Huzingd was close to him. When he heard Jiwoo's words, he was shocked. It turned out that he didn't see his wife. He thought his wife was too lonely down there and wanted him to go down to accompany her. It wasn't originally like this. After he figured it out, he felt relaxed all over, and the feeling of being controlled and unable to move disappeared. He tried to move his fingers, and was pulled out of the funeral procession by Jiwoo. The funeral procession suddenly stopped, and the sound of the gong that had been beating stopped. Those people turned their heads and watched them quietly. The evil ghost mask on his face changed his face, and his eyes became wide open, as if he was going to eat people. Go! Jiwoo pulled Huzinged and ran away. Passing by the store where Suzhou was, he shouted, "Suzhou! We are leaving!" Suzhou hurried out, followed by his nervous mother. What happened to Supervisor Ji? Then Suzhou widened his eyes and saw a group of people wearing evil ghost masks chasing the two people quickly. Is this against the law of heaven? Wait! Supervisor Ji! Mom, wait for me here. I'll come to accompany you after I finish my work. Silly child, Mom knows, go get busy. Suzhou glanced at his mother who was standing there, and finally ran after the funeral procession. Those things kept chasing Jiwoo and Huzinged. They were very fast and seemed tireless. Huzinged was already panting heavily from exhaustion. If Jiwoo hadn't been holding him, he would have stopped running. Rest for a while. I really can't run anymore. Huzinged felt his legs trembling, his feet felt like he was stepping on clouds, his legs were sore and numb, and not only that, he was panting so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Jiwoo looked back and saw that those guys were really persistent. It seemed that they would not give up until they caught up with them. So, Jiwoo pulled out the weapon from his waist and fired at the guy running in front. Gun! Bang! The bullet hit the guy in white morning clothes squarely, and his body twisted and black blood splashed. It was running and suddenly disintegrated, the clothes were floating empty, and the soul guiding pennant in its hand fell to the ground. A black mass of things crawled out from the clothes, looked around, and finally disappeared into the ground. When the group of things saw that the leader had run away, the ones in front stopped immediately and did not dare to continue chasing. The ones behind could not see what they found in front of them, so they did not stop, so they collided with each other and collided crookedly. Maybe they collided too hard, and for a while you entangled me and I entangled you, and fell to the ground and almost squeezed into meat patties. Realized that they could not be separated like this. Groups of black things crawled out from under the clothes in a grey manner, burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Soon, only the mourning clothes, mourning sticks and soul-guiding pennants were left scattered on the ground. Suzhou finally caught up. He was a little surprised to see the garbage on the ground. Supervisor Ji, did you do all this? Jiwoo rubbed his eyebrows. If he had known that these guys were so vulnerable, why would he be chased so badly? Huzinged could finally stop and rest. He sat on the ground without any face. Jiwoo told Suzhou what happened after he met the funeral team. After listening, Suzhou was a little unbelievable. How is it possible? You said my mother was transformed from a monster? But she never hurt me, and she didn't change at all. She was created based on the person in your memory. She will look like what you remember her to be, so she is extremely deceptive. If you are deceived by your senses, I am afraid that you will end up like this person, with physical limitations and being dragged into the funeral team. Suzhou still didn't believe it. Then why am I okay? He has been with her for so long, and he always thought that she was his mother. Why didn't he get into trouble? Jiwoo looked at him speechlessly. You are a master of contract, maybe he is worried about the strangeness of the contract in your body, so he can't do it to you. Of course, it is more likely that he wants to erode Suzhou's sanity step by step. Although Suzhou didn't want to believe it, he didn't lose his mind yet. I understand, thank you for your reminder, I know what to do. Chapter 20. Hey! Huzinged finally caught his breath, and after his brain was no longer congested, the fear surged up again. He looked at Jiwoo and Suzhou with fear in his eyes. Where are we? Those things, are those things ghosts? Do you have a way to leave here? Tell me quickly. I don't want to die. The brain that was previously blinded by emotions woke up, and with it came the desire for life. Seeing that he was too emotional, Jiwoo did not dislike or blame him. He had seen too many people who saw strange things for the first time or encountered abnormal events. Most of them could not calm down, and more of them were panicked and helpless, clinging to the Kigi master who could protect them. This is also human nature. Some new tricksters will also be afraid and retreat when facing the weirdness. Even some experienced tricksters will feel their own powerlessness and despair and even want to give up when facing powerful and invincible weirdness. Jiwoo has even seen many tricksters who cannot overcome their inner fear and become self-destructive. Please calm down. Sujo tried to calm his excited emotions. Calm down? What do you know? This is hell, right? We are in hell. If we don't think of a way, we will never be able to go back. Huzingd was so anxious that his face turned red. He pulled Jiwoo. In his opinion, Jiwoo, who was older and looked very stable and mature, was the one who could take charge. Hell. Jiwoo looked at Sujo. What do you think? Although it feels very weak, there is indeed a faint strange aura in those morning teams. Because it is too weak, if they had not disappeared and left a little aura in their clothes, I am afraid I would not have noticed it. I didn't notice it before. Although Jiwoo did not have a contracted strangeness, he was a strange person and was also sensitive to strangeness. He could also detect strange auras that ordinary people could not detect, but he was not as accurate as a contracted strange master. This time, the strangeness was hidden so well that it deceived Jiwoo and Sujo, the contracted strange master. Either its ability is special, or there is something wrong with this strange domain. What a trouble! Jiwoo had a headache. If they were really in the strange domain, this strange domain completely simulated everything on Anyang Island. With such a large range, it is definitely impossible to be an incomplete strange domain. A truly powerful strange domain can easily cover a city. Judging from the scope and size of this strange domain, it can be called a semi-complete strange domain. Not to mention a semi-complete strange domain, even if it is an incomplete strange domain, just like the strange baby last time, if Baizo hadn't taken action, he and Sujo would have fallen into it. Why hasn't that little bastard come yet? Jiwoo was angry at Baizo's willfulness every time. Huzingd held his thigh tightly. Don't you have a way to get out? You should have a way, right? Do something quickly. I really don't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Sujo smiled awkwardly, but he also knew not to say that they had no way, otherwise it would not be good if they started to make trouble. Well, how about we try to get out from where we came from? Didn't we come in from the bridge? Sujo was chasing his mother's figure at the time and passed the white fog on the bridge smoothly. It's not like Jiwoo has been in the white fog for a long time, so he doesn't know that the white fog is not so easy to pass through. Jiwoo, that white fog, I'm afraid you need something special to get through it. I followed you into the bridge, but I got lost in the fog. No matter how I walked, I couldn't get out. The fog can also absorb people's physical strength, which accelerated my physical strength loss. If I hadn't met an old man with a lantern who led me out, I'm afraid I would still be stuck in it. Sujo was surprised, that white fog is so strange. When Huzingd heard that there was a way out, he immediately shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let's go find the lanterns. If we can't find them, we'll go and rob them. Anyway, get out of here quickly. Then let's go. Go find those lantern holders and see if we can buy the lanterns in their hands." The three set off together. Walking in this empty city, I always felt that something was watching them in the dark, but I couldn't see anything when I turned my head. The more I walked, the more panicked I felt. Huzingd was trembling with fear, wishing he could stick to the two of them. There seems to be light ahead. A string of red lights formed a long dragon, swaying and wandering on the street. Just as they were about to get closer, a young girl with a white mask stopped them. "Hey! Outsiders! Don't get close to the Lantern Festival." Sujo and others stopped. "We? Outsiders?" The girl raised her head slightly. "Humph! I can tell you're outsiders. You must have been bewildered by the souls reflected by the Lantern Palace Festival, so you broke in, right? Jiwoo was not annoyed, but instead put on a gentle smile and asked, "Little girl, what is the Lantern Palace Festival you mentioned?" The Lantern Palace Festival is of course a ceremony held to worship the great king of hell. This is something we all know in Anyang. You outsiders should leave quickly. Otherwise, after the ceremony is over, you will never be able to get out again. Suzhou, do you know how to leave? Of course, light the soul lamp. With the guidance of the soul lamp, you won't get lost in it. She looked at the few people and said clearly, "It seems that you don't have a soul lamp. Who made me kind? Come with me." Jiwoo raised his eyebrows, and Suzhou acted according to his expression. Huzinged, on the other hand, followed the girl without any guard, his face full of joy, happy that he could leave soon. Jiwoo touched the weapon on his waist. Although he was somewhat suspicious of the purpose of the girl who suddenly appeared, he still followed her to see. If they could really get the soul lamp, they would have hope of leaving. The two followed. The girl walked in front and came to a shop with incense, candles and paper money written on it. "Uncle Zhang. There is business." A lame middle-aged man walked out of the shop. He had a full beard and drooped eyelids, looking sleepy. "What business? These people want to buy soul lamps." Uncle Zhang raised his eyes and casually took out a dusty red lantern from the shelf. "No bargaining, 10,000. Huzinged felt it was a bit expensive, but it was his only reliance to leave here, so he immediately scrambled, "I'll pay. I'll buy it." He took out his mobile phone to transfer money, but found that there was no signal at all. He was dumbfounded for a moment. Modern people rely on scanning codes to pay when they go out. Who would carry such a large amount of cash with them? Chapter 21. The old man was very busy, but the old man was very busy. "Can I pay with a credit card?" "Uncle Zhang, what card? You come here to buy a soul lamp without money? Xiaogu-kun, what kind of customers are you introducing?" "SHH. Don't call my name." Xiaogu-kun waved her hands quickly, "They are from outside, just change something to repay." Uncle Zhang was puzzled, "What can I accept if I don't accept money?" Then, he quickly reacted and smiled with an ambiguous smile, "Well, they are a group of skinny people, even if they repay, how much can they repay? Don't need so much lamp oil, just enough to support them to leave." Uncle Zhang said to Huzinged, "I need to charge a little for the soul lamp. Don't worry, it won't endanger your life. What do you think? Do you want to buy it?" He looked at Jiwoo and Suzhou again, "Let's go together, it's safer." "Jiwoo, Uncle Zhang, what exactly do you mean by price?" "In the strange domain, you must never be charged an unknown price, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Even as a contract master, you must be very careful. Sometimes, some strange things are not very strong, but they have some rules that will kill them if they are touched. If their instant death rules are not triggered, they are very easy to contain. Once the instant death rules are triggered, even if the contract master is stronger than this strange thing, it will lead to the death of the contract master." Uncle Zhang stroked his beard, "Well, I'm not afraid of you knowing that the oil of the soul lamp is extracted from special oils and is very precious. This is why the soul lamp is expensive. Since you don't have money to buy it, you can provide some raw materials for exchange." Uncle Zhang made it so clear that Jiwoo, who had rich experience in dealing with various strange events, quickly understood what he meant. Jiwoo nodded at himself, 20 kilograms. Then he pointed to Suzhou and Huzinged, 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms. Uncle Zhang looked at them and nodded in agreement, "Okay. If it's 50 kilograms, I can give you 20 milliliters of lamp oil, which is enough for you to leave here." Huzinged looked confused, "What 50 kilograms? Why is it like buying pork, and weighing it by kilogram?" Uncle Zhang took out a dark yellow oil paper and wrote, Today 3 guests come to buy soul lamps 20 milliliters of lamp oil, and pay a total of 50 kilograms. It's a fair transaction, please witness it, the king of hell. He then wrote down 10 jin and 20 jin, and finally used the ink on one side to stamp his fingerprint. Come, stamp your fingerprints here. Jiwoo first read the text of the contract, and after confirming that there was no fraud or text trap, he pulled Suzhou and asked him to stamp his fingerprints on the 10 jin, and then Jiwoo stamped his fingerprints on the 20 jin. Hu Xingde followed them and stamped his fingerprints next to the 20 jin. After they all stamped, Uncle Zhang took the contract and lit it with a match. When the oil paper burned, a strange smell that people couldn't say was pleasant but not unpleasant was overflowing. After smelling it for a long time, you would feel like you wanted to keep smelling it. It burned very quickly and burned out in a few seconds. The smell also dissipated. Hu Xingde retracted his obsessed expression, and he probably didn't know what kind of expression he had just shown. Jiwoo and Suzhou were more resistant, but they just felt that the smell was a bit special and didn't indulge in it. The contract took effect. Hu Xingde stretched out his fingers and scratched in confusion. What happened? He felt that his body was much lighter. He looked down at his stomach. The beer belly caused by drinking and poor diet has now deflated. Hu Xingde grabbed his waist, and the fat on his waist disappeared without a trace. It was not an illusion. He felt that he had lost a lot of weight in an instant. Hu Xingde had the most fat on his body, so the effect of losing weight was the most obvious. Jiwoo had a low body fat rate, and losing 20 kilograms had a little effect on him. He must eat something good to make up for it after returning. Suzhou was originally thin and was in the period of growth. Now that he lost 10 kilograms, he was like a bamboo pole, and the wind would blow down. Jiwoo sighed, eat more meat when you go back, otherwise I think we will abuse people. Suzhou touched his arm. It turns out that this 10 kilograms refers to the meat on my body. Thinking about it this way, it feels a bit scary. However, for those who are prone to gaining weight, this is simply a blessing for weight loss. Just stamping a fingerprint can make you lose 20 pounds. What kind of paradise is this? Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the address? Perhaps Uncle Zhang will be worshipped as the god of weight loss. Meat. Hu Xingde grabbed the flesh on his body again and found that he had really lost a lot of weight. He moved his body and did not feel any pain or discomfort. Although he felt strange, he put this feeling behind him in order to leave here. Give me the soul lamp. Uncle Zhang, wait, I'll get the lamp oil. He went to the shelf and picked up a 20 ml transparent bottle, which contained a turbid yellow pus-like viscous liquid. This is the lamp oil, which is extracted from special human fat. This bottle of lamp oil is enough to support the soul lamp for about an hour. You can add oil from here. Uncle Zhang taught them how to add lamp oil to the soul lamp. The service was very thoughtful. Hu Xingde wanted to snatch the soul lamp, but Jiwoo held him down and took the soul lamp steadily from Uncle Zhang. Suzhou also took the lamp oil. It's better for me to take the soul lamp, what do you think? Faced with Jiwoo's fake and intimidating smile, Hu Xingde shuddered and didn't dare to grab it. He could only shrink and follow them closely. Jiwoo's behavior was a lesson learned from facing weirdness many times. Ordinary people's emotions were too unstable. When faced with weirdness, they would do some brainless behaviors out of fear. Sometimes, they would even destroy important props, or slide to the mouth of weirdness. In short, there are all kinds of tricks. There is nothing they can't do. Over time, Jiwoo developed a good habit, that is, important props should not be touched by ordinary people, always pay attention to the emotions of ordinary people, and knock them out directly when necessary, so as not to make them emotionally unstable and directly implicate everyone with one move. Jiwoo poured half of the lamp oil into the soul lamp, and then lit the soul lamp with the match given by Uncle Zhang. The red light of the soul lamp shone slightly on them. After the soul lamp lit up, the sight that had been vaguely spying on them disappeared. "Supervisor G, are we leaving like this?" Suzhou asked, but they had a mission. "We can't deal with this weirdness unless Baizo is here." "No, it's probably difficult for him to deal with it alone." Chapter 22. The old man was very angry, but he was very angry. How is it possible? Brother Bai is an S-level contract master. He can contain even the weirdness that can destroy the whole city. A B-level contract master can perform the containment mission for the weirdness with a semi-complete weird domain. Not to mention an S-level contract master, even an A-level contract master can suppress this weirdness. Well, Baizo's classification is quite special. Jiwoo was a little embarrassed. Baizo's situation was not a secret in the Yugi society. Suzhou himself was also a contract master marked by Baizo, and there was a close connection between the two. The Yugi society also saw this identity. Otherwise, with Baizo's character of indifference to life, the Yugi society would not be at ease to hand Suzhou over to him. If Jiwoo explains it clearly, it will involve the issue of Suzhou's identity. Suzhou's current mental state is not very stable. Jiwoo doesn't know if telling Suzhou now will make Suzhou's mental state worse. Suzhou, special? But isn't the level of the contract master determined by the strength of the contract master? Yes, it was originally like this, but Baizo's contract is weird and special. His S level is actually not aimed at weirdness, but people. People? Suzhou was surprised and then suddenly realized. It seems you have figured it out. Jiwoo, although the weirdness he contracted is powerful, it is more reflected on people. The weaker weirdness can be suppressed by strong strength. Once facing a weirdness with a small level difference, he needs a strong contractor to fight against the weirdness for him, and then he slowly invades the other party's mind. Jiwoo saw Suzhou's somewhat frustrated expression, and knew that he was overthinking again. You are a newcomer, it is normal that you can't deal with this level of weirdness. Your performance is much better than most people. When we go out, we will report to the Yugawai and ask them to send people to support us. Suzhou smiled reluctantly and replied, okay. Jiwoo walked in front with the soul lamp. Suzhou kept looking around vigilantly. Huzingd was very scared and kept shrinking beside Jiwoo. Along the way, there was no funeral procession, and there was no abnormality. Finally, they came to the abandoned bridge. Suzhou accidentally glanced under the bridge. Under the bridge was a large river surrounding Anyang Island, called Anyang River, with clear and turbulent water. Suzhou rubbed his eyes. There seems to be something in the river. Jiwoo, where? Jiwoo leaned towards the bridge and looked down into the river. The river was clear, so the floating objects in it were clearly visible. Heads of people with twisted faces, misery, despair, resentment, and hatred were floating on the water, howling. Their bodies sank under the water, with only their heads exposed, suffering from being trapped in the river and unable to be reborn. Just by looking at them, one could feel their deep and strong resentment. Suzhou's hair stood on end. Almost immediately, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. G supervision. Jiwoo stopped him. Let's go, don't look down. Huzingd was much more timid. He knew there was something unclean on the river as soon as he heard it, and he immediately turned his head away. If it wasn't difficult to walk with his eyes closed, he wouldn't dare to open his eyes. The soul lamp was burning, and the light it emitted illuminated the front in the white fog, and also revealed many hidden weirdness. Along the way, they looked straight ahead and turned a deaf ear, even if someone called their names behind them. Huzingd couldn't help it at first, and wanted to look back. This call seemed to have an inexplicable attraction, making people want to respond. Fortunately, Suzhou found it in time, pulled him and woke him up. Huzingd was also scared and sweated, and thanked him repeatedly. Who knows if he would lose his soul here when he turned back like this. Fortunately, there was no trouble on the way across the bridge, and he walked out smoothly. Huzing glanced at the bridge covered with white fog behind him, wiped the cold sweat on his head with his hand, and vowed in his heart that he would never get close to here again in his life. He also found his bicycle parked on the side of the road, so he hurriedly unlocked it and sat on it. Well, I'll go back first. After saying that, he hurriedly pedaled away on his bicycle, and it looked like he was about to produce sparks from his pedaling. Suzhou watched him leave, knowing that he would definitely tell everyone about his experience after he returned. However, neither he nor Jiwoo was in a hurry. First, few people would believe that what he experienced was true because they had not experienced it personally. Most people would think that he was telling a story, talking big or bragging. As soon as Jiwoo left there, he sent the edited text message to the Yugawai after his cell phone had a signal, including what they saw and heard, and their guesses about the weirdness. Next, the Yugawai will send a suitable contract master to contain the weirdness. Then, Jiwoo once again made a series of life-threatening calls to Baizo, with full of anger, as if he would not stop until he broke the other party's cell phone. Suzhou's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he dared not say a word, fearing that the fire would burn him. Finally, after calling the other party more than 20 times, Baizo answered. "Little bastard! If you don't give a proper explanation this time, your self-criticism will be written." "Ha ha ha! What are you talking about? I can't hear you." "Don't pretend you can't hear me. Why is it so noisy over there? Where are you?" "I'm on Anyang Island. It's so lively here, so many people are playing with lanterns." "Wait. Lanterns? How did you get in? Do you have a soul lantern?" "Anyang Island is holding an event. There are many people here. Where there are many people, more evil can be gathered." "Very good, this guy can do it." Suzhou exclaimed with his mobile phone. "Supervisor G, Anyang Island is holding a famous local event today, Lantern House Festival." He handed the phone over, and Jiwoo saw a video playing on the phone. It was the official promotional video of the event released by Anyang Island. Lantern House Festival is a famous memorial event on Anyang Island. It has been passed down for a long time. It is no longer possible to verify which dynasty it was passed down from. The Lantern Festival is mainly dedicated to the King of Hell, in order to accumulate good karma for one's deceased family members, so that they can suffer less in the underworld and reincarnate soon. When participating in the Lantern Festival, you need to prepare a lantern and write the underworld text for your family on it. When participating in the parade, local people will lead the parade, chanting spells that reach the underworld until the oil and candle in the lantern burn out, and the Lantern Festival is over. What is the connection between that strange domain and this activity? Jiwoo watched the video and searched for some cultural heritage about the Lantern Festival. Jiwoo doesn't know much about Baizo, but after watching him for so long, he roughly knows that Baizo is not as simple as he seems. Sometimes an inadvertent action has a deep meaning when you think about it later. Chapter 23. The truth is that the truth is that the truth is not real. Baizo disregards human life, plays with people's hearts, and despises human nature. He will be like a spider, silently weaving a spider web in the dark, and when you notice it, you have fallen into the web and cannot escape. Your fate, life, and even thoughts are under his control. Only those who are targeted by him and become his prey will know how terrible he is. If Baizo had not been discovered by the Yugawai, recruited as a Kigi master, and put under surveillance, such an extremely evil person would probably have committed an unforgivable heinous crime. "What Wii U? I didn't see Wii U." Baizo's tone was still the same, frivolous, and a little careless. "Then what are you going to do in Anyang Island?" Jiwoo yelled. "Play? Why, can't the contract master have some time for his own entertainment? You will be a street lamp if you do this." "What about the mission?" "Anyway, I will go back when I have enough fun." The phone was hung up. The more Jiwoo thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The more he thought about it, the more he had a premonition of a disaster. This feeling has appeared countless times in the past, and each time it has come true. Sujo, you go back to Yugi Company first? I'll go to Anyang Island to find that little bastard. I'll go with you. Jiwoo thought about it. Anyway, Baizo is on Anyang Island, and the support of Yugawai will arrive soon. It won't be too dangerous to go to Anyang Island now. It's good for Sujo to walk around, change his mood, and adjust his emotions without thinking too much. Okay, let's go over another bridge. This abandoned bridge is obviously an entrance to the strange domain. Jiwoo has already notified the Yugi Society and asked them to send people to block the bridge to prevent uninformed people from breaking in and adding unnecessary burden to the containment of the strange. On the other side, since Kong Yebo, the captain of the special dispatch team, got the information of the business card from Zhonglin, Yugi Clean Energy Transportation Co., Limited has been targeted by them. Captain, this is a company that has just been acquired. It was formerly a software seller. Although the monthly profit is only a few $100,000, it can also cover its own profits and losses. Why did the boss suddenly not think of selling such a profitable company? And after the sale, the money on the company's books was actually retained, which is like doing charity. This situation will only occur if the new boss is the son of the previous boss. But according to their investigation, the new boss has nothing to do with the previous boss. I checked and found that the company is in a strange state now. It doesn't sell any products, and even the original software has stopped selling. Yugi is a company that is open to the public. It is definitely not afraid of investigation, and the intelligence they investigated also shows this. Except that this company has an executive department of unknown significance and the number of employees is a little less. This company is just an ordinary company. There is another strange thing. The employees of the original company had complained about the problem of Yugi's contract before, and said they would sue them, but then gave up the idea. It may be that the time, energy, and expenditure required for the lawsuit are not comparable to the income, so they chose to give up. But Kong Yebo and others understood that it must be that mysterious organization that took action again. Just like the previous bus incident and the countless abnormal incidents that were covered up before and they were unaware of. This huge monster hidden in the shadows, which can be seen only from a corner, is enough to scare them. Such an organization appeared in their country, and Xiaoguo couldn't help but investigate them. I checked all the employees of this company. From their information, they are all ordinary people. Only these two people, their information is hidden, and it is difficult to investigate. The members of the dispatch team pulled out a screenshot of the surveillance video and enlarged it. The picture showed Sujo and Jiwoo. One of them is a Kigi master and the other is a supervisor. It sounds like Kigi master is a person who specializes in housing strange people, and the supervisor is responsible for supervising, guarding, or managing people. Kong Yebo read the information several times. Have their whereabouts been found now? They don't seem to have any intention of hiding. The team members called up several more surveillance videos, all of which were pictures of Jiwoo and Sujo riding electric bikes. Kong Yebo coughed a few times. He never expected that the way this organization traveled would be so simple and unpretentious. This didn't seem like a mysterious organization. Their destination should be Anyang Island. Originally, their route was to go through the long abandoned bridge, but later they came out from there and went to another bridge. Is the abandoned bridge inaccessible? It is passable. If there is a problem with the bridge, the local government would have closed it or built a new one. As a tourist destination, Anyang Island has promoted a lot of economic improvement in Anyang City. Anyang City is very rich. Several bridges have been built. It is impossible that they cannot afford to build a bridge. Then why do they take a long detour? Is it because they don't like it? Kong Yebo couldn't guess their thoughts, so he could only send some people to investigate near the abandoned bridge and let them be more careful. The things that can make the Kigi master in the mysterious organization go out must be related to abnormal events. The abnormal events that Kong Yebo encountered have told him that if he despises these things, he will definitely pay a bloody price. Keep watching, call our people together, we are going to Anyang Island. Kong Yebo's intuition told him that something went wrong on Anyang Island. It would have happened sooner or later, but it happened to be when Anyang Island was having an event, so the flow of people on Anyang Island must be very high now. I'm afraid many residents and tourists in Anyang City will come here to visit. The thought of how many casualties would be caused by an accident during such an important event made his scalp numb just by imagining it. Kong Yebo led his people to Anyang Island and notified the local authorities to send more people to maintain order. Anyang Island. Today is the annual Lantern Festival on Anyang Island. The event is very grand, and the crowd along the street can't see the end at a glance. Many people spontaneously put on various ancient Chinese costumes and joined the parade with lanterns. The streets are separated by red lines, and many on-duty personnel are guarding the red lines to prevent the crowds from being too crowded. The people holding lanterns are wearing beautiful hanfu costumes of various colors, and the lanterns are filled with wishes and prayers for their deceased relatives. At the front of the Lantern Festival parade is the King of Hell, a parade god made of giant pagoda bones. Behind him are the black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced gods. After that, there is the parade consisting of residents of Anyang Island, residents of other districts, and tourists carrying lanterns. Chapter 24. The most eye-catching part, however, is the most important part of the Lantern Festival. In the parade, a group of people wearing white clothes and evil ghost masks carried a black and gold sedan chair, and they walked in the middle of the parade. This is the Holy Prince. In the ancient legend of Anyang City, the Holy Prince is a child of hell, and he has half of the power of the underworld since he was born. The King of Hell felt that his authority was challenged, so he threw the Holy Prince into the mortal world, and later, he searched for the Holy Prince and wanted to bring him back. The reason why the human world selected the Holy Prince to hold the Lantern Festival was, on the one hand, to offer the Holy Prince to the King of Hell, and on the other hand, to hope that the King of Hell would convey his wishes to his family for his meritorious service. Of course, this is just a folk legend. The Holy Prince was not really offered to the King of Hell, but just a suitable person was selected to sit on the sedan chair and walk around with the parade. While squeezing in the crowd, Su Zhou sighed, "There are so many people." Ji Wu was so irritated that he wanted to shake his legs. With so many people, it was impossible to find that guy from the parade. This is the sedan chair of the Holy Prince. So many people are carrying it, it looks so cool. Su Zhou showed an expression that he also wanted to be carried by someone. Ji Wu sneered, "This is only in peacetime." In the past, the so-called Saint Prince would have said it was a sacrifice to the King of Hell. In ancient times, everyone was stupid. For such illusory rumors, they would really offer real sacrifices to satisfy their own interests. Su Zhou looked enlightened, then Anyang Island still promotes it as an event. It was the past. Now it's just an ordinary event to comfort people. Just treat it as an ordinary float parade. A local who had been listening to their conversation was not very happy. "Hey! What do you outsiders know? This Lantern Festival is our local traditional culture. As for the sacrifice you mentioned, there is no such thing. This is a rumor. Slander." When he saw this man glaring at him, he looked like he would rush up and beat you up if you dared to say anything more. Su Zhou and Ji Wu didn't want to conflict with him here, so they kept silent. Su Zhou picked up his phone and wanted to take a picture of this wonderful parade. As soon as the camera was pointed at the sedan chair, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Ji Wu slapped Su Zhou on the back of his head, "Don't say bad words, kid." Su Zhou rubbed his head. "I said that with an interjection. No, I was shocked. Mr. G, I think I saw Brother Bai." "Where?" "That." Ji Wu looked in the direction Su Zhou pointed. "I saw a person wearing a black robe sitting in the sedan chair carried by 8 people. He had a familiar face." Although his face was made up, the tail of his eyes and the center of his eyebrows were outlined with several divine patterns in gold. He looked majestic without anger, and had a transcendent and inhuman divinity. Jiwoo recognized him at a glance. Who else could this be but the white leftist who skipped the mission? Little bastard! Jiwoo almost bit his teeth. Suzhou heard the sound of teeth clenching and thought absent-mindedly, should I introduce a reliable dentist to Supervisor Ji? Let's catch up. I want to see what tricks he will do this time. Oh! The two squeezed into the crowd and followed the parade with difficulty. Baizo sat on the sedan chair lifted by the crowd and leaned back boredly. It's so troublesome. Let's end it quickly. The parade lasted for more than 2 hours. Soon, the team arrived at the destination, which was the last part of the Lantern Festival. The parade gods had already gone. In this part, the parade gods did not need to appear. In front of them was a shrine made of stones. People wearing evil ghost masks lifted the sedan chair up and put it down. The Holy Prince walked out of the sedan chair and stepped on the stage, and the parade ended. In fact, this ceremony has eliminated many steps, such as the need for the Holy Prince to enter the coffin at the end, and the lantern bearers who parade with him to light all the lanterns under the altar, so that the prayers for the family can be sent to the underground. Of course, for safety reasons, these steps have been eliminated. The only thing worth watching is the process of the parade. It should have been like this. Everyone should disperse after seeing this, and the parade gods, the Holy Prince, and the people carrying the sedan chair will remove their makeup. But today is different. The Holy Prince standing on the altar, dragging his long black clothes, hummed softly in a strange tone. People who have participated in the parade in the past were very surprised. Hey? A new link was added this year. Is it strange that there is such a link? Is it an activity Easter egg thought up by Anyang Island? This tune is quite nice, it sounds particularly sacred and ethereal, and it has a chilly feeling that penetrates people's hearts in the gloom, which is very suitable for the atmosphere of the Lantern Festival. The organizer is really thoughtful. This is the way to actively promote culture. Otherwise, it's boring to always do the same thing. The Lantern Festival is the most important culture of our Anyang Island, and it can't be changed at will. Some locals are dissatisfied. It's okay if outsiders don't know, but don't the locals know it? There is no such link in the ceremony. Who is so bold to change such an important event? It's really disrespectful to their culture. I appeal to the heavens and the netherworld. Now I, the Holy Prince, have returned to my position and have taken on the authority of the underworld to perform my duties. The Holy Prince played by Baizo just stood there with dignity. This frightened the audience below. Baizo raised his head slightly and looked at the people below with a contemptuous look as if he were looking at an ant. I have returned to my position. You can offer me to the ghosts and gods, and then you can serve me as ghost soldiers and avoid the suffering of the 18 hells. What he meant by this sentence was that you wanted to offer me to the king of hell. Now that I have returned to my position and have half the authority of the underworld, you can offer yourself to me and work like a cow or a horse for me, otherwise I will throw you into the 18 levels of hell. After saying this, he waved his hand. A huge shadow spread from the ground and silently enveloped the crowd. In the crowd, Jiwoo and Suzhou, who had been unable to squeeze in because there were too many people, suddenly looked up. Mr. Ji. Jiwoo nodded, I felt it too. A huge strange aura. And why did he feel that this familiar feeling was caused by someone? It's impossible. There is no strangeness here. How could Baizo suddenly open up a strange domain in front of so many people? The person standing in the front felt a cool breath coming, and then there seemed to be something fluffy on his calf climbing up his trouser leg. Ah! He suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard a few times. Chapter 25. The feeling still lingered. A kind of furry, multi-legged creature climbed onto his body and burrowed into his clothes. A chill spread from his coccyx to his whole body. He did a break dance on the spot. More and more people did this. Ah! Fear spread like a plague, and screams from the crowd rose and fell. The fear on those people's faces and their trembling bodies seemed to be trying to get rid of something crazy, which made the people behind them panic. They began to scream and retreat in panic, but the crowd was crowded, and the people behind didn't know what happened in front. When they heard so many people screaming in front, they thought something interesting happened in front, so they squeezed forward to see. In this way, the people in front retreated madly and wanted to run, and the people behind squeezed forward madly. The people in the middle were squeezed on both sides and had difficulty breathing and couldn't move. Suzhou felt the breath and shouted in horror and disbelief, "How is it possible? Is this Brother Bai's strange domain?" The Yugi Society is a very complete and huge organization. In order to prevent the Kigi master from relying on his ability to commit crimes and prevent them from getting lost in his powerful abilities, the Yugi Society has established many rules to restrain the Kigi master. Among them, the human protection rules clearly stipulate that Kigi masters shall not attack ordinary people without reason. If there is a strange existence at the scene, Kigi masters will affect the masses in order to deal with the strangeness. This situation can be forgiven. Jiwoo tried desperately to squeeze onto the altar. But the panicked crowd squeezed together, leaving no gap for him to pass. Suzhou clenched his fists and stretched out his hands to make gestures. When Jiwoo saw him do this, he immediately wanted to stop him. Stop! When there is no weirdness at the scene, the Kikai master cannot use his abilities at will. Suzhou's expression was firm. My life was originally saved by Brother Bai. If they squeeze in like this, there will definitely be a stampede. Once the casualties increase, the Yugi Society will pronounce a verdict on Brother Bai. If other Kikai masters did this, they might still understand that he was affected by the weirdness, and at most the merits and demerits would be offset. But Baizo was already under surveillance and became a Kikai master with a guilty body. The punishment he was sentenced by the Yugi Society was to let him accommodate weirdness for the rest of his life, maintain human principles, and pay for the sins he had committed before. When Baizo committed the crime before, he was not a Kikai master, so the Yugi Society treated him with tolerance. At least he had all the benefits that other Kikai masters had. In addition to being supervised and watched, he was still free. It was a chance for him to make amends. If Baizo performed well, the supervision on him might be withdrawn. But this time, Baizo opened the strange domain in front of so many people without warning, involving countless ordinary people. Suzhou didn't dare to think that when the news was passed back to the Yugawai, would the Yugawai send someone to get rid of Baizo directly? Suzhou calmed down and communicated with the contracted strange hand. Under the pressure, Suzhou felt that it was easier for him to control the strange hand than last time. Soon he summoned the strange hand and controlled it to separate the crowded people, to prevent them from being squeezed into canned meat. The sky gradually darkened. If there were special physiques in the crowd, as long as he looked up at the sky, he would be horrified to find that a huge spider was standing above them. The huge figure blocked the sunlight. On the ground, there began to be more and more layers of dense sticky spider webs. It was easy to break free from a single layer of spider webs, but they were stacked layer by layer to form an airtight web like white cloth. The strong stickiness and toughness were enough to prevent all prey standing on it from breaking free. Such a big commotion could no longer be covered up. Jiwoo was dumbfounded, he couldn't figure it out. Why did Baizo do such a thing? Although Baizo was willful, he completed all the tasks assigned to him perfectly. Could it be that he had been pretending before? Baizo! You bastard! Stop! Take back the strange domain! Before there are any casualties! Jiwoo's shouts were drowned out by the screams around him. Jiwoo knew in his heart that it was too late. There was such a big commotion here, even if it could be pushed to the unknown strange domain of the abandoned bridge, but Baizo's opening of the strange domain in public and marking so many people with his ability could not be erased. Finished. Once the people from the supervision department and other members of the contract trickster team arrive at the scene and fail to detect the remaining aura of another weirdness at the scene, Baizo's use of his ability on ordinary people for no reason will be exposed. Baizo will be stripped of the weirdness of the contract by the Yugi Society and become a consumable for housing weirdness. There is no way to save him. Jiwoo took off the weapon on his waist. It was a special pistol issued by the Yugi Society. The bullets in it can cause damage to weirdness. At the same time, it is also a powerful weapon against contract tricksters. The reason why the supervision department equipped this weapon is not to give them the power to attack weirdness. But, after the contract trickster under supervision loses control, one bullet can quickly kill the other party and avoid further expansion of the harm. Standing on the altar, Baizo cast his eyes at Jiwoo. He had a malicious smile on his face, like a vicious and inhumane devil. He curled his lips slightly and said to Jiwoo sarcastically, "I am not a partner of justice." Jiwoo's pupils shrank. His fingers trembled unconsciously and the trigger was pulled. Bang! Baizo turned his head, and the bullet grazed his face, leaving a bloody mark. Ah! The loud gunshots made the already panicked crowd even more panicked, and some even pushed others or stepped on others to escape. Sujo struggled to control the trick hand, picked up those guys who pushed and stepped on others, and threw them to an open place where no one was. There were too many people. The frightened people were like headless flies, without any rationality. As long as one of them fell, the others would step on him without hesitation. They had lost the ability to think. Being wrapped up in fear, they did things that were completely unimaginable in normal times. Sujo was sweating all over. With his strength, he could not stop the impending disaster in front of him. After Sujo became a trick master, with his increasingly enhanced five senses, he saw from a distance that a thin girl could not maintain her balance under the push of several people and began to fall to the ground. All this happened in slow motion in his eyes. Sujo tried his best but couldn't get the trickster to save the man. Sujo screamed and wanted them to stop. However, his voice was drowned in the vast crowd and was barely audible. Tragedy is about to happen. Chapter 26. The sky was full of fog, and the sky was full of fog. Swish! The huge spider in the sky opened its red pupils and spit out countless silk threads, which were like falling meteors from the sky, connecting to everyone. The greedy heart poison marked each of its prey with a distinct mark. Those white silk threads connected everyone's heart, and they became the trophies on the spider's web. The panicked crowd all stood still. Saved! Sujo watched the girl who was originally trampled stand up again. But when he touched the empty expression on the girl's face and her stiff and inflexible body, the joy that had just surged up suddenly solidified. Sujo began to be at a loss. What is Brother Bai doing? Sujo suddenly remembered something, which was what Jiwoo had told him when he first joined the association. In the case of non-abnormal events, if the ability is used on a large number of ordinary people and has a major impact, the supervisor must stop the Kigi master if he is present. Before, in the noisy crying and screaming, he seemed to hear a gunshot. Sujo turned his head suddenly. Jiwoo raised his gun and pointed it at Baizo. Sujo was startled and instinctively shouted, "Mr. G. Don't shoot!" Jiwoo's eyes were cold, and his hand holding the gun was very stable, without a trace of shaking. The gunshot rang again. In Sujo's keen hearing, the gunshot seemed to be deafening, making his ears buzz. But that shot was not fired by Jiwoo. Jiwoo and Sujo both showed surprised expressions on their faces. Kong Yubo and his teammates were originally scattered around Anyang Island to check if there were any abnormalities. He wore wireless headphones in his ears to communicate with his teammates. "Captain, there is nothing abnormal here." "Me too." "Eliminate the abnormality." "Safe." Kong Yubo looked at the lively crowd and the long parade team. Although his teammates did not find anything abnormal, he never let down his guard. "Where are the two people?" There are too many people. I need some time to find them. The person in charge of the search was the drone operator in the team. He controlled the drone to fly over the crowd. Soon, Jiwoo and Suzhou were found near the parade sedan. Captain, I saw them. They are near the sedan. Strange, they seem to be moving towards the sedan. Okay, I will gather with others near the sedan, and you will keep an eye on them with the drone outside. Yes. Because of the parade, most of the streets were full of people. Kong Yabo could only get through those narrow and deserted paths and take shortcuts to quickly approach the sedan chair. When he finally found the sedan chair, it had already been lifted onto the altar. When Kong Yabo came to Anyang Island, he had someone check the parade on Anyang Island thoroughly, including the origin of the event, the arrangement of the entire process, etc. He and his teammates watched it more than once. When he saw that the sedan chair had been lifted onto the altar and the Holy Prince got off the sedan chair, he thought the event was over. Kong Yabo looked around and found two members of the mysterious organization in the crowd. Their attention was always on the altar. Kong Yabo thought, is there something unusual on the altar? He also focused on the altar. The most noteworthy thing on the altar is the Holy Prince who just stepped off the sedan chair. I don't know how the role was chosen. The actor who plays the Holy Prince is very consistent with the setting of the Holy Prince. Not to mention his superior appearance, just looking at this inhuman temperament makes the appearance of the Holy Prince particularly eye-catching. This casting is amazing. For a moment I thought I saw the real Holy Prince appear. This actor is well chosen. He brought the Holy Prince to life. Especially that indifferent look, looking at all living beings as straw dogs, it really has the essence of the Holy Prince. Anyang Island has put a lot of effort into casting. The people around started talking when the Holy Prince appeared on the stage, and they all praised him. However, the moment Kong Yabo saw the Holy Prince, his pupil shrank, his muscles tightened, and he instinctively entered the first level of alert. Ordinary people may not be able to see it, but they just think that the temperament of the actor who plays the Holy Prince is very suitable for the role. But he, who has been through blood and rain and often fights, can tell at a glance how strong the malice is exuding from that person. And that person had no intention of hiding it at all. Even the desperate criminals he faced rarely had such strong malice in them, as if this person was really the son of hell. All the evil in the world was condensed in him. Kong Yabo took a deep breath and kept staring at the Holy Prince. He was closer to the altar. When his teammates gathered one after another, he told them to pay attention to the altar. When the Holy Prince did something that was completely inconsistent with the parade process, Kong Yabo's vigilance was raised to the highest level. He asked someone to contact the organizer of the event to ask if this new link was arranged in advance by them. The organizer of the event was also confused. The process of the event has always been like that. This is their culture passed down. How could it be changed suddenly? You didn't arrange this part. No. Really not. Our Anyang Island has been promoting ancient culture and respecting cultural heritage. How could we change the part arbitrarily just to please tourists? The organizers of the event were sweating profusely, thinking that someone must be dissatisfied with the growing tourism industry in Anyang Island and had some bad intentions to frame them. Kong Yabo was about to ask who chose the candidate for the Holy Prince, but the audience had already started to get in a mess. It started with the first scream. The panic of the crowd spread quickly. When the first person ran, it was like an avalanche and could not be stopped. Kong Yabo, quick! Let someone notify the local police. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Kong Yabo's heart tightened. He paused in his original intention to order the maintenance of order, and he looked up slowly and stiffly. The huge spider that covered the sky and the sun made people instinctively fear the giants and feel powerless in the face of powerful creatures. This was the first time that Kong Yabo had faced so many abnormal creatures. The moment he saw them, he felt powerless to resist. This was not a monster that humans could defeat. But his firm will and sense of responsibility made him suppress this feeling of powerlessness. Everyone could give up, but he couldn't. Everyone could retreat, but he couldn't. Therefore, when he saw Jiwoo firing a shot, he found a place with a wide field of vision, aimed at the Holy Prince on the altar, and fired a second shot. Whoosh! The bullet cut through the air and flew towards the Holy Prince's heart. Chapter 27. The enemy was in a state of panic, but the enemy was still alive. Baizo was not surprised. Since he unfolded the strange domain, there has been no other strange domain to oppose him. He is in absolute control of everyone and everything in the strange domain. He can control whoever he wants. The people who are still conscious and can still control their bodies are just those who he did not control. A web appeared out of thin air in front of him. This white spider web looked like a thin layer, but it was it that blocked the bullet. The bullet was stuck on the spider web and stayed 1 meter away from Baizo. Baizo did not use the spider web to block Jiwoo's bullet because Jiwoo's bullet was specially modified to destroy the spider web. But these ordinary bullets could not threaten him at all. Even Baizo didn't even glance at him. Kong Yubo punched the wall hard, and there it was again, this feeling of powerlessness. When all the ordinary people in the strange domain were controlled by the spider silk, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Everyone stood silently in place, like puppets without expression and soul. A terrible and terrifying ghost play was staged here. Baizo. Jiwoo finally squeezed out from the crowd of people who stopped. What's going on? Suzhou also came out in sweat. Every time he used his strange ability, he would feel very tired. Of course, this is because he has not yet improved his compatibility with the weirdness, and he is not very skilled in controlling the weirdness. When the compatibility is high, it will be much easier for him to control the weirdness. Brother Bai. However, the people standing on the high platform didn't even look at them. Baizo looked up at the sky in a very good mood. The huge spider swallowed and spit out spider silk, weaving the spider web with all his heart and soul, and the unfolding strange domain was gradually filled with cotton-like silk threads. Suzhou seemed to have sensed something, and he also looked up at the sky. In the sky, Baizo's strange domain seemed to have collided with something. The space where the two collided was constantly rippling, tearing, and healing. But two different strange domains could not coexist harmoniously in the same space. They would keep competing to devour each other until one covered the other. As Suzhou looked at it, he felt a very familiar breath emanating from the other strange domain, and he quickly remembered it. It's that strange domain. By the way, since that strange domain showed the appearance of Anyang Island, it means that it is above Anyang Island. It has been hiding here, ready to move against everyone on Anyang Island, and it is unknown when it will reveal its true form and devour everyone on the entire island into the strange domain. And this event is simply the best time to unfold the strange domain, if the candidate for the Holy Prince is not Baizo, if Baizo does not decisively unfold the strange domain at this time. Once the event goes smoothly, the person who plays the role of the Holy Prince will be swallowed up by the strange domain first, followed by the people who participate in the Lantern Festival and those who watch the event. Baizo first unfolded the strange domain and marked everyone as his prey, but protected everyone from the strange domain. This kind of thing is about first come first served. If Baizo did not notice the opponent's trick in advance and let the opponent successfully swallow the entire Anyang Island, it would be very troublesome to snatch people from the opponent's strange domain. Even if Baizo's strange domain is much stronger than the opponent's, it is difficult to snatch it by force. It's not that Baizo is not strong. It's that those who were robbed are too weak. They can't stand the fight between two powerful and strange things. It's more likely that their fragile bodies will be broken into pieces like tofu during the snatching process. Jiwoo paused. When he understood, his face was angry and anxious. This little bastard. Although you are trying to solve another strange domain, you should tell him in advance. He even thought that Baizo had betrayed him. Thinking of the shot he fired at Baizo before, Jiwoo's conscience ached. Although Baizo was not a good person and acted in an extreme way, with countless precedents, this time, Jiwoo did misunderstand Baizo. Jiwoo rarely felt guilty towards Baizo. Otherwise, next time, even if Baizo was willful, he should be more tolerant of him. After all, Jiwoo misunderstood Baizo and injured his face. Jiwoo and Suzhou quickly came to Baizo. Another strange domain has begun to appear. Turbid water rushed in from all directions, and soon all the streets were filled with water, and the entire Anyang island was submerged. Countless hideous faces emerged from the water. Emerging, they stared at those people with eager and greedy eyes, opening their mouths wide to pull them down. "We can't reincarnate, you should accompany us too. Come down. Come down. Huangchuan is your final destination. I hate it so much. Why are you still alive?" These things are all the lowest level weirdness. They can't even be seen by people outside, and they can't attack others. They can only infect and parasitize humans when they are touched by people. But now they are in the weird domain. With the power of the weird domain, they can be seen and attack others. Thousands of the lowest level weirds form a group, which is also a force that cannot be underestimated. These are all wandering souls. So many. Suzhou kicked away a weird that wanted to bite him. But there are too many weirds. You can't count them at a glance. He immediately untied the knife on his back and started to chop vegetables manually. One by one. One by one. His hands were limp from the chopping. The weirdness in front of him continued to surge up, trying to tear off a piece of flesh from his body. Damn it! Jiwoo was even more embarrassed. He dodged those weird attacks while shooting with his gun, but he had limited bullets, and it would be useless even if he ran out of bullets. Little bastard! Stop watching the fun. Get started. Baizo snorted, he raised his hand, and a white spider slowly fell from his fingers. The blood-red spider web connected it to Baizo's fingers, making it hang in the air so that it would not fall. A thick darkness flashed in Baizo's eyes, and he whispered to the spider, "It's time to move, tear them apart." The spider's red compound pupils lit up. The huge spider in the sky made a silent hiss, and the countless silk threads under its control trembled. The person who was originally standing quietly in place had red light in his eyes. Click! Click! Their joints made a tingling friction sound, and they moved all of a sudden. They looked like puppets with stiff limbs, and they rushed over with their not very flexible bodies and fought with those weird things. Suzhou looked around blankly and found that the numerous weird things had been submerged by the crowd, and they were stepped on one by one at the bottom and could no longer float up. Suzhou's blank expression changed to admiration. So awesome! Chapter 28. The more people Baizo controls, the stronger his strength will be. Suzhou deeply realized how powerful the weirdness contracted by Baizo was. As long as Baizo is in a crowded place, once he releases the restrictions, his combat power is simply terrible. It can be said that as long as the number of people controlled by Baizo is greater, the stronger the people he controls are, then his strength has no upper limit at all. Moreover, as long as it is an intelligent creature, or as long as it is a human, it is difficult to escape his control. After all, the control of the spirit system and the mind system is too treacherous. You know that he is controlling you, but you can't get rid of his control. You can only watch your body being driven by others soberly. It's terrifying to think about it. Suzhou quietly approached Jiwoo and whispered, "Brother Bai's weirdness is so strong, isn't the Yugawai afraid that all members will be marked by Baizo?" "Jiwoo, as long as the president is alive, this problem does not exist." "Why?" "Maybe it's because of the existence of the president." Jiwoo thought for a while and said, "Because of the existence of the president, those weird masters can honestly abide by the rules of the Yugawai. I have never seen the president. What kind of person is the president?" He really couldn't imagine such a person who could make Brother Bai obey honestly. "President, he is a very powerful, very tolerant, and very charming person. You just joined not long ago, it's normal that you haven't seen him. You will have a chance to see him in the future. While talking, the two repelled a few words that slipped over. The words on the ground hardly made much waves, and even because there were more people than weirds, the two stood there watching the crowd controlled by Bizo and crushed the weirds. And there are more weird things in places with fewer people. Kong Yabo fled from the rooftop in a panic. Countless floating ghost fires surrounded him and attacked him. Although the force was not strong, he would be frostbitten by the extremely cold flames of the ghost fires every time they came into contact. Kong Yabo accepted the feeling of being chased by countless weird things well, and even felt that now was the right way to go. Although these weird things were strong and could not be killed, at least he still had the courage to escape and could think about how to resist. Unlike the huge spider, just looking at it, he couldn't have the heart to resist at all. Captain! Several teammates fought and retreated. Almost everyone was injured. There are too many weird things here. Let's go down to the ground. Kong Yabo approached the window and saw that the streets below were almost covered by turbid water, and many human heads with open mouths were floating in it. Monsters are everywhere. Similar to the situation they encountered in Hua Yuanling, no, there are more weird things here than in Hua Yuanling. The teammate exclaimed, "Captain! Look over there!" Kong Yabo looked to the left and saw a group of tourists rushing towards the monster in the water in a weird posture. There were so many of them that when they swarmed up, it was like a zombie attacking the city. Hundreds and thousands of monsters in the water were stepped into the bottom of the water by this group of weird people. The people in the dispatch team were stunned. Are the people in this city so fierce? Is everyone's physical fitness comparable to that of a well-trained person? Kong Yabo saw a hint of incoordination in his shock. The speed and strength of these people's actions were much higher than that of ordinary people. Only those who have undergone high-intensity training can exert such qualities. But these are a group of ordinary people. It is impossible for everyone to have received training. Moreover, there is an indescribable weirdness in their postures during action. Although they are very fast, their joints are indescribably stiff, like puppets controlled by people holding strings. In a trance, he seemed to see a thin white line on the chest of those people, which could not be seen without careful observation. The white line spread all the way to the sky. What was in the sky? There was a huge spider in the sky that could cover the entire Anyang Island. Could it be that all these people were controlled by the spider? Kong Yabo couldn't tell for a moment whether the spider was good or bad. Their fighting in the building was limited, and soon, several people covered and retreated downstairs. When they came to the ground, the ghost fires no longer approached, and the weirdness in the water was also dealt with by the violent crowd. They supported each other and had nothing to do for a while. The teammates all had indelible shock on their faces. This was the first time that they were so relaxed when they encountered an abnormal event, and no one died. Kong Yabo smiled bitterly and said, "I know who that person is." "Captain, who are you talking about?" "Which one? Do you remember what Zhang Lin said? The demon who can control people's hearts and cannot be provoked is another trickster we have not found out." Kong Yabo had always thought that this demon who controls people's hearts refers to the kind of strategist who has extraordinary wisdom, can see through human nature, plan and layout, and use tactics to control others step by step. Because the wisdom is too against the sky, the means of controlling people's hearts seem inhuman, so it is called a demon. Unexpectedly, Kong Yabo looked at the huge spider in the sky and remembered the shot he fired at the other party. The whole body exudes a deep and rich malice like the abyss, as if it gathers all the evil in the world. The huge spider is like the incarnation of the devil. He is a demon who controls people's hearts in a gathering of malice. It is indeed not to be provoked, it cannot be provoked. Could it be? The tacit understanding between the team members made them look at the altar at once. Even though the distance is a bit far, they can vaguely see three people standing on the altar. Holy Prince! He is the trickster. Why did that man shoot at him? Aren't they in the same group? No wonder I thought he was unusual when I saw him. Kong Yubo felt heavy-hearted. His mind was in a mess, and he thought a lot, thinking about the shot fired by that man before and the shot he fired himself. I wonder if the other party will bear a grudge? If he does, I hope he will only retaliate against him and not involve other people. It's not that Kong Yubo is just imagining things, but from the few words he has learned and the few sides he has seen, he can see that the other party has an extreme personality. People with power and bad personalities will not forgive the weak who dare to offend them. On the contrary, they will crush the other party casually, just like crushing an ant. Ding! The character's perfection is increased by 10%. Unlock the trick weapon, Information Cocoon, B. Details: when you are trapped in a cocoon like a silkworm cocoon, how do you break out of the cocoon and return to reality? Weave a piece of information, lie, to make people follow your thoughts involuntarily, without their own thoughts, and become a worm trapped in a cocoon that is forced to receive information. Ability: can erase specific cognition within a certain range, but the range is limited. The more complex the woven information, the shorter the maintenance time. Chapter 29. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Shen Yu, who had originally put all his energy into Bai Zhou's full concentration on fighting for that mysterious realm, paused for a moment. Spend some energy and click on the newly unlocked artifacts. Information Cocoon Room? A B-level trick. The function of this trick can only be used to blur cognition and modify cognition. For example, one thing that is generally recognized by everyone: the moon is round. You can modify it to say that the moon is square, then under the interference of the trick, everyone thinks the moon is square. However, since the level of this trick is B, it has great limitations. The first one is the scope. It can only change the cognition of a small range of people, and if more facts are changed, the shorter the duration will be. Of course, although it has great limitations, if used properly, this kind of trick that can change cognition is no less than a divine weapon. The character Bai Zhou has a strange contract and is an S-level opponent. In fact, if he wants to exert sufficient combat power, he still needs to mark more adaptable people like Zhang Lin. He lacks direct means of attack. The only function is to control the field after unfolding the uncanny domain. To contain the uncanny, a more powerful Pact Master is still needed to compensate for the damage. If Su Zhou grows up, he can be used as a sharp blade in Bai's left hand. The strange strength discovered on Anyang Island exceeded Shen Yu's expectations. Bai Zhou's strength can suppress the strangeness, but he cannot contain it. As time goes by, Bai Zhou will have to pay a lot of money to borrow the strange power. His physical strength and spirit will be exhausted, and the strange one uses his own power, which does not consume it so quickly. Shen Yu looked at his remaining construction points and said, "Forget it, I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. First spend 5,000 construction points and see if you can draw a good card. It's best to have a character card with powerful attacks." System. Let's do 5 draws in a row. Ding. Spend 5,000 construction points and draw character cards. The character card is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations on winning the C-level employee card, getting a C-level employee, talent, business, ... staff card? This was the first time Shen Yu had drawn it out. He clicked on it and looked at the introduction of the employee card, and found that the employee card was different from the character card. After the employee card is drawn, there is no need for him to play, but correspondingly their abilities will not be too high. Most of them are elites among humans with certain talents. This kind of card is a consolation prize, so you don't spend 1,000 construction points and get nothing out of it. Unexpectedly, there would be a consolation prize for drawing a card. Shen Jing instantly brainstormed, and various card drawing games flashed in his mind. Shen Prison trembled with his hands and asked the system to continue pumping, right? It's not like you can't draw a character card even in 5 consecutive rounds, right? The character card is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations on winning the A-level employee card, getting an A-level employee, talent, scientific research, ... Shen Yu comforted himself that scientific researchers were rare. The character card is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations on winning the A-level employee card, getting an A-level employee, talent, management, ... This. He is currently in need of someone to help him manage Yugi Company, so this is a very useful card. The character card is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations on winning the E-level employee card, getting an E-level employee, talent, cleaning, ... Shen Yu covered his heart. Does he need cleaning? There seems to be a shortage, but the maximum monthly salary for a cleaning staff is several thousand yuan. He would rather pay cash to hire 10 cleaning staff than take out this card. After taking it out, he couldn't let the system take it back in. In the last picture, Shen Yu held his breath, waiting for the system to be revealed. The character card is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations on winning the S-level character card, Asuka A. Good. Shen Yu slapped the table and jumped up excitedly. Another S-class character card. Is he wrong? No. He was smoking hot. As for the previous employee card? That must be a backup. Shen Yu excitedly clicked on the character card. There is still a shiny platinum frame that represents the S card. Different from the dark background of the white left, this S card is very bright and dazzling as a whole. The blue-white sky and floating clouds serve as the background rendering and embellishment, and the young man standing in the center with dazzling white hair, red eyes, and a wild smile makes this card shine like a free and proud bird. Character, Asuka A. Level, S. Identity, Contract Trickster, can be increased. Personality, a person who likes to have fun, likes to make fun of people, likes to dress up and tease people. Abilities, Magic, Excellent, Animal Affinity, Perfect, Thief, Excellent, Disguise, Perfect, to be unlocked. Special Ability, Wind of Raging Waves, Perfect, to be unlocked. Weird Weapon, to be unlocked. Contract Trick, Nameless Bird, S, a feather-disabled bird composed of countless deformed and twisted white feathers. Even though it has a broken body, it can control extraordinary storms. Every time it flaps its wings, it can cause a huge storm. Even though its wings are twisted, it still proudly makes a crisp cry. It is a white bird with beautiful eyes like red gems. Swallowing storms can improve strength, and it can be promoted after accumulating to a certain level. Related characters, 5. Character Perfection, 0%. Do you want to use it now? Use it now. The strangeness of the bird A contract can even control the storm. This is a very powerful output card. It came just in time. Shen Yu directly dropped him near Anyang Island. The character card emitted a burst of light. The white-haired young man appeared in the sky above Anyang Island with a flamboyant smile. During the action, it seemed that the crisp and tender chirping of a baby bird could be heard. The wind gently protected him, supported his body, and allowed him to stay in the sky. It was so obedient that it was just like his pet. He looked at the huge spider under his feet and showed an unexpected expression. Look what I found. A disgusting spider with a belly full of tricks. Chi Wuming bird echoed him softly. Hee, that's it, when the little spider can't hold on anymore and lowers his proud little head to beg me, I will go to help him. Shoo. Flying bird A is in position. This tough battle has a strong ally, at least Shen Yu doesn't have to worry about Bai Zhou and Su Zhou being defeated. On the ground, Bai Zhou is still controlling the strange domain, tearing and devouring the opponent. Ji Wu looked at the time again, why hasn't the support from the Yugawai arrived yet? Suzhou, generally speaking, when will the support arrive? Because the strange power is too strange, sometimes even if only a few minutes have passed, the Kigi master is at risk of death. In order to avoid this situation, the support will arrive within 10 minutes of reporting. Chapter 30. The time has come for the new owner to come. 10 minutes? It's been more than 10 minutes now, right? I've reported the situation here before. The Yugi Society should send a Kigi master who has no mission and is the closest to the place. He should have arrived long ago. However, until Baizo launched the weird domain. He confronted the weird directly, but the Kigi master who was supposed to come to support still didn't show up. Suzhou thought to himself, are all the Kigi masters in the Yugi Society unreliable? Jiwoo, who saw what Suzhou was thinking at a glance, twitched his mouth, opened his mouth to explain, but finally shut up silently. The Kigi masters have strange personalities. It's a miracle that they can go on missions. Do they still want them to be obedient and go to work on time? It would be better to pray for world peace, at least this is easier to achieve. Can brother Bai win? Suzhou looked at the sky worriedly. The duel between the strange domains seems ordinary, but it is actually extremely dangerous. Jiwoo, don't worry about the strange domain. After all, he is also S level. He will not lose in this level of strange domain battle. What we should worry about is that once Baizo successfully covers the opponent's strange domain, the strange will definitely jump out. This strange seems to be controlling many low-level stranges. It's quite difficult to solve them all. Strange at the level of wandering souls is okay. Although there are many of them, Baizo controls many people, and these people are enough to solve the strange at the level of wandering souls. However, there can't be only wandering souls in the strange domain. There must be other levels of strange. Baizo can control people and increase their speed and strength for a short time, but the duration cannot be too long, otherwise the body of the person controlled will begin to collapse before the strange is killed. This is like asking an untrained person to suddenly do a lot of exercise that is far beyond what your body can bear. The pain is mild, and the more serious ones will need to lie down for a month or two to recover. Suzhou clenched the knife in his hand. This is the first time I have encountered so many weird things gathered together. How can we contain them? Jiwoo, these weird things that live in the weird domain and have not been swallowed up, they all belong to the owner of the weird domain, and are even part of the weird power. We only need to contain the owner of the weird domain, and they will be contained along with it. Haven't you seen Baizo's weird domain? That huge spider is a heart poison, and the countless small spiders that appeared in the weird domain are also manifested from the power of the heart poison. In essence, they are one. Suzhou suddenly realized, no wonder they didn't devour each other in the same space. Kong Yubo and several teammates covered each other, and finally got close to the bottom of the altar, and heard this conversation. Teammate Tianhua looked at Kong Yubo excitedly. Our previous fighting method was wrong. If we had locked onto that ghost at the beginning and eliminated it, wouldn't our brothers have lost their lives there? As he spoke, his eyes became moist. Kong Yubo was silent and said, even if we find it, we can't eliminate it. After Tianhua was excited, he realized that his emotions were wrong. Sorry, I lost my composure. When Hua Yuanridge was in trouble, Kong Yubo and his teammates actually went in twice. The first time was to explore the situation inside Hua Yuanridge, and found that there were so many monsters inside that it could affect the safety of the entire city. They withdrew and received instructions from above that even if they used any means, they must eliminate these monsters in Hua Yuanridge, and they must not let them go out of Hua Yuanridge and hurt ordinary people under the mountain. At first, they planned to use missiles, but the white fog covering Hua Yuanridge could shield the outside world from attacking, and no matter how many missiles they threw down, they didn't hear a sound. So Kong Yubo followed the order and stepped into Hua Yuanridge again with his team members with a large amount of explosives to detonate manually. Unfortunately, those weird things were not killed by these explosives. Some weird things were indeed pierced by the explosion, but soon they condensed into their original state. And all the weird things rioted and began to hunt them down. Even if they tried their best, they were still separated in the weird pursuit, and only 13 people came out alive. This is the biggest pain in the hearts of every member of the Special Dispatch team. It's not your fault. At that time, no one knew that these things could not be physically eliminated. Only weird things can fight weird things. Who would have thought that such an unreasonable monster would suddenly appear in the world? Kong Yebo looked at the altar. The key master standing on the top. If he could become a key master, maybe he could save those who asked for help from the hands of the weird? The huge spider hissed, and it looked at the opponent's chi domain that had already appeared. It lowered its head and bit the membrane of the chi domain bit by bit. Soon, the chi domain was torn open by it. Countless small spiders poured in from the torn hole, swallowing and spitting spider silk, so that the opponent's chi domain was covered by spider silk bit by bit. The turbid yellow spring water poured out from the broken gap. A special breath instantly surrounded everyone present. Ding! Baizo, Suzhou, Jiwu, Kong Yebo, Tian Hua, triggered the multiplayer dungeon, Lantern House Sacrifice. Level B. Dungeon Tips. The longing for the deceased relatives made you pass the relatives' bridge and come to the world where the deceased lived. Great King of Hell, if I offer you a satisfactory sacrifice, can I reunite with my relatives and be together forever? Clearance conditions: 1. Participate in the Lantern House sacrifice and escort the sacrifice to the altar smoothly. Difficulty: Normal. 2. Become a resident of the other world. Difficulty: Difficult. 3. Kill the King of Hell. Difficulty: Nightmare. Complete any of the above to pass the dungeon. After passing the dungeon will be temporarily closed for a period of time. During the dungeon closure, the weirdness inside cannot be left. Only by killing the dungeon's biggest boss will the dungeon be permanently closed. According to the difficulty of the clearance conditions achieved by the conqueror will receive a reward of corresponding value. The moment when the familiar and strange mechanical sound rang, Shen Yu smiled. The horror game Weird Era treats Blue Planet as a huge playground. Conquerors need to conquer these copies. Otherwise the weirdness in the copies will come out and erode the entire Blue Planet. And the special nature of the weirdness means that humans cannot harm it at all. They can only follow the rules of the copy. In order to conquer the copy, countless people will die in it. However, as long as humans do not master the method of killing the weirdness, the copy will never be conquered. In order to prevent the weirdness in the copy from coming out, they can only choose to let people pass through the level continuously and close the copy, day after day and year after year. It seems to give humans hope, but in fact, it only brings the deepest despair to humans in the end. Chapter 31. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. This thriller game wants to exterminate the human race bit by bit. After all humans fall into despair and numbness, they will devour the entire Blue Star in one fell swoop. If Shen Yu doesn't get the system, then this is indeed the end of Blue Star. Shen Prison took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Containing the weird, building an organization, playing a character, and now adding a dungeon to conquer, take your time step by step. He is very patient. His eyes turned to Baizo. After they triggered the dungeon, white fog appeared outside Anyang Island, surrounding the entire Anyang Island. Kong Yebo, who had been wearing headphones to communicate with the outside world, became quiet after making a sizzling sound. Captain, the signal has been cut off. Kong Yebo checked the equipment he was carrying and found that all the equipment that needed signals had been turned into decorations, which was very similar to the situation in Hua Yunling. But unlike Hua Yunling, they triggered the copy. Kong Yebo originally wanted an uninjured teammate to try to pass through Beiwu, but Jiwu stopped him. It's useless. If you enter hastily, you will only get lost in the white mist. Kong Yubo, then you can only go out if you complete the customs clearance conditions. Jiwoo said with some embarrassment, I'm afraid it won't work either. Others were immediately surprised and asked, why? Jiwoo, the first condition for clearance is that the Holy Prince has returned to his throne. Even if the Dengfyu festival is completed, the King of Hell's requirements cannot be met. Because the original purpose of the Dengfyu festival was to offer the Holy Prince to please the King of Hell. The Holy Prince is the most satisfactory sacrifice to the King of Hell. And from the moment the Holy Prince takes power, he cannot become a sacrifice. The second one is to become a resident of the other world. Who knows if we can return to reality? This is a place that simulates hell. The King of Hell is the controller here and becomes its resident. Who knows whether he will be assimilated? Kong Yubo thought for a moment and understood what he meant. I saw before that you have strange powers and seem to be able to deal with those monsters, so can you kill the King of Hell? Jiwoo looked at Baizo, a little confused whether to reveal the identity of the contract master to unrelated people. Baizo held up his arms and said casually, just say what you want to say. Jiwoo, I was right. There was a mind poison that could control the mind and modify the memory. He could directly clean the other party's memory afterwards. The two of them are contract masters who specialize in dealing with these weird things. However, Suzhou is still a newcomer and he is not yet able to use his abilities skillfully. As for Baizo, his abilities are more auxiliary. This is the boss of the treacherous realm. We speculate that it is definitely an evil curse. When converted into the level of a contract treacherous master, it is level B. If you want to solve it, it will be difficult for Suzhou and Baizo alone. Kong Yubo didn't expect Jiwoo to reveal so many secrets to him, an outsider. Or is it because you have the ability to modify your memory that you are so confident? Kong Yubo made a secret gesture to his teammates while continuing to talk to Jiwoo. What are the levels of Mr. Su and Mr. Bai? Suzhou is a C-level contract master, and Baizo is an S-level master. S-level! Tianhua exclaimed. Although he didn't know the rating within this mysterious organization, S-level sounded like a very high ranking. Kong Yubo, even if Mr. Bai's ability is biased towards support, S-level should be able to crush B-level weirdness, right? This is the case for normal contract masters, but Baizo's situation is special. He needs to use the people controlled by the heart voodoo to exert his power. However, a person who is too fragile cannot withstand high-intensity battles and can easily be scrapped in battle. Therefore, we will limit his use of this ability when he is not facing a desperate situation. Jiwoo looked at the crowd controlled by Baizo. If so many people die at once, we will also have a headache. Kong Yubo's eyes twitched when he heard this, and he looked at Baizo with complicated eyes. It's not that he can't deal with it, but does it require a huge price to pay? This price does not even need to be paid by Baizo himself. This terrifying ability will be restricted. How terrifying is the organization behind this person? Kong Yubo made a decision: control us. We have undergone a lot of training, and our physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. We should be able to put it to some use, right? At this moment, Kong Yubo empathetically understood Zhang Lin's choice. Tianhua and other teammates also patted their chests without fear. Yes. Control us. Suzhou also clenched the great Xia dragon bird in his hand, and said with a firm look, and me. As a member of the Kigi Master, he must take on his responsibilities. Even if he gambles his life for it. Jiwoo saw Suzhou's determination, and also saw that he concealed it well, but there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Is there really no way? Let a newcomer who has just joined and has not yet fully mastered the ability to fight against the weirdness that is far stronger than himself? This is the reality that all Kigi Masters have to face. There are countless Kigi Masters who died on the road to fighting against the weirdness. No one can guarantee that they can return safely from every mission. Jiwoo sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. then I'll leave it to you. Jiwoo waited for Baizo to use his ability, but found that Baizo had not moved. Speaking of which, Baizo has been looking at the sky, as if he was distracted. This is not in line with Baizo's usual personality. When has Baizo been so quiet? Except when he is thinking of some bad ideas or doing something bad, he is very quiet at other times. He will keep saying things that make people's blood pressure soar. In short, he never stops talking. Jiwoo immediately became nervous. What are you looking at? Baizo looked at the sky thoughtfully. Jiwoo looked up, and there was nothing strange in the sky except the huge spider. Baizo suddenly fanned the air in front of his nose and made an exaggerated expression of disgust. Ah, I smell a disgusting odor of birds. What odor of birds? Sujo came over curiously, sniffed hard, and twisted his head to try to smell the odor that Brother Bai said, a bit like a puppy with its nose twitching. Jiwoo covered his face with a headache. Sujo, don't believe everything Baizo says. But, the odor of birds? The creature that could make Baizo show such obvious disdain could not be an ordinary animal or bird, and Baizo hates it. Could it be? In the sky, Baizo's disdainful words seemed to be heard, and many white illusory feathers fell down. Kong Yubo and others also discovered these feathers and looked up. Feathers! A crisp cry sounded, and at the same time, a gust of wind rose from the ground. Everyone was unable to open their eyes because of the wind. Chapter 32. The wind was blowing, and the wind was blowing. What a strong wind! In the huge dust, their eyes were half open, as if they saw a white bird with strange feathers and disabled wings flying in the wind, making a pleasant cry. When the wind subsided, everyone opened their eyes and saw a man standing in front of them. This was a very handsome man. He was very tall, and his tall figure was still very pleasing to the eye even if he stood there casually. Against the background of a conspicuous white hair, his skin was still white and transparent, and his pupils like rubies became the most beautiful embellishment in the white. Fei Niaoe put his two fingers together and raised his eyebrows handsomely. Wow, such a grand appearance! Are you all amazed? The breeze gently blew up his white long clothes, like a white bird flapping its wings and ready to fly. If there were girls, they would probably be fascinated by him, but unfortunately, there were only men present. Kong Yubo and the others almost thought it was an enemy attack. Their hearts were about to jump out, and their hands were on their weapons. Jiwoo and Sujo were also startled by Fei Niaoe's sudden appearance. Baizo said unceremoniously, "Ugh, I was wondering where the stench of birds came from, it stung my nose from a long distance." Fei Niaoe smiled but did not give in and responded, "A spider that can only weave a web and wait for prey to come to its door actually has a sense of smell? This is really surprising. The stench of birds can be carried by the wind no matter how far away, right, Bai Niao?" Baizo spewed poisonous mist from his mouth, his face was gloomy and terrifying, and there was a strong malice around him, enough to scare an adult to tears. Sujo felt a chill on his back when he saw it. It was the first time he saw Brother Bai with such an expression of dislike for someone on his face. In the past, Brother Bai would only make a few sarcastic remarks when he disliked someone, and then silently pit the other person to death. This was the first time he showed his emotions so clearly. Jiwoo was very happy to see Fei Niaoe. He immediately said happily, "Mr. Fei Niaoe, I didn't expect the organization to send you. Now you don't have to worry about the mission." Jiwoo took Sujo and pushed him in front of Fei Niaoe. "Come Sujo, say hello. This is your senior Fei Niaoe. He is a powerful S-level contract trick master." Sujo was a little reserved. "Hello, Senior Fei Niaoe. The name is a bit strange. Is it a code name?" Fei Niaoe didn't have the airs of a senior. He laughed and touched Sujo's head. His smile was extremely bright. "Are you the newcomer? It's unfortunate to be assigned to Spider-Man. He himself is a child who hasn't grown up. How can he lead a newcomer? Good attitude. So kind." Sujo thought silently, it turned out to be a powerful S-level contract trick master. Brother Bai hated the other party so much, but the reason why he couldn't do anything to the other party was because he couldn't beat him. Unconsciously, Suzhou had a picture in his mind. In the picture, a small white spider, not even the size of a palm, had an angry expression on its face, and kept jumping to hit a huge white bird standing. Even though he was not as high as the other party's legs when he jumped up, and his attack did not break the other party's defense, he still refused to give up and wanted to bite the other party. Bai Zhou glanced at him as if he had sensed something. Suzhou was so scared that he immediately cleared all the pictures in his mind. No, he couldn't think of Brother Bai like that. Brother Bai was a person whose insides were completely black when cut open, and he was smoking and pus-filled. He would never give up. If he knew what I was thinking, I would be dead. Jiwu, this time, the weirdness is an evil curse with a semi-complete weird domain. Please force it out. Kong Yebo saw the newly appeared contract master. Is it another S-level? What does S-level represent? How strong is it? How many S-levels are there in that organization? However, the appearance of this S-level contract master also means that their crisis has dissipated. Kong Yebo can see that this person named Fei Niaoe looks very friendly on the surface, but is actually very arrogant and insolent. It can be seen from the fact that he only talks to those contract masters, but does not even look at them. Fei Niaoe smiled. Oh! Little spider, a curse has left you helpless. Well, how about this? If you bow your head and beg me in a low voice, I will help you solve this weirdness. Bai Zhou's face darkened. Who will beg you? Sooner or later, I will strip you of your stinky bird feathers. Suzhou leaned over and whispered to Jiwu, Supervisor Ji, are the two of them on bad terms? Jiwu, well. There is no way, after all, spiders and birds are prey to each other. Birds will kill spiders, and there is also a species called tarantulas among spiders. The two people over there are still arguing with each other in a sarcastic way. There is no weirdness at all in the tense atmosphere. Kong Yebo and the others who were watching were speechless. Their impression of the pure evil of Bai Zhou and Fei Niaoe's arrogance was swept away. Instead, there were two childish elementary school students arguing with each other. Ding! Fei Niaoe's character perfection increased by 2%. It seems that it has realized that it is being ignored, or perhaps Bai Zhou's continuous erosion of its strange domain and the behavior of destroying the rules of the strange domain have finally attracted its anger. The King of Hell, wearing a black robe and a huge sheep-bone mask, appeared in a sedan chair under the protection of many white-robed evil ghost-masked people. Suzhou, the weirdness has appeared. Kong Yebo and others immediately became alert. These strange figures were accompanied by many floating lanterns. Looking more carefully, they were not lanterns at all, but glowing human heads. The King of Hell raised his hand. The group of glowing heads floated over. There were many people controlled by the white left in the audience. After the group of headlights floated over, their bodies showed obvious changes. The wrinkles on their faces increased, their hair turned white, and their flesh shrank. Some old people became skinny under the light. Kong Yebo's pupils shrank, it is absorbing their life. He raised his gun and shot at the headlights. Every shot hit them, but they were unharmed. Their teammates also fired again and again, but unfortunately they could only use the momentum of the bullets to force back the headlights, and could not hurt them at all. Bai Zhou frowned slightly, and countless small spiders swarmed in. They were very small, only the size of a ping-pong ball, but their jumping ability was amazing. Easily jumped several meters high, landed on the headlights, and gnawed on them. While spitting out spider silk, wrapped them up. Then connected to the spider silk on the ground, dragged them down from the sky, and countless spiders swarmed up, layer upon layer of spider silk, and soon wrapped them into white cocoons. Bai Zhou, you control those people to go into the building, don't let them be hurt by the weirdness. Jiwu saw Bai Zhou's face and immediately changed his words, at least let the elderly and children hide. Chapter 33. The old man and the child were physically weak. Even if Baizo controlled them, they had no fighting power against the weird, and were easily destroyed. Baizo would consume a lot of mental power to control so many people. Before, he needed to snatch hostages from the weird who called himself the King of Hell before he could control these people. Now the King of Hell has appeared. Baizo drove all those useless people into the building, just to release some of his mental power. Kong Yebo had been observing the movements of those controlled people. Seeing that only some young and middle-aged people were left at the scene and the others hid in the building, he felt relieved. When the King of Hell saw Baizo, all his old hatreds and new hatreds surged up. He let out a distorted roar whose meaning was unclear, and then his men began to attack Baizo and his men. Kong Yebo and his men had difficulty dodging their attacks. They had no weapons that could harm the strange creatures, so they could only dodge the attacks. A few minutes later, someone was injured. Kong Yebo was very anxious when he saw his teammates injured, and at the same time, he became more eager to have power. At this time, Baizo's voice rang directly in his mind, "Do you desire power? I see your intention to change." Kong Yebo struggled internally. If it was before Fei Niaoe appeared, he would have devoted himself without hesitation. Even if he would become a puppet controlled by others, as long as he could protect these people, he would not regret it. But, the appearance of Fei Niaoe ensured their safety. Does he still want to change? In Kong Yebo's sight, another teammate was scratched because he couldn't dodge those weird attacks in time, and the red blood blurred his vision for a moment. Of course he wanted to change. So, Kong Yebo shouted in his heart to the white left who was like a devil and easily saw through his heart, "I need power." Kong Yebo vaguely heard the man's chuckle as if he succeeded. Mind control. Kong Yebo felt his heart warm, as if a spider bit him. After a slight pain, he felt his consciousness separated from his body. Kong Yebo wanted to move his fingers, but found that his consciousness was restricted to his body. He could see and feel everything, but he was like being wrapped in a cocoon and couldn't move. He could feel that the potential hidden in his body was mobilized, exerting a power that he couldn't even imagine. The speed that could easily break the world record. One punch, the concrete floor burst open. Such a powerful force, can he really use it? Kong Yebo was shocked to see his body being controlled, and he was rampant among the weirdos. Because his body was controlled by his mental power and was infected with the power of the heart poison, his fists and feet could also hurt the weirdos. With one punch, the weirdos that he could only dodge and escape from were punched through a hole by his fist. This shock is hard to describe. This is power. Kong Yebo looked at his teammates again and found that they soon became as powerful and fast as himself. They were also controlled by Baizo. Kong Yebo could feel that there was an invisible thread connecting him and Baizo. Unlike those who were directly controlled, this thread seemed fragile and easy to break, but because of the contract established by words and thoughts, it was actually very strong. Unless Baizo took it back, Kong Yebo would only be a puppet under his spider silk for the rest of his life. This is the power of the contract. He gained the power to defeat the weirdos, and Baizo gained ownership of his body. Of course, if Kong Yebo could join the Yugi society, successfully contract the weird, and become a contract master, he might not be the other party's puppet like Suzhou. Controlling so many people, Baizo's mental power consumption has increased dramatically. A lot of cold sweat has already appeared on his forehead, and his face is a little pale. Baizo pursed his lips slightly and was a little dissatisfied. Too weak, they still can't exert the true power of the heart poison. If he can get an extremely powerful body. Fei Niaoe noticed his sight, shook the non-existent feathers on his body handsomely, and threatened with a bright smile, "Little spider, you'd better not have any ideas about me. Be careful, I will twist your spider head off." Baizo did not reply, but gave him a deep and painful look. Spiders will only lay down the net in places where Bai Niao cannot see, and patiently wait for this free spider in the air step by step. The flying white bird fell into the trap. Even though the proud white bird knew that the spider wanted to kill it, it still felt that the small spider was overestimating its own ability. How could a spider that could only jump, had no feathers, and could not fly catch a bird soaring in the sky? It is still unknown who will win in the end. Suzhou controlled the trick hand to help Kong Yebo and others tear apart those weird things. Jiwu also assisted them with a gun on the side, not noticing the undercurrent here. It was Kong Yebo and other people who did not need their own consciousness to fight, so they had the energy to focus on others. Heard the conversation between Baizo and Bird A. Realized that the contradiction between them might be deeper than it appeared. Does their organization allow members to calculate each other? Or is this a personal grudge between the two? Ding! Baizo's character perfection increased by 5%. Ding! Fei Niao's character perfection increased by 5%. Kong Yebo and others joined forces with Suzhou to quickly clean up those weirds. However, after those weirds were defeated, they turned into a ball of black mist and merged into the body of the King of Hell again. These weirds are indeed only part of its power. Even if the King of Hell is just an evil curse, any B-level contract master will probably find it very difficult to deal with it. Because it can use a large number of low-level weirds to consume the physical strength and energy of the contract master step by step, and finally when the exhausted contract master faces this boss, there is no spare energy to defeat it. Among the evil curses, the King of Hell's strength is also top-notch. Unfortunately, it hit the iron plate this time. The Yugawai sent 2 S-level contract masters. Seeing that his men were all scattered, the King of Hell stood up wearing a sheep head mask. The water of the yellow spring surged down. A wave knocked everyone to the ground. The strange aura on the yellow spring water was very strong, and it would corrode their bodies after contact. Only the strange contract masters had the ability to resist. Kong Yebo's body was hit by the waves on the electric pole, and the electric pole was broken in half. He slid to the ground, felt discomfort in his throat, and finally coughed out a mouthful of blood foam. Fortunately, it was Baizo who controlled his body, and the pain in his body could not affect Kong Yebo, whose consciousness was imprisoned. Chapter 34. The enemy was so frightened that he was beaten to death. Kong Yebo looked around. Except Suzhou, everyone fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Just one blow. With just one blow, they lost the ability to resist. Kong Yebo could feel the huge power contained in the blow just now, which was enough to crush their bodies. It was the white left who controlled their bodies to remove most of the force, but even so, they had multiple fractures in their bodies, and they were probably unable to get up to fight. Terrible. So terrible. This is the weird power. Impossible to resist. When facing it, humans are as small as mayflies and ants. Kong Yebo saw his body stand up, and his whole body made crackling sounds as if he could not bear the heavy load. If he continued to fight, his body would probably be scrapped. The human body is as fragile as tofu in front of the weirdness. After experiencing it personally, Kong Yebo understood how desperate it was. The Key Master is a group of people who face such terrifying and invincible monsters and fight for their lives to defeat them. Suzhou staggered and stood up with the knife to support his body. The previous blow also caused him some internal injuries. Cough cough. The internal organs and body felt like burning pain. It hurts so much. Hiss. It seemed that blood was flowing from his head and into his eyes. His vision began to blur. No. He couldn't fall down. Just as Suzhou was holding on, he felt his body being gently lifted up by the wind. A low and magnetic voice sounded, "Okay, that's it." Flying Bird A clapped his hands gently. The crisp chirping sound seemed to echo him, ringing in everyone's ears. It was the extremely tender cry of a fledgling, so tender. But at the moment it made the sound, a gust of wind suddenly blew up. The violent wind was no longer as gentle as it was at the beginning. It blew on the ground, like a knife, cutting off a layer of the ground, overturning the cement, and blowing down the wall. But when they blew on Suzhou and others, they gently avoided them. Only the king of hell was suppressed by the strong storm and couldn't raise his head. The water of the yellow spring was swept up by the violent storm and lost its might. The king of hell wanted to take back the control of the water of the yellow spring, but under such a swift and violent wind, the water of the yellow spring could only be carried away and became a part of the storm in vain. The huge water tornado that seemed to be able to swallow everything was raging on the ground. Kong Yebo was so shocked by the doomsday-like natural disaster that he lost the ability to think. Tianhua and others were the same. Faced with this power that could destroy everything, they could only stare in shock. Is this the strength of an S-level contract master? The king of hell roared unwillingly. Half of its authority was taken away by Baizhou, the yellow spring water was swept away, and its subordinates were defeated. All the power that could help it was gone. Finally, it took off its sheep bone mask and revealed its true face. The clothes it was wearing slipped off. A mass of thick black mud-like semi-solidified liquid emerged from the clothes, expanding continuously and turning into a monster several meters high. This monster, which was condensed like a black swamp, had a limb separated from its head, an eye grew on it, and a huge green mouth grew on its body. This is the weird true appearance of the self-proclaimed king of hell. It waved its tentacles, and half of the building beside it was blown away. Its body moved like a quagmire, trying to swallow up everyone on the ground. Suzhou coughed, and he and Jiwu carried one person each, evacuating its attack range. Others who could still move were controlled by Baizhou to avoid it. Kong Yebo looked at the half-collapsed building with bloodshot eyes, and there were still many people hiding inside. Jiwu sighed, when containing weird things, such casualties are inevitable. However, under their gaze, countless small spiders poured out of the building, dragging one giant cocoon after another that had been wrapped in white spider silk, leaving the crumbling building. The people wrapped in these giant cocoons were the people being controlled. Jiwu's eyes lit up. Well done. I will definitely report your performance this time to the Deviant Association, and try to get rid of all your previous penalties. Baizhou did not answer, he just looked at the people wrapped in spider silk and smiled meaningfully. It was hungry, and these. They are all its prey. The hard insect needs to be fed with a lot of malice. Otherwise it will backfire on its master. The price that needs to be paid for each contracted weirdness is different. Some weirdness needs to be fed with malice, some weirdness needs to be fed with anger, some weirdness needs to be fed with its own kind, and some weirdness even needs to be fed with flesh and blood. The hard insect he contracted likes the malice emitted by humans the most. These malices are the best food for it. To feed such a behemoth, the malice consumed is a very large number. Fortunately, humans are creatures that lack malice the least. They will emit malice from people to people, people to animals, and people to nature all the time. When the king of hell saw that these weak insects dared to escape, his hunting instinct made him drive his huge body to chase those who escaped. However, before he could act, countless white feathers fell from the sky. A disabled white bird with countless wings stared at the strange creature moving on the ground with clear red pupils. Bird A also came to the sky at some point. Under the refraction of light, it seemed that several pairs of huge wings had grown on his back. The wind swept again. Countless white feathers floated in the wind, falling slowly and beautifully. Kong Yebo and his teammates lay together, looking up at this shocking scene. It really looks like a beautiful white bird. However, these beautiful white feathers turned into its death warrant in front of the strange creature. Another gust of wind blew, and its body was shaken. It looked down at its body in disbelief, and saw that countless tiny and dense holes suddenly appeared on it. When the wind blew, countless sharp feathers pierced its body and left lightly. The violent wind kept blowing, like a blade, cutting off its body piece by piece. Such a horrible scene made the people who saw it tingle their scalps and itchy all over their bodies. Kong Yubo and his teammates were thinking, if the wind blew on them, they would probably turn into a pile of meat paste in an instant, right? The strange and huge body fell down with a bang. Fei Niaoe took the opportunity to throw out the strange cage and collect it. Done. Fei Niaoe raised his finger and made a yeah gesture. Su Zhou couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. Chapter 35. The battle was over, but the situation was not good. So it was solved so easily. Kong Yubo and others collapsed on the ground. The battle was over and the White Left took back their control. Kong Yubo felt the pain in his body, which made them unable to move even a finger. Pain. It was as if their whole body was run over by a kin truck. Could their bones be broken? Su Zhou looked at Fei Niaoe with his eyes full of enthusiasm, and expressed his admiration generously. So amazing. Senior Fei Niaoe. Such a powerful weirdness was solved in just a flash. When can I become as strong as you? Su Zhou touched the back of his head and asked himself with some frustration and self-mockery, no, I guess I can't do it. Fei Niaoe came over and bent down, his handsome and shining face was very close. Well, is the newcomer actually this kind of personality? As a contract master, you should be more unrestrained. Don't suppress your emotions too much. After all, we don't know when we will die, so we should enjoy and indulge ourselves while we are alive. Su Zhou was a little flustered. This was the first time someone said this to him. From childhood to adulthood, people around him would always say, Su Zhou, you must be obedient. I have been enduring for you and for this family. It would be great if you could grow up quickly. Don't be so willful. I worked so hard to earn this little money, but it was all spent by you and your mother. If it weren't for you, I don't know how free I would have lived. No matter how hard he tried, perhaps because he didn't have enough talent, he was always not as good as others, and his grades were only in the top 10, never in the top 3. Gradually, even he felt that he was a waste, a useless person. Can I really be willful? Yes. Become a flying bird and fly as much as you want. Bird A made a handsome fake move, conjured a feather, and put it in Su Zhou's hand. After all, birds can't be restrained. Bird A took a step back, and with the force of the jump, he took off into the air. The wind gently lifted his body, making him look like a white bird with its wings spread and flapping into the sky, so dazzling and beautiful. See you next time. I hope you can be more confident, newcomer. This powerful, proud, and confident white bird rode the wind and soared into the sky, and soon disappeared. Everyone looked up at the sky, and sighed subconsciously for a long time. Such a free and powerful bird really makes people yearn for it. After the strangeness was contained and Bird A left Anyang Island, the horror game detected that Yan Luo was no longer in the copy, and soon determined that the copy boss had been killed. The B-level multiplayer dungeon, Lantern Festival, has been completely conquered. The dungeon will be permanently closed. The clearance time is January 2, 2025. Conquerors: Fei Niaoe, Bai Zhou, Su Zhou, Ji Wu, Kong Yubo, Tian Hua. According to personal contribution settlement, nightmare clearance reward, only visible to the person. Team contribution settlement, nightmare clearance reward, cash 600,000/person, contributors get it, healing card plus 10, distributed by the highest contributors, achievement point plus 10, can be used to buy life-saving props in the game. All server announcement: Xiaoguo first cleared the B-level multiplayer dungeon, Lantern Festival, and obtained the B-level buff blessing. It will get 8 hours of safety time during the day, which will last for a week. The first 3 announcements can only be seen by people in Xiaoguo. The last one is a full server announcement, which can be seen by people all over the world. Everyone on Blue Star fell into panic and confusion. Only a few people who knew about the existence of the horror game were not so panicked. Xiaoguo senior management. When the white fog appeared, Kong Yubo and his team lost contact with the outside world, and the top management kept sending people to try to contact them. Unfortunately, the white fog blocked Anyang Island, and they couldn't get in at all. Even if they broke into the white fog, they would lose their way and finally walk out of Anyang Island inexplicably. Until this game announcement appeared. The top management responded quickly, "What's the situation on Anyang Island? The white fog has dissipated, and we have contacted Captain Kong and his team. More than 100 people were injured and need rescue." The top management immediately contacted all local hospitals in Anyang City and sent an ambulance to Anyang Island. It seems that this copy is the real way to play the game. Based on the information revealed in these announcements, Xiaoguo analyzed a lot of information. Shock. Horror game? It seems that the days ahead will not be peaceful. This server-wide announcement has indeed caused a huge stir around the world. Because the part of memory they had forgotten has come back to them again. Horror games really exist. What does safe time mean? Aren't we safe now? The end of the world is really coming. Previous news has been reporting various homicides. The victims' miserable conditions are simply not what humans can cause, and the authorities have been covering up and refusing to admit it. My neighbor next door turned into a dried corpse in one day, and I had greeted him the day before. Oh my God, a lady upstairs from me also died inexplicably in her own home. Those monsters will kill us all. When the weirdness happened around them, everyone began to fearing that they would be the next victim. Many people began to smash and rob on the streets to vent their emotions, and some tried their best to go to Xiaoguo, just because Xiaoguo had 8 hours of safety time. Compared to foreign countries where order began to collapse. The people of Xiaoguo received more announcements, so they immediately made a sensation after being stunned for a while. Oh my God! These people are really awesome. When we didn't know anything, some people had already started to conquer the dungeon, and even succeeded in conquering it. I have to sigh that we still have to look at our Xiaoguo players to play games. Have you seen the rewards above? 600,000. How long will it take me to earn so much money? Where is conscience? Morality? Bottom line? Address. And this is a team reward, and the individual reward must be more. Where is the dungeon? I want to conquer it too. Go. You'll get rich if you do this job. When a man dies, the birds fly to the sky. If he is not dead, he will live forever. To be honest, maybe the chance is better than winning the lottery. It is definitely not that easy to conquer the dungeon. Maybe they fought hard and even sacrificed a lot of people to pass it successfully. You all say nice things, but when you really see the monster, it depends on whether you can run away. As long as it is a game, there must be a way to pass it. Find the right strategy, and the game is my ATM. The high cash reward diluted the panic of many Xia people. Chapter 36. Some people even prepared to trigger the dungeon. Of course, the official response was quick, and several notifications were issued in succession to temporarily calm these people down. The first point was to inform that ordinary weapons could not hurt the weirdness, and the weirdness in the dungeon had powerful power, and ordinary people could not resist it at all. After hearing this, those who still wanted to make a fortune would definitely weigh it carefully, whether the money was worth risking their lives to make. The outside world caused earth-shaking changes because of this announcement. Kong Yubo, who was still in Anyang Island, was lying on the ground with his teammates. He just endured the pain and answered the call from the outside world, briefly informing the situation here. In addition to him and his teammates who were injured, some people were also affected by the aftermath and suffered minor injuries. Baizo slipped away immediately after completing the task. According to him, he was hungry and went to find food. Suzhou and Jiwu were left facing the wounded. What should we do with these healing cards? In addition to the 5 cards given to Mr. Kong and his team, there are still 5 cards. Suzhou hesitated and hesitated. After all, they got these rewards together, and Brother Bai and Senior Fei Niaoe, who contributed the most, and Supervisor Ji also had a share. He could only give his share. But there were too many wounded, and his one card was not enough. However, he had no reason to give the rewards that should have belonged to others to those wounded. This would be too self-righteous. Jiwoo glanced at the expression on his face and thought helplessly, he is still a child, and his thoughts are all on his face. Since Baizo left the healing card to you, you don't need it. There are corresponding treatment methods in the Yugawai, so you don't need to worry about it. It can only heal some injuries, and it doesn't have that kind of amazing healing effect. If you have broken hands and feet, are on the verge of death, and can use the healing card to restore to your prime state with one click, then you have to keep it for yourself. After all, it can save lives at critical moments. This kind of thing that can heal some injuries has a replacement in the unlocked mall, and the price is still very low. So Suzhou used all the healing cards he was assigned. Kong Yebo and his 5 teammates used the healing cards to heal some of their injuries. It is estimated that they will be healed in another month. The remaining 5 cards are used by people with serious injuries, to prevent them from dying from excessive blood loss before they can receive treatment. Jiwoo gave Kong Yebo his contact information. I hope we can be colleagues next time we meet. Kong Yebo sat up and replied with a wry smile, although I know you have been doing great things, I still have my own responsibilities. Kong Yebo felt the power of his body fading away. The potential of his whole body was mobilized, breaking all shackles and exerting the power that the human body could not bear. This feeling was fascinating. However, when all this returned to its original state as the person controlling the body withdrew his ability, Kong Yebo could clearly feel the sound of his body being overwhelmed, heavy, and painful, but even with such a serious price, the feeling of being able to fully release one's potential will still make people pursue it desperately. This is power. No wonder some people lose themselves after gaining power. Kong Yebo suppressed his reluctance. He needs to fulfill his responsibilities. Kong Yebo, however, we are all bringing peace and tranquility to this country and these people. We are doing things of the same significance, so even if we are in different positions, we are still colleagues. Jiwoo smiled, and he stretched out his hand and held Kong Yebo's hand. The fact that the two were in different camps could not cover up their contributions to the peace of this world. At this moment, Kong Yebo chose to believe in Jiwoo and the key masters behind him. They would not be unstable factors. On the contrary, they fought against the weirdness and indirectly protected the safety of everyone. This silent protection was more real than any words. Suzhou wiped his knife clean and wrapped it on his back with cloth. He looked around and finally interrupted, Supervisor Ji, something seems to have happened over there. What? Since Baizo unlocked the weird domain, the controlled people slowly woke up and found that they suddenly appeared in different places after losing consciousness. The pain in their bodies indicated that they were in danger. The announcement of the game overwhelmed the last straw. They had already vaguely sensed something and found that they might be facing something strange. The fear in my heart burst out instantly at this moment. Fortunately, they were all scattered in nearby buildings, and there was no stampede again. But panicked screams, meaningless dirty words that were just venting emotions, and crying were heard everywhere. Jiwoo rubbed his forehead. Something really happened. This kind of responsibility for the aftermath, dealing with people who were involved in abnormal events, or who were lucky enough to survive and be rescued after being attacked by strange things, this kind of thing should not be his responsibility. But someone who should be responsible for this matter, now I don't know where he has slipped away. It's really a headache. I guess I'll be busy for a few days. Suzhou, you still need to write the follow-up report. Suzhou turned his head stiffly and pointed at himself uncertainly. Report? Me? Should I let that bastard who doesn't know where to go write it? Jiwoo called Baizo again, and it was hung up as expected. Seeing that in this mission, the other party not only did not act capriciously, but also protected everyone. Jiwoo suppressed his anger. Suzhou's entire body turned grey, probably a state where the body is still there but the soul is gone. He hadn't finished writing the last report yet, and this time it involved so many people, and the number of reports was quite considerable, which must be a daunting workload. Jiwoo originally wanted to go with Kong Yebo to appease the frightened crowd to avoid any accidents. But Kong Yebo refused. We have always had people guarding outside Anyang Island. They have come over, so let them do the next job. Kong Yebo knew the identities of Jiwoo and others, and it was inconvenient for him to appear in public. Otherwise, the organization behind them would not have used their abilities to erase the traces of their actions and faked those abnormal events as accidents. Ah! This. Jiwoo touched his chin. Although we have done the aftermath, most of the reason is just to avoid trouble. After all, knowing that there are such terrifying weird things in the world, and there are a group of people who can solve these weird things, few people can rationally not disturb us. You are said to have special powers, so you must solve these monsters and protect their safety. If they are injured by the weirdness, it is our dereliction of duty. Although it won't affect anything, it is also very troublesome. When Jiwoo talked about trouble, the expression on his face seemed to have really encountered similar things. Chapter 37. Bien Engzem Vn Bng Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bn Dch. People are often irrational when they are afraid. Kong Yebo understood their difficulties. He waved his hand, leave the rest to us. Jiwoo immediately took Suzhou away. The incident on Anyang Island is over. The subsequent work of comfort, evacuation, treatment, and compensation was taken over by Xiaoguo. Shen Yu lay on the hospital bed dripping with sweat. Controlling 2 character cards at one time and using their own weird abilities will consume exponentially more mental energy, especially placing a heavier burden on the brain. So, Shen Yukai hurriedly asked Asuka and Baizo to leave, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to survive. As for Asuka's character, he didn't play it well enough. With his mental energy rapidly depleted, all he could think about was how to solve this mystery as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he didn't do anything inappropriate. He rubbed his throbbing temples and said, "System, is there any way to solve my lack of mental strength?" The host only needs to build the headquarters building, and after unlocking the shelter, every time it takes in a weirdo, it can gain its full power. By then, there is no need to worry about insufficient mental power. Shen Yu looked through the messages prompted by the system after previously containing the weird ones. Previously, he had focused all his energy on playing 2 characters and didn't even look at them carefully. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the curse level Strange Yam Luo. The construction points are plus 50,000. You have publicized the existence of the organization from the side, and the construction point is plus 157. Total build points, 66471. The host's total construction points have reached 50,000, and the mall has been unlocked. Is the curse so valuable? 40,000 more than Qingmian. Sure enough, it is easier to earn construction points by containing high-level weirdos. In this way, he still has 34,000 construction points to build the headquarters building. With a bit of luck, it can be accomplished by containing a jinx. If you are not lucky, then take in a few more green-faced or resentful spirits or wandering spirits. This can't be rushed. Sinking Prison opens newly unlocked mall features. He clicked in and took a few glances before. There were not many products inside, and there were only 2 fixed ones. One was a strange cage, each priced at 5 construction points. One is a healing potion, which costs 10 build points each. Other products are sold for a limited time. If you don't buy them, new products will be refreshed at midnight. Mental recovery potion, priced at 100 construction points. Why is it 10 times more expensive than the healing potion? Bought. Back in time, the price was 9,000. Oh, it was after a discount. System, why didn't you give me a discount at that time? Host, the system does not have permission to discount. Time regression can really reverse everything at a critical moment. Although it was expensive, Shen Yu gritted his teeth and bought it. As for the others, they are all low-level tricks. But they are very expensive. The lowest level E-class trick costs 10,000 construction points. Okay. So neat, right? Shen Yu closed them all of a sudden, out of sight but out of mind. Shen Yu moved his wrist, took the tablet from the bedside, opened it, and started searching for unusual events in Anyang City. Not this one. One glance is fake. This looks similar, but the logic doesn't match up. It should be a script. Due to the exposure of the thriller game, the number of topics about weird ghosts has suddenly increased a lot, and there are many people who are trying to gain popularity by making false claims. Saying you met a monster is actually a script. This adds a lot of workload to the prison. Shen Yu visited all the major post bars, websites, and video software. He edited a keyword extractor and set geographical restrictions. As long as the corresponding words were mentioned, only those in Anyang City would be highlighted in red and pushed to him. The hospital's internet connection was not very good, so the search progress bar went slowly. After waiting for 10 minutes, Shen Jail picked up his phone to see if there was any news. He had a 3-day holiday on New Year's Day. He was going back to his hometown to celebrate the holiday, but he encountered something strange on the way to the high-speed rail station by bus. He didn't suffer any injuries. He just used Bai Zhou's ability to change the doctor's memory and made a diagnosis of fracture, requiring him to stay in the hospital for a month. On his mobile phone, only a few relatives and friends sent messages of condolence about his condition. After Shen Yu replied one by one, a message suddenly popped up in the chat box. Shen Prison, I'm Xiaja, do you have time tomorrow? Let's go out and get together. Xiaja. Shen Prison was a little surprised. Song Xiaja is the art committee member of the class. She is small and somewhat introverted. She wears a. He has a pair of black-rimmed glasses and always lowers his head when talking. His tone is like Wunong from Jiangnan, and his voice is soft. Except that sometimes she would come over to ask about some study matters, they had almost no interaction. Is something wrong? Shen Yu couldn't figure out why the other party was looking for him, so he asked directly. The other party was silent for a while, and input was displayed above the chat box. Shen Yu waited while looking at the search progress bar on his tablet. After a minute, the other party sent a message, Shen Prison, let's meet. I'm sorry, I had a car accident yesterday and I'm hospitalized now. It's not convenient to go out. Car accident? Are you okay? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Which hospital are you in? Let me go and see you. Shen Yu watched the other party quickly finish typing the message he sent, and he could tell from between the lines that the other party cared about him. He was not really injured, so he refused the other party's visit. No, I'm just slightly injured and will recover soon. It took a while for the other party to reply, okay, then you should take good care of yourself. Soon, the other party's profile picture dimmed, and it looked like he was offline. Shen Yu didn't bother to wonder why the other party contacted him suddenly, because the search progress bar was full. More than 1,000 related terms popped up at once. Excluding the ones that were fake at first sight and just posted complaints, there are still hundreds of entries left. Shen Yu patiently opened them one by one. After reading dozens of items, the medical staff came in with a meal cart. She put the patient's meal on the cabinet next to the prison. Eat. Today we have delicious ribs and tomato soup. Shen Yu took the tray and cutlery from her and said, thank you. When you're done eating, you ring the bell and I'll collect it. The doctors and nurses quickly pushed the cart to the next ward to deliver meals. Shen Yu read a few items and then opened the lunch box to eat. Although there was heating in the hospital, the food would get cold quickly in this weather, so he had better finish it quickly. While eating, Shen Yu cleared all the junk messages sent to him on his phone. Suddenly, his fingers paused. This is an anonymous email. What caught his attention was that a total of 99 emails of this type were sent, and they were all sent on the night of the first. Harassment emails. With curiosity and a bold heart, Shen Jing clicked in to see what was in the email. Chapter 38. Bien Engzem Vn Bng Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Shen Jing regretted it as soon as he clicked in. Shen Yu covered his eyes, his face full of confusion after being hurt. After a moment, Shen Yu firmly removed the fingers that were covering his eyes and continued to read with trembling. This is an anonymous letter addressed to him. A love letter of confession. It starts with, I like you. When I first met you, you fascinated me. I like you so much. I like you so much that it goes against my nature. I have been thinking about you crazily every moment and every second. This feeling drives me crazy. I have carved you into my soul and will never forget you. I want to get close to you. Want to touch you. I want to possess you. Your hands, your eyes, your lips, your hair, your smile, your voice, your tongue, your Adam's apple, your legs, your skin, your heartbeat, your arrogance, your indifference, your disdain, your provocation, your arrogance, your fighting, your sweat, your body. Only I can understand your excellence and everything about you. I'm going crazy. I don't want to just look at you. Want you. Want you. Want you. You are mine. Let us be together forever. I'm coming for you. The screen is full of silly words, and there is an abnormal paranoid and strong possessiveness in the words. At the bottom of the email was a photo taken from the bottom up. In the photo, Shen Yu looked down slightly at the camera, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. When Shen Yu saw this photo, he had no impression that it was taken by anyone. However, the background of this photo seemed to be a school. Was this secretly photographed? Sometimes, it's quite helpless to read emails alone, and Shen Jiao thought about calling the police many times. Shen Yu's pupils were shaking. He had never received a love letter before, but this was the first time for him to be so explicit, so straightforward, and so punishable. With trembling hands, he moved the mouse and clicked on the upper right corner, wanting to delete the email, but as soon as he clicked, a red exclamation point popped up. This email cannot be deleted. 99 emails are like this, they cannot be deleted or moved. Shen Jiao became more energetic, moved his fingers, and used hacking technology to directly hack into the website. He himself has some basic programming skills. After integrating Bai Zhou's hacking skills, it can be said that his hacking skills can make his network unimpeded. Hacking the website had no difficulty for him. Shen Yu pulled up the background data and wanted to find out the source address of the email sent. It turned out that the source code of the 99 emails could not be found in the entire database. In other words, these emails do not exist in the data. Existing technology could not do this, and Shen Yu quickly understood that he had encountered an abnormal event. These 99 emails were probably written by someone weird. Is this weird one casting a wide net to catch fish, or is it just targeting me? Shen Yu prefers the latter, because the candid photo is very directional. What Shen Yu didn't understand was, what did he do to be targeted by this weirdo? Moreover, this photo taken secretly at school must have been taken before the first. At that time, the horror game had not been launched yet, and the weirdness had not yet appeared. The person who could have taken this photo must have been a human being. Is there someone getting involved with weirdness? And that person also knows me. There is a high probability that he is someone from the school. Shen Yu suddenly thought of something. He clicked on Song Xiaja's chat dialog box. Why did she suddenly contact him at this time? Is it a coincidence, or does she know something? Otherwise, someone who has never been in contact suddenly sends him a message at this time. Is it really such a coincidence? Forget it, it's just a guess for no reason, so don't bother others. Anyway, didn't that weird one say it would come to him? Then he will wait for it to come to him. Shen Yu quickly ate up the remaining lunch and put it on the cabinet nearby, waiting for the medical staff to collect it. By the way, I started to process the searched terms and videos again. There are hundreds of video entries, both long and short. Even though Shen Yu watched it very quickly, it still took more than 2 hours after watching it, and the sky outside the window was already dark. During this period, the medical staff came in and took away the lunch box and turned on the light for him. They saw him looking at the tablet and thought he was studying. XI didn't bother him. Shen Yu stretched his waist. We found 7 places that are suspected of being haunted by strange things. Let Suzhou and the others confirm them. If you're lucky, you'll be able to scrape together enough build points to build the headquarters building. A beautiful ringtone rang from the cell phone next to him. The female voice sings with all her heart and soul, describing her friendship with her beloved, and sings about her love in a gentle, affectionate, and straightforward way. Shen Yu looked at the cell phone that smelled like a weapon and had its ringtone changed from an affectionate and gentle female voice to a sad and stubborn low moan. He had the urge to throw it out of the window. No, throwing objects from high altitude is a bad behavior. Even if it doesn't hit anyone, it's not good if it hits flowers and plants. What a weird thing. Shen Yu looked disgusted. Could he call the police and report that someone was harassing him? Shen Yu sighed, stretched out his hand to take the phone, and clicked to answer. The other person never spoke. There was only the faint gasp of a hungry beast that couldn't bear its hunger. The person on the other side didn't speak, and Shen Yu didn't speak at all. Come on. Let's see who has more patience. After quite a while, a hesitant and surprising voice came from the other side of the phone. Shen Jiao? Is that you? You called me and you didn't know who I was? Shen Yu, it's me. The person on the other side sobbed. I'm so glad you're okay, I'm sorry. Suddenly there was the sound of panicked running on the phone. Sorry, I have something else to do, hang up first. The call was hung up. Because the voice was a little distorted, I couldn't tell who the other party was, but judging from her attitude, she definitely knew Shen Prison. However, everyone has their own little habits when speaking, and slight changes in tone and intonation. If you are not familiar with this subtlety, it is difficult to distinguish it. Shen Yu had Bai Zhou's excellent observation ability, and this slight difference could not escape his ears. He matched the other party's tone, intonation, ending sounds, etc. in this conversation one by one with people he knew or had met. Soon it was locked on Song Xiaojia. Although Song Xiaojia was his classmate, they were really not familiar with each other, or in other words, Shen Yu was not very familiar with anyone in the class. Shen Yu recalled the interaction between him and Song Xiaojia. Except for that time when he accidentally helped Song Xiaojia, the two of them never spoke normally after that. Chapter 39. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Shen Yu turned back. The number you dialed is unavailable. Empty number? It seems that this strange thing is indeed related to Song Xiaojia, at least she knows some truth. Because I was entangled in a trap, but I still didn't want to implicate him, so I suddenly came to him and wanted to explain some situations? Or, want to divert trouble to the east? Ever since he accepted Bai Zhou's dark and malicious emotions, Shen Yu found that he always thought of the worst when thinking. After all, human nature is evil. Shen Yu murmured to himself, when playing a character card, the higher the perfection of the character, will the character's emotions and thoughts also affect me? However, the negative impact caused by a born evil person full of malice like Bai Zhou is relatively high. Even if someone with a character like Asuka A is affected, it should not be too serious. We still need to draw more decent character cards to neutralize the overly negative emotions. Shenjie was not too anxious. He could feel that the malice he had absorbed after playing Baizo, although sometimes his thoughts became extreme, they were not beyond the scope of uncontrollability. Shen Yu glanced at the time. Is it already past 8 o'clock? Shen Yu climbed up from the hospital bed with great agility, and his agility was unlike that of a person diagnosed with a fractured right leg. If a doctor saw him, he would probably be able to decide that he could be discharged on the spot. Shen Yu got a new set of patient clothes. After taking a shower, he stood in front of the bathroom mirror, twirling his bangs in front and comparing them. It seems a bit long. However, he originally liked having long bangs, as long as they didn't block his view. Zhyla. The light on the ceiling flickered. The light seemed to be broken, and the brightness was obviously much darker. Wow! The shower that had been turned off suddenly sprayed hot water. Shen Yu quickly took a step forward and leaned against the cold sink to prevent the hot water from getting his newly changed hospital clothes wet. Shen Yu turned around to look, feeling a vague premonition in his heart. Zhyla. The light on the headlamp flickered, and the visibility in the bathroom dropped to very low. If you were an ordinary person, you would probably have been frightened by this weird atmosphere and either trembled, screamed, or your legs were so weak that you wanted to escape from here. But Shen Yu was not afraid at all. He even felt curious about it, wanting to see what else this trick could do. By the way, he also commented, first of all, destroy the lamps and reduce the visibility. Humans are animals that are afraid of the dark. This will make people feel scared and uneasy. This step is well done. But what does a shower do? It would still scare people if the smelly blood flowed out of the shower head, or if countless long hairs spurted out from the shower head. Shen Yu reached out his hand and tentatively tested the water temperature. With hot water that is not scalding, this step is unnecessary. Weird, your terrifying skills must continue to improve. Zhyla. Seemingly annoyed by Shen Yu's words, he directly destroyed the lamp above his head. With a bang, the entire bathroom fell into darkness. Only some light came in from outside the door. Countless long black hair like satin poured out of the mirror, wrapping around Shen Prison's wrists, ankles, neck, and waist. Then he straightened it suddenly, trying to pull Shen Yu into the mirror. Shen Yu was pulled back by the black hair, his legs were off the ground, and his back was already pressed against the cold mirror. Shen Yu showed a crazy smile, this is right. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black hair hard, I got you. The white spider silk was about to stick to the hair along his arms. As long as the prey fell into the spider web, it would be impossible to escape. Those black hair trembled suddenly the moment they were touched by Shen Yu, and then they let go of him instantly as if they were hurt. Ah! Shen Yu grabbed the hair, but it was too slippery and quickly slipped through his fingers, leaving only a few hairs in his palm. The black hair faded away like a tide, and all returned to the mirror. Soon, the bathroom was back to its original state. If it weren't for Shen Yu holding a few hairs in his hand, everything he had just experienced would have been an illusion. Are you so timid? Hey! Come out! Shen Yu knocked on the mirror in vain, but of course he didn't get any response. His construction point just slipped away. The mirror was calm and traceless, reflecting Shen Yu's figure. Shen Yu stared straight at the mirror, just when Shen Yu gave up and was about to leave. A pair of hands suddenly appeared on the mirror and slapped it on the mirror, as if there was a person standing inside the mirror with his hands against the mirror and looking out. The figure of a black-haired girl flashed away. A familiar voice kept coming from the mirror, I like you, I like you. Prison. Shen Yu said with a headache, why don't you come out and say this kind of thing in front of me? Let me talk to myself in front of a mirror. I'm not Narcissus who fell in love with my own reflection. There was no other movement in the mirror. The weird one hiding inside seems to have no intention of coming out. If you don't come out, I'll leave. A love letter falls from the mirror. From the moment it appeared, it seemed to exude an inexplicable and powerful attraction, driving him with a strong desire. Pick up! Pick up! Pick up! Countless urging and bewitching voices lingered in his mind, trying to control him and seduce him to pick up the love letter. Shen Yu lowered his eyes slightly, and a white spider opened its eyes in the depths of his mind. Its red demon-like pupils stared unblinking at the weird one who dared to snatch its territory. It roared silently. Thick malice pierced into that weird spirit like a poisonous needle. Playing with the weirdness of the soul, in the field of spiritual power, the heart goo is the absolute king. This weird creature didn't expect that there was such a powerful weird guard in Shen Yu's mind. He was stabbed immediately, made a sharp cry and ran away in embarrassment. The inexplicable attraction disappeared immediately. The love letter lay quietly in the sink. Shen Yu did not touch it. This love letter is probably a kind of mark. If you accept the love letter, you will be marked by the strange thing, which will create some connections that are difficult to break. He also doesn't like to just accept love letters from weird people whose faces he doesn't know and whose species is different. Since he is the only one using the bathroom, I will leave this love letter here for now. Shen Yu turned around and left without stopping at all. So he didn't see that after he left, a girl's figure appeared in the mirror. She looked at his back with affectionate and lingering eyes, and didn't look away for a long time. A lot of blood suddenly appeared on her body, and her clothes were wet all of a sudden. Goodbye and sorry. Chapter 40. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch. Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Several abnormal locations found by Shen Yu. We still need to send someone to check it out. Ji Wu is the supervisor, he is only responsible for looking after Bai Zhou. In principle, detecting strange things is not within the scope of his work. But Su Zhou is a newcomer, and the probability of something going wrong if he goes to investigate alone is very high. As a result, Ji Wu became the supervisor of two people. They have to watch over Bai Zhou to prevent him from causing trouble, and they also have to take care of Su Zhou to prevent this young newcomer from falling into the hands of some low-level and weird people before he has grown up. There is a bit of a shortage of people. Or draw character cards again? Shen Yu was eager to draw a card. Unfortunately, his mental strength limited his performance. Playing two characters at the same time is already a bit unaffordable for him, and if he adds another one, he might risk his head exploding. Forget it, let's wait until the headquarters building is built. Shen Yu sent those addresses to Ji Wu and asked him to take Su Zhou to investigate when he had time. Late at night. Someone is sleeping. Others stayed up late to report. Su Zhou sat at the computer desk, scratching his hair constantly. Only 1/10 of the report in the document was written. He was typing in a state of collapse and despair, and took a sip from the cup of coffee on the side. Several reports needed to be written by him. The problem is that each of these reports requires thousands of words, and must be described in detail. It even needs to write down the strange abilities observed by the contract master, the process of containing the strange, and all the people involved. Especially the report of the pact master using his abilities. For example, this time, in order to prevent the strangeness from affecting the people on Anyang Island, Bai Zhou took one step in advance and used the ability of the heart goo to control them. Bai Zhou was originally required to write this report, but he left it to Su Zhou. Su Zhou thought about it, and suddenly thought, if Brother Bai hadn't found out in advance that there was a problem with the Dengfu festival, he had intervened and disrupted the Dengfu festival. Once the Dengfu festival is successfully held, the King of Hell can use the festival to influence those who participated in the Dengfu festival. By that time, I am afraid that everyone who participated in the Dengfu festival will not survive. Brother Bai saved those people's lives. Writing these down should be able to alleviate some of Brother Bai's punishment, right? Although the purpose of the Alien Shelter Society is only to contain weirdos, it does not stipulate that the contract master must save the ordinary people involved. But Baizo's ability to take the initiative to save so many people means that his character has become much more restrained and his harmfulness has been greatly reduced. Perhaps one day, his supervision will be revoked. Suzhou immediately got up and typed, using various words to praise Baizo's outstanding performance in the task. After working hard all night, the report was finally finished. The next day, Jiwoo also finished a whole night of overtime work. He straightened his tie and said with a hint of exhaustion, "Have you finished writing the report? I just handed it in together." Suzhou raised his hand, "Brother Bai has finished writing." Jiwoo paused, "Okay, let me take a look." Suzhou gave up his position. Jiwoo sat down and read the report he wrote. Jiwoo sighed, "Oh, forget it, let's just leave it like that. It's hard for Suzhou to write like this." Jiwoo slightly corrected some typos and inappropriate words. After there were basically no problems, he sent the report to his mailbox and waited to submit it together later. Suzhou took another sip of coffee. Jiwoo saw the dark circles under his eyes. "Thank you for your hard work. After this hard work, you can go take a few days off to rest." Suzhou, "It's not hard work, but it's nothing compared to before. Before he met Brother Bai and became a conspirator, every day he passed felt like a year. On the contrary, now that he has become a conspirator, although he lives a life of constant danger, he is much more relaxed. At least, he is doing the right thing." Jiwoo was just about to say that Master Chi would still have the benefits of taking a few days off, when his cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Jiwoo answered the call with some confusion. "Hello. Mr. Ji? I'm Kong Yubo." Kong Yubo's voice became more tired, and he seemed to be in a hurry, and his tone became urgent. "Mr. Ji, I have something urgent to tell you. It is related to the Dengfu festival." Jiwoo's heart skipped a beat. "What's the matter?" At that time, a building mysteriously collapsed, causing many people to be injured. After we sent these people to the hospital, we received a report from someone saying that his family members were missing. Now the police. As a result, 15 people are missing. Was the disappearance of these 15 people caused by Wei Yi? Kong Yubo thought that the 15 missing people were probably in the collapsed building, and they were probably all turned into minced meat. After all, the force of Wei Yi's attack directly broke half of the building, and it was unexpected that Baizo could save most of the people. Jiwoo didn't think so. Only those who have been with Baizo know how outstanding this person's wisdom is. His observation ability is subtle, and he often predicts the consequences before things happen. It feels like he has foresight. In the battle with Gwai, this man will definitely plan ahead and take one step to calculate the remaining 99 steps. Every reaction and every action of Gwai was expected by Baizo. Only Baizo could save so many people under Gwai's attack. Since he guessed Gwai's actions in advance, he would not miss these 15 people alone. Unless there is something special about these 15 people. Jiwoo slapped his forehead, and his teeth began to itch again. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll ask Baizo first, and then contact him later." "Okay, thank you for your trouble." After hanging up the phone, Jiwoo yelled, "Baizo!" outside the door. Baizo immediately poked his head out. "Call me." Today, Baizo rarely came to the company, and soon became familiar with everyone in the company. Deng Xiaoyui ran over with a bag of takeout. "Mr. Bai, this is the milk tea and roast chicken you asked for." Baizo took it with a smile. "Thank you." From this point of view, when Baizo is not doing bad things and not releasing his malicious intent, he looks quite decent. He is even quite popular in the company because of his good looks and young face. Deng Xiaoyui hurriedly shook her hand. "You're welcome. Taking care of you is what we, the logistics staff, should do." Suzhou is a relatively honest child who dares not to trouble others. Although Jiwoo told him about the benefits of the Chi Master, Suzhou has never dared to express his requirements and has done everything himself. After Bai Zhou came to the company and got familiar with people, he ordered the 2 logistics staff around. It happened that this guy was very good at grasping people's hearts. Even if he kept bothering others to run errands, he didn't make people feel bored because of his friendly attitude and high emotional intelligence. Chapter 41. The 2 of them were so angry that they had to work hard. Jiwoo looked at Deng Xiaoyui with a look of regret. This is another person who was deceived by Bai Zhou's appearance. Go back to your workstation first. I have something to say to him. Jiwoo grabbed Bai Zhou's collar and pulled him into the office. Bai Zhou was dragged to the ground, but he didn't struggle at all. Instead, he waved goodbye to Deng Xiaoyui in a good mood. Deng Xiaoyui also waved to Bai Zhou happily. Seeing that the door of the office was closed, she returned to her workstation, and Yang Su sat next to her. Yang Su, Mr. Bai is very interesting, right? He has a good personality and is not arrogant at all. It's always pleasant to chat with him. Yang Su sorted out a company report. Don't you think that group of people is strange? Strange? Deng Xiaoyui thought for a while. They don't seem to need to punch in at work, and they are always on the field, even though the company has no business to do now. Yang Su handed a company bill to Deng Xiaoyui. The company does not have any products for sale now, and there is only nearly 1 million left on the books. Excluding employee salaries, company rent, water and electricity, etc., it is probably only enough to keep the company running for 2 months. This is when the 2 people in the executive department do not reimburse the benefits. Yang Su has been helping Jiwoo sort out the company's finances during this period. This is also what Yang Su finds strange. If a company is opened but not operating, but is constantly spending, it will soon go bankrupt. Especially the 2 members of the executive department, they don't seem to have to do anything, but the benefits are surprisingly good. She has seen some of the benefits. The members of the executive department are divided into different levels, from E level to S level. The higher the level, the higher the benefits. Seeing the benefits, she wanted to ask what conditions are required to join the executive department. No matter how you look at it, it's strange. Deng Xiaoyui opened her mouth wide. No way. Doesn't that mean I will be unemployed in 2 months? Deng Xiaoyui's face was very sad. The treatment of this company is very good, and the working environment is relaxed. If she loses this job, it will be difficult for her to find the next job with such good benefits and no pressure. The colleagues who are working around raised their heads at the same time. What? The company is going bankrupt. What should we do? Or sell the software back? I'll go out and sell the product. It's a pity for such a good company to go bankrupt. I'll ask Manager G. No employee wants the company to go bankrupt. At worst, they can find another job. Instead, everyone is thinking about how to save it. Yang Su didn't want the company to go bankrupt, but she didn't let this group of people question Manager G. I will go to Manager G to ask clearly. Yang Su took the report she had sorted out in her hand, then stood up and walked towards Manager G's office. She came to the door of the office and raised her hand to knock on the door. A furious roar came from inside. It's you who did it. Where did the 15 people who disappeared at the Lantern Festival on Anyang Island go? You'd better not play the same trick as before. Didn't you complete the mission well this time? As long as you submit the report, your punishment will be erased a lot. Why do you want to make trouble again? Then there was the careless voice of Bai Zhou. It's terrible. So many people are missing. Those police officers should hurry up and dispatch people to find them. Don't blame the weirdness. You know where those people went. I hope to see them intact and safe next to their families. Then go and burn incense. What's the use of telling me? Am I a bodhisattva who can keep people safe? Disciplinary supervisor, calm down, is there any misunderstanding? Brother Bai can't do such a thing. There was also the voice of Suzhou trying to persuade them to stop fighting. Jiwoo took a deep breath. You decide for yourself anyway. The headquarters will send someone over soon. At that time, the president may come in person. If you don't want to face the president's questioning, then restrain yourself. Bai Zhou's voice became much more serious. The president will come too? That's great. Yang Su heard footsteps approaching, and before she could dodge, the door in front of her opened from the inside. Bai Zhou didn't care why she stood still at the door, and ran past her happily. I'm going to prepare well. Jiwoo walked out with anger, and paused when he saw Yang Su, and the anger on his face subsided a lot. It's Xiao Yang, what do you want to talk to me about? Yang Su handed the report to her. Go over, this is the report I sorted out. Jiwoo nodded, took it and took a look, without checking whether there were any mistakes in the data on it. Thank you for your hard work, you can go back and have a rest. Manager Ji, I want to ask, what products does the company plan to sell? According to the balance in the company's account, if there is no additional income, the money in the account will be used up in 2 months. Jiwoo heard this and coughed twice with some guilt. This. He is not from the sales department, nor from the energy department, let alone the scientific research department. He usually does not intervene in such matters and does not know the specific process. The headquarters will send someone here soon, and the products that need to be sold should be delivered by then. How can he, as a supervisor, know how those people run a company? However, since the Yugawai can gain a foothold and even give the Kigashi such a large reimbursement amount, it should not be short of money. You know, many Kigashi chose to become Kigashi because of the high salary and benefits. What products do you sell specifically? Energy and transportation. Jiwoo remembered that the logistics staff of the Orbital Sheltering Society mentioned that the majority of the Orbital Sheltering Society's income came from energy and transportation. There are even many companies that cooperate with the Orbital Sheltering Society because they are attracted by the energy and transportation provided by the Orbital Sheltering Society. Anyway, don't worry about it. Jiwoo waved his hand to let her go back. If she asked more, he didn't know how to answer. Yang Su returned to her workstation with a heavy heart. How is it? Deng Xiaoyue asked curiously. Others also pricked up their ears. Manager Ji said that the company will sell products related to energy transportation in the future. He didn't say what they are specifically, but he told us not to worry. Someone from the headquarters will come to the company in a while. Headquarters? Does our company have a headquarters? That's great. It seems that our company will not go bankrupt. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Yang Su smiled reluctantly. Her mind was on the conversations she happened to hear. 15 people missing from the Lantern Festival on Anyang Island? Such big news, why didn't she know anything about it? Yang Su searched for recent news reports. She only found that a residential building on Anyang Island collapsed due to years of disrepair, causing many residents and tourists to be injured. They have been sent to the hospital for treatment, and no one died. Chapter 42. The missing person was not mentioned at all. This is a very ordinary report. In the past, Yang Su would have just glanced at it and put it behind her mind. At most, she would have sighed that the developer was not a good person. But after Yang Su heard that conversation, this report had a different meaning in her eyes. She even thought of the mysterious executive department members who were doing unknown work and could enjoy high and incredible benefits. The executive department members had no basic salary, only vague rewards after completing the task, and different reimbursement amounts every month. Anyang Island Lantern Festival, isn't this the same name as the copy of the horror game announcement? What if this task is not an ordinary task? Yang Su has always been a smart person. Her breathing became heavier. It was strange. She had seen it long ago, but it seemed as if something was blocking her consciousness, so she didn't connect the two at all. So that's how it was. If that group of people were doing such a job, no wonder they had such high pay. After all, if the money for selling their lives was not much, how could anyone be willing to sell their lives? At this moment, Yang Su instantly withdrew all her curiosity about the executive department and the idea of going to the executive department because of its high pay. She wanted to make money, but she had to have a life to spend it. The logistics department was pretty good. Yang Su was no longer worried that the company would go bankrupt. With such a mysterious and powerful background, how could the company go bankrupt easily? Yang Su started working with full concentration. In such a company, perhaps she could also look forward to a better future. Over there, Bai Zhou was walking leisurely on the street. He yawned listlessly, unlike the people eating breakfast and chatting with each other in the busy breakfast shops around him. He walked alone, with a sense of distance that separated him from the lively streets, like a world-weary person who could not fit in. Bai Zhou looked up and looked at a particularly popular store. Many people were queuing to buy his things. In contrast, the two breakfast shops next to him seemed a little deserted. It seems that the breakfast in this store is delicious. No matter who passes by here, they will have such an idea, so people who want to buy breakfast will naturally go to this store to queue up. Bai Zhou waited boredly on the side, and many people in the queue looked back at him curiously from time to time. He is so handsome. Which star is he? Who is he waiting for here? You look sad, are you in a bad mood? But no one dared to come forward to talk to him, probably because the malice emanating from Bai Zhou was noticed by others, and they dared not approach him out of instinctive fear. Hey! How dare you cut in line? The man who cut in line gave him a fierce look. The man muttered a few words, but didn't dare to argue with him, and acquiesced to the man's cutting in line. Bai Zhou seemed to see something, and the corners of his mouth that had been pressed down all the time rose. Finally, everyone is here. In a place that others can't see, Bai Zhou spread out his hands, and a spider smaller than a palm fell down, its red eyes staring at the people in the queue. Silent, quiet. Those people passed by here for different reasons, and were attracted by the aroma of the breakfast shop, and lined up together. The prey didn't even know that they had fallen into the spider web, so that they lost the last chance to break free. Bai Zhou approached the boss who was chopping meat, and in the boss's surprised eyes, he snatched the knife from his hand. He chopped at the boss. The boss stretched out his hands in shock to block, and as blood splashed, a mechanical sound sounded in everyone's mind. Ding! You triggered the multiplayer dungeon, strange food. Level, D. Dungeon tips, I'm very hungry and always want to eat something. The meat is so delicious. Just smelling the aroma makes me drool. Clearance conditions, 1 escape from the international hotel within 7 days, difficulty, normal. 2 kill the boss, difficulty, difficult. Complete any of the above to pass the dungeon. After passing the dungeon will be temporarily closed for a period of time. During the dungeon closure, the weird inside cannot go out. Only by killing the dungeon's biggest boss will the dungeon be permanently closed. According to the difficulty of the clearance conditions achieved by the conqueror will receive a reward of corresponding value. Hotel owners, guests, including Bai. 17 people including Zhou were involved in the copy. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing in a strange and luxurious dining hall. The restaurant owner covered his arm in shock, with a long scratch on it, bleeding continuously. Murder! The flesh on the restaurant owner's face trembled, especially when he saw that the one who attacked him was a thin and young boy. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. While shouting, he rushed over and tried to grab the knife in Bai Zhou's hand. The people around him who had not yet reacted all dodged, fearing that they would be implicated. Bai Zhou spun lightly, dodging the restaurant owner's hand, and jumped back a few steps with a nasty smile on his face. How does it feel to be cut by your own knife? Does it hurt? This wound is not big enough. If it was a little lower, it would have hit the aorta. What a pity. With every word Baizo said, the anger on the restaurant owner's face became more obvious. He glared at Baizo with red face and ears, and the fierce light in his eyes made people dare not look directly at him. He kept chasing Baizo and trying to attack him. Ha! Ha! The restaurant owner ran until his face was red and his neck was thick. Baizo walked around the dining hall again and again. Due to the rapid consumption of physical strength, he was tired and sweating, but the tingling in his arm made him crazy and attack Baizo desperately. Ah! Others were scared to flee when they saw the crazy look of the restaurant owner, but they could not escape from the restaurant because of the invisible restrictions. After Baizo walked the restaurant owner around again, he seemed to be finally tired of this game, so he threw the knife away. The restaurant owner's eyes were red, and he rushed over and picked up the knife. Ha ha ha! I got it! He laughed fiercely, looking at Baizo with a very vicious look. He raised the knife in his hand, and swung it irrationally in anger. There was another scream around, and the sound was full of strong fear. The restaurant owner was very excited. Yes, that's it, scream. Fear. You are just a group of pigs who can only howl. Puff. The restaurant owner's body froze as he ran forward, and his brain was a little dull and thought, why did my sight fly up? He saw himself standing there with the knife in his hand, his body remained there, but the head on his neck was gone. Chapter 43. The head flew off, and the meat was eaten. So. It was his head that flew off. Who did it? Then, the restaurant owner saw a 2-meter-tall, sturdy pig-headed man standing behind him. It held a long meat-cutting knife, and bright red blood kept dripping from the blade. It stretched out its rough hands, picked up the headless body, and dragged its body towards the kitchen with heavy steps. Soon, the creepy sound of chopping meat came from the kitchen. Ah! The screams around were even louder. 2 people rolled their eyes and almost fainted. Murder! Murder! Monster! Monster killed! Baizo stopped and watched the farce quietly, then he turned and walked towards the stairs. The power that had been restricting everyone and preventing them from leaving disappeared after the pig-headed man appeared. When everyone saw Baizo leaving the cafeteria unimpeded, they reacted and followed him to leave. The pig-headed man was still here. Who knew if he would target them after dealing with the man's body? Away from the horrific murder scene. Everyone gradually recovered from their fear. We are in the copy of the horror game. Why did I encounter this kind of thing? It's terrible. I want to leave here. What should we do now? The copy prompt said that we have to find a way to escape from this restaurant. There is an elevator there. A group of people swarmed towards the elevator as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Seeing this, a man with glasses and a gentle face immediately stopped them. If it is so easy to escape from this canteen, the clearance conditions would not be written within 7 days. Let's exchange our identities now and figure out how to pass this game together. His words calmed down some of the panicked and out-of-control people. But some people did not appreciate it. They cursed and pushed away the man with glasses who was blocking them. What a joke! There are pig-headed monsters that can kill people here. Leaving here is the most important thing now. Get out of here. You don't want to leave, but we do. The man who took the lead with a ferocious expression cursed, he spat, and pressed the elevator button vigorously. The elevator started and soon rose from the 10th floor to the 26th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. The elevator was spacious and clean, and there were no monsters that could be killed by opening the door. It looked like a normal elevator. I think you guys are just stupid at work. You have to think of other ways instead of taking shortcuts. Several people walked into the elevator, and 2 more hesitated. Finally, they walked in hesitantly under the man's impatient gaze. The elevator door closed under the gaze of everyone. One person couldn't stand the pressure and reached out to the elevator button, but was stopped by the man with glasses. The man with glasses pushed his glasses. Let them try. If it is safe to take the elevator, then we will take the next elevator. Everyone was relieved. Baizo leaned against the wall slightly, staring at the group of people with a strange look as if he was looking at prey. The malice that came from humans all the time, which was stronger than that of ordinary people, made him very comfortable. Surrounded by malice, his contracted heart Gu also let go of his appetite and ate it in big mouthfuls. Human malice is so delicious. The elevator slowly descended. It seems that it can really reach the first floor safely. The expressions of the people became more and more excited, and they saw the hope of passing the game. Suddenly, the elevator, which had been descending, slowly stopped when it was about to reach the fourth floor, and its chain made a few creaking sounds that made people's scalps numb. Then, the entire elevator car shook. The people in the elevator were in a panic. They immediately pressed all the buttons on the elevator. But it was useless. The elevator stopped for a few seconds at the fourth floor, and then the entire elevator car shook and suddenly climbed up at a very fast speed. The people waiting outside the elevator door only heard extremely shrill screams echoing in the elevator shaft. Then, they looked at the display and saw that the number of floors of the elevator was rising at an abnormal speed. Almost in just a few seconds. Accompanied by a noisy roar, the elevator car rushed up fiercely and hit the top floor. The screams stopped abruptly. Then, people outside the elevator saw a lot of blood seeping out through the gap of the elevator and flowing to their feet. Many people's legs softened and they sat on the ground. They sat on the ground and kicked their legs to keep backing away from the blood flowing towards them. They almost got on this death elevator. The man with glasses trembled, and shock and fear flashed in his eyes, and some relief. Fortunately, he asked those people to try it first. One elevator was damaged, and the remaining elevator, seeing the miserable end of those people, who dared to try it, they now wished to stay away from the elevator. The man with glasses knew that it was time for him to speak. Okay, everyone has seen that everything in the game is very dangerous. If there is such an easy shortcut, the level and difficulty of this copy will definitely not be too high. The game should not give us clearance conditions that we cannot complete, but it still determines that we need to escape from the canteen within 7 days, not 5 days, 3 days, or 1 day. This means that we have no shortcuts to take. I am afraid we need to find some clues and pass each level one by one to escape from here. The man with glasses looked around. There are 7 of us left now, so I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Lee K, and I'm a team leader in a company. I'm pretty smart, and I exercise regularly, so I'm in pretty good shape. A tall girl said hesitantly, my name is Han Shitao, and I'm a high school student. Sports are my strong point, and I like to read horror novels, so maybe they can be useful. Just call me Brother Chiang, I don't have a job right now. Brother Chiang looks pretty strong, but there's an uncomfortable feeling between his eyebrows. A man's expression was a little evasive, there's no need to introduce myself, and as for the name, just call me Hwazi. A handsome man was still in shock, and he stared absent-mindedly at the blood splattered on his hands. It was not until people around him called him that he came back to his senses. My name is Du Jiashi, an ordinary worker. A woman dressed maturely and beautifully, with a very urban and fashionable feminine temperament, said, my name is Su Ro, a professional white-collar worker, mainly doing some clerical work. Probably because she had just cried, her makeup was a little smudged. Chapter 44. After the 6 people introduced themselves to each other, there was still one person who did not speak. They looked at the white leftist leaning next to them. Lee K frowned slightly. He looked down on this boy who was ignorant of the world, thought he was very arrogant and cool. He had not experienced the tempering of society, and was dazzled by the pursuit of people in school. He thought he was great, but in fact he was useless after leaving society, and only his face was good. Looking at your age, you are still a student, right? Don't think this is a game. You have seen that the people whose heads were chopped off by monsters and those who died in the elevator will never be able to return to reality and their families. Now our only way is to unite and find a way to pass the game. Aren't you afraid of death? You don't want to die here inexplicably like them, right? Lee K felt that after he finished speaking, the young boy would be scared, and then he would lower his head obediently. Lee K has always been like this to control others, to his family, friends, and subordinates. Lee K pushed his glasses again to cover up the determined smile on his face. Han Shitao, in this kind of horror game, only unity can make it possible to survive. What's your name, classmate? Join us and get out alive together. Brother Chiang said impatiently, he is an ignorant little brat. If he doesn't want to say it, then don't tell us. If he encounters danger later, just don't ask us to save him. Others looked at Bai Zhou disapprovingly. Most people would introduce themselves obediently under such pressure. But after they finished speaking, Bai Zhou, as if he saw something interesting, clapped his hands, pa pa pa. Good. It's really wonderful. I watched a good show. Lee K's face froze. What's wrong? This person's reaction. Bai Zhou retracted his hand, as if he was convinced by his words, and introduced himself. My name is Bai Zhou, but I'm not a high school student. My current occupation is, well, this kind of thing is not important. As for what I am good at, I probably know a little bit about everything. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Didn't he say anything except his name? Not a high school student? It doesn't look like it at all. He is only 15 or 16 years old. He is not a high school student at this age. Did he drop out of school? Lee K took a deep breath and tried to ignore this unimportant detail. Let's analyze the current situation first. I have observed the dining hall on that floor. There are no other rooms except the kitchen. The pig-headed man should hunt the people closest to the kitchen. Of course, it is not ruled out that it will kill one person every once in a while. And during the time it processes the meat, we are safe. Now that we have ruled out the shortcut of using the elevator to go down, we can only go down the stairs. However, I don't think this game will be so simple. Either there are monsters guarding the stairs, or there are other dangers. We can choose two ways. One is to let someone go to the stairs to confirm whether it is safe, and the other is to go to this floor first to look for clues and see if there is a way to leave. The others looked at each other. No one wanted to be the one to confirm safety, so everyone agreed on the second point. Let's go here and look for clues first. Bai Zhou raised his hands in agreement. Okay, okay, okay. The 7 people explored in this corridor. There were private rooms with numbers on both sides, a total of 6, where guests had meals. They opened the private room 2401. Inside was the ordinary restaurant furnishings, a huge round table, surrounded by many chairs, and on the table were many delicious meals, still steaming. There were also some cabinets for tableware around. They went in and searched. Nothing was found. Su Ro, did you find it? Han Shitao, there's nothing here. Brother Chiang, then let's go to the next private room. Lee K nodded, it seems there are no clues here. Bai Zhou walked directly to the chair, and the chair was pulled open, making a harsh sound when it rubbed against the ground. The other 6 people looked back at him. Then, Bai Zhou sat on the chair under the puzzled eyes of everyone. The next moment, a strange voice sounded, I'm so hungry. Today is my second day here, and we must find the key hidden on this floor. Everyone's expression was startled. Could it be? Lee K gritted his teeth. How did this person know that he had to sit on a chair to trigger the clue? No, it must be a coincidence. Maybe he was just tired and wanted to sit down to rest, but he happened to trigger the clue. Li Ke concealed the unwilling expression on his face. It seems that we need to sit on a chair to get the clue. Yes, there is no one here, but the table is full of delicious food, and it is still steaming. There is something wrong at a glance. Li Ke walked over and sat on another chair. Another voice sounded, the key on the top floor is easy to find, but the lower you go, the harder it is to find. The other 5 people looked at it and found a place to sit one after another. That chef is so terrible. Every time he kills someone, he will come out to patrol after 2 hours. We need to find all the keys as soon as possible. Don't eat the food on the table. If you find a mouse, you must follow it. Watch out for those cockroaches. These are all very useful tips. Hwaza stood up and praised Beijuo with a happy face. You are so lucky, you found the copy hint. Suro, I didn't expect the copy hint to appear in this way. At first, they focused on the cabinets and under the table where things could be hidden. Instead, they ignored the most conspicuous dining table. If it weren't for Beijuo, it's unknown how long it would take them to find this hint. They searched again, and after not finding the key, they went to the next private room. There was no food on the table in this private room. Hwaza sat on the chair carelessly, and this time there was no sound. Li Ke, it seems that only the private room with food on the table will trigger the hint. They searched the private room again, but still didn't find the key. They searched all 6 private rooms on this floor. Except for the first private room, there was food, and the other private rooms didn't have food. The strange thing is that no matter how they searched, they couldn't find the key mentioned in the hint. Is this hint a lie? After searching for so long, Brother Chiang was a little impatient. Yes. Otherwise, why didn't we find the key? A key is so conspicuous that it should be easy to find. Not necessarily. If it is hidden in some corner, it is normal that we can't find it. Chapter 45. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to wait for a long time. Han Shitao looked at Li Ke. After all, among so many people, he looked the most reliable and had the best brain. Li Ke, where do you think the key is hidden? Li Ke twitched his eyes. How could he know? This kind of job of finding things still requires keen observation and reasoning ability. I am not good at this. A group of people talked for a long time. Suro, we can't wait any longer. In a few dozen minutes, the pig-headed man will come out to patrol. A group of people immediately went to the stairs. They didn't notice that Baizo found a chair and sat down casually, watching them leave. The stairwell without light was dark. The fear of the unknown and darkness made the group hesitate. Li Ke took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it towards the stairwell. The stairwell was still dark. There seemed to be something inside, swallowing up all the light. It seems that we can only go down. Li Ke looked at Brother Chiang. If too many people go down, it will be difficult to avoid anything. Brother Chiang, you are so strong, you must be very fast, right? Please go down and take a look. Brother Chiang showed a dissatisfied look on his face. Why did he have to take risks while these people hid behind him and enjoyed the fruits of their labor? Li Ke knew what Brother Chiang was thinking at a glance. He hurriedly said, the hints we got did not say that there were monsters in the stairwell, which means it is safe inside. If you are afraid, Brother Chiang, I will go the same. Brother Chiang heard that if he refused, wouldn't it make him look very timid? In addition, the hints did not say that there was danger in the stairwell, so he plucked up his courage and rushed into the dark stairwell. After a while, he ran up again. There is nothing down there, but the stairs to the next floor are locked by the iron gate. Li Ke, it seems that we need to find the key to open the iron gate. Suro, do we need to find the key to pass through each floor? Du Jiashi, it sounds a bit like that kind of level-breaking game. Hwazi said jokingly, if you are a man, go down 100 floors. Everyone laughed, breaking the originally tense atmosphere. Everyone returned to the corridor, and Li Ke began to think, where would the key be hidden? They had searched everywhere they could, and only the canteen was left. Could it be that the key was there? The White Left watched the group of people rushing over and over. Li Ke had been leading everyone, so he couldn't find the key. Although the others didn't say it, they all had some complaints. Li Ke was so anxious that his head was full of sweat. He had just ventured to the canteen. The pig-headed man was still chopping meat in the kitchen. He carefully led people to search the canteen, but still couldn't find the key. Seeing that 2 hours were about to pass, the pig-headed man was about to come out for inspection, and he didn't want to confront that monster. Brother Chiang was not a patient person. He couldn't find the key, which made him dissatisfied with Li Ke's leadership. Li Ke, can you do it? If the key is still not found, are you going to stop the pig-headed man? Brother Chiang cursed, and as time went by, the fear in his eyes became heavier, and he became more and more irritable. The previous obedience was just because Li Ke was a smart man and might lead them through the dungeon. Originally, the higher the level, the easier it was to find the key. As a result, after such a long time, Li Ke couldn't find the easiest key, which showed that he was not capable. Since Li Ke was incapable, why should Brother Chiang obey him? Li Ke was sweating coldly. Maybe there is something we missed, just go back and look for it again. Huazii also interrupted him, there are only 10 minutes left, which is not enough for us to look for it again. That pig-headed man came out of the kitchen, how can we beat it? Brother Chiang grabbed Li Ke's collar, damn, if you can't find the key, I will throw you to that pig-headed man, so that we can have 2 more hours. Li Ke's face showed a look of fear, and he looked at others like asking for help. As a result, those people looked away after receiving his gaze. Obviously, they had no intention of stopping Brother Chiang. There were only 10 minutes left, and it was impossible to find the key to the 25th floor. If they wanted to survive, they had to sacrifice one person. Seeing their purpose, Li Ke cursed, you can't do this. You are killing people. CNMD. Li Ke wanted to resist, but was punched in the face by Brother Chiang. Li Ke fell to the ground. Bai Zhou seemed to hear a quarrel outside, and curiously poked his head out. A quarrel? Brother Chiang shouted impatiently, what are you looking at? Look at me again. Bai Zhou interrupted him and said with a smile, by the way, I think I found the key, but I can't get it down, and I was looking for your help. Everyone was silent. Su Ro asked in surprise, you found the key? Where is it? Brother Chiang rubbed his fingers, and the anger on his face was restrained a lot, but he was not embarrassed at all. He tore his face off. Although Li Ke often exercises, they are all fake tricks practiced in the gym, but he was still knocked down by a punch. I don't think he dared to say anything. Li Ke lowered his head and said nothing. Brother Chiang and Huazi followed Bai Zhou into the private room. Where is the key? This private room is the one where they came in at the beginning, with food on the table. Bai Zhou raised his head slightly, isn't it just above your head? Brother Chiang and Huazii raised their heads together. There was a light on in the middle of the ceiling of the private room, and there was a key-shaped shadow in the lampshade. Brother Chiang moved 2 chairs and stacked them together, and Huazii supported them, and found a key in the opened lampshade. Other people had complicated expressions. I didn't expect that the key would be in such a conspicuous place, so conspicuous that you could find it as soon as you looked up. No wonder the prompt said that the higher the floor, the easier it is to find the key. Brother Chiang didn't care about these. After he got the key, he immediately ran to the stairwell. When he came to the iron door, he stuck the key into the keyhole and twisted it, and the iron door opened with a sound. Everyone rushed down in surprise. Li Ke walked at the back with his head down, and occasionally raised his head to look at Brother Chiang with a sinister look in his eyes. The keys to the 25th and 24th floors were also easy to find. It didn't take them long, and they soon arrived at the 23rd floor. When they were looking for the key to this floor, they heard heavy footsteps coming from the stairs. Brother Chiang's face changed. "Oh no, the pig-headed man is coming down." Everyone was panicked. "How did it come down? Didn't we close the door? Quick! Let's hide!" Everyone hurriedly looked for a place to hide. The pig-headed man's footsteps were very heavy. He was holding a bloody meat knife and patrolling the corridor. The bunch of keys on his waist made a rustling sound as he walked. Chapter 46. Some people hid in the closet, some hid in the toilet, and some hid on the balcony. All 7 people separated. They held their breath listening to the heavy footsteps of the pig-headed man. "Don't come over." Hwaza hid in the balcony, curled up in a corner, although he had closed the balcony door and there were sundries in front of him. But when he heard the footsteps getting closer, he still trembled uncontrollably. Hwaza's prayer seemed to really work. The pig-headed man stopped in front of the balcony door and looked around through a small transparent glass window on the door. After not seeing anyone on the balcony, it turned and left. Just as the pig-headed man walked out of the private room and was about to go to the next room, a glass suddenly fell to the ground. The pig-headed man heard the sound, turned around and rushed in faster. It made a low wheeze from its mouth, with a sense of excitement of finding prey in its voice. Hwaza cursed in his heart, "Damn, who hit the glass? He can't be so unlucky, right? No. Don't come over." This time, his luck was not so good. The pig-headed man walked straight to the balcony and pushed open the door of the balcony. In his horrified eyes, a big hand grabbed his head and lifted him up. "Ah!" Hwaza kept kicking the pig-headed man with his feet, and cried out in collapse, "Don't kill me! Spare me! Please don't kill me!" In an instant, this scene subtly overlapped with a scene in his memory. However, at that time he was a hunter who controlled life and death, and the one who kept begging for mercy and crying in front of him was the prey he had targeted. What did he do at that time? The pig-headed man raised the knife in his hand and chopped it down without hesitation. He dragged his limp body and slowly went back upstairs, until the footsteps disappeared. Li Kei, who was hiding in the closet, and Brother Chiang, who was hiding in the toilet, came out with pale faces. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground, still with lingering fear. After everyone calmed down, they began to look for the key again. Bai Zhou touched his chin. If he didn't intervene, this group of people probably wouldn't survive. Bai Zhou communicated with the heart goo of the contract. "Is it full?" The white spider didn't speak, but just conveyed a satisfied emotion to him. "It's great. Even if they are waste, they can play their remaining value. There are very few private rooms with dining tables." They went down 5 floors and finally found a private room with food on the 22nd floor. Everyone couldn't wait to sit down. After such a long time, the body was a little hungry, but the dishes on the table exuded a very delicious aroma, which was even more attractive when they sat down. Gurgle. Brother Chiang covered his stomach. "So hungry. It's only been 2 hours, right?" He swallowed his saliva and stared at the dishes on the table with his eyes wide open. They looked really delicious. And the dishes on them were all meat, and he liked meat the most. But thinking of the hint, he forced his appetite down again. Others were also more or less attracted by the food on the table. "It smells so good. What kind of meat is this made of?" Li Kei stared at the dishes on the table, and he secretly observed everyone's reactions, and did not miss the forbearing expression on Brother Chiang's face. "Like to eat meat, right?" Li Kei sneered and suppressed his guess. The hint appeared again. "That chef is here again. As long as you don't make any noise, you will be safe if you hide in the cabinet, toilet, or balcony." Key. Why can't I find the key to the 10th floor? There is a bunch of keys on the chef's belt. If we can get it, we don't have to look for it. A waiter will come in after 12 o'clock. If you don't want to be killed, pay the reward. Everyone left the table immediately. The food on the table was too attractive to them. Let's find the other keys quickly. Suro rubbed her stomach, and her face was not good. She always had a small appetite and didn't get hungry quickly. Could it be that she got hungry so quickly because of the excessive amount of exercise today? Others also felt something was wrong and tried to stay away from the table. Perhaps they found a pattern in finding the keys, and the keys to the remaining floors were quickly found by them. They avoided the pig-headed man several times. The pig-headed man would return to the kitchen after patrolling for an hour, and then there would be another 2 hours of safe time. Soon, the day passed. They came to the 14th floor. Baizo was all ready. He was very familiar with them, especially Han Shitao, who liked to talk to him. Even because Baizo was lucky enough to find a few keys that they couldn't find, everyone began to think of him as the leader. Du Jiaxi looked at Baizo with some envy. Li Ke and Brother Chiang were both a little unhappy, but Li Ke hated Brother Chiang the most and didn't take Baizo to heart. Although Brother Chiang was unhappy, he could tolerate the other party as long as it was helpful to pass the level. Luck is sometimes a part of strength. Suro smiled and attached to Brother Chiang. Brother Chiang, don't be angry, they are 2 children, let them play. The two looked at each other, and Brother Chiang smiled knowingly, and hugged Suro unceremoniously. In the past, this kind of urban beauty would not even look at him, but in this kind of horror game, this kind of woman who only has a face to look at, doesn't she have to depend on him to survive? Brother Chiang, that night. Looking at Suro's charming eyes, Brother Chiang patted his chest confidently and promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Li Ke looked at Brother Chiang with jealousy. How could such a person have such a good thing? Why didn't he kill the other person last time? Han Shitao and Baizo got together. "Brother Bai, you are so awesome." Baizo, actually, this is not difficult. He looked at Han Shitao with a sticky and malicious look. Compared to those strange punishment methods, my micro-observation is not worth mentioning at all. Han Shitao's smile froze. Facing Baizo's eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts, she said with a guilty conscience, "Brother Bai, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Baizo spread his hands, "Nothing. Oh. It's just that he is a little tired of this good show. He likes people's malice so much, and he hates it every time. Because, there is really nothing new. So boring." Du Jiaxi had been observing Baizo. He felt that Baizo had a special temperament, mysterious, dark, and frightening, but he couldn't help but want to explore. So, when Baizo separated from the others, he finally stepped forward to stop Baizo. "You have been pretending. You saw through everything from the beginning. You found the key a long time ago, right? You waited until you provoked their conflict before you told them where the key was. What do you want to do?" Baizo looked at him with some surprise. Although Baizo didn't bother to pretend, it was not easy to see through. Chapter 47. The other party can see through his disguise. It means that the other party has been observing him and is sensitive to this aspect. I unexpectedly found a less stupid person among a bunch of stupid people. Baizo became interested. Disguise. Du Jiaxi, isn't it? I don't understand why you want to stir up conflict between them. Everyone is involved in the dungeon. Shouldn't we unite to clear the game? Baizo, because I want to see something. Du Jiaxi was a little puzzled. What is it? Baizo waved his hand and gestured, that. Don't you think that when they attack each other, the flower of sin irrigated by their malice will be the most beautiful thing when it blooms? Don't you think so? Du Jiaxi. Du Jiaxi's heart trembled. He faced the sticky malice on Baizo's body that was about to turn into substance. His whole body was shaking unconsciously, and his face was pale and he dared not speak. What is this person talking about? Baizo's words pierced into his brain like venom. Who is he? Why can he say that sin is something beautiful? Du Jiaxi's face twisted. Is this how you view evil? Those who bully others by relying on their own physical strength, those damned social scum, those guys who wantonly attack and criticize others' appearance. Do you think such guys are wonderful? No. They are garbage. They are bugs. They are scum. They are cancer that should not exist in this world. The white left looked at his excited appearance and tilted his head strangely. Don't you also agree with this set of survival rules? The strong oppress the weak, and the weak swing their knives at the weaker ones, just like you slaughter those animals that have no ability to resist. Du Jiaxi's face as soon as he saw Bai Zhou, he took a few steps back and said in disbelief, "How do you know?" "No, it's not my fault. I'm just under too much pressure. It's all those guys' fault. If it weren't for those guys who bullied me and laughed at me, how could I do such a thing?" Bai Zhou looked at him strangely. "I didn't say it was your fault. Do you still have a trace of conscience in your heart that has not been wiped out? Do you think you did something wrong?" Du Jiaxi collapsed. He didn't expect that he was just questioning Bai Zhou, but the other party dug out the ugly things in his heart that he didn't want to be known. The other party seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. In front of Bai Zhou, all the ugly thoughts and hearts were exposed. "I'm not. I didn't mean it. It's not my fault." In a place where Du Jiaxi couldn't see, a spider silk drilled into his brain, constantly evoking his kind side, causing him to feel guilty, uneasy, and repentant. Du Jiaxi knelt on the ground, holding his head and crying. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have abused and killed those little animals. I shouldn't have vented my hatred on them when I was bullied." Bai Zhou stood in front of him. "It's not your fault, you just used the wrong method." Du Jiaxi looked up at Bai Zhou, looking into those eyes that seemed to be filled with countless malice. He asked helplessly, as if on a pilgrimage, "What should I do? What do you want to do? What do I want to do?" Du Jiaxi repeated Bai Zhou's question blankly. I want to atone." Du Jiaxi shed tears, feeling regretful for the mistakes he had made in the past. Now he just wanted to atone for the mistakes he had made. Du Jiaxi felt a pain in his brain. The memories of the past suddenly became blurred at this moment, and he began to slowly forget everything. The previous sadness, pain, and beautiful and laughing memories would all be broken and reorganized at this moment. Then, he would become a brand new person, a person who atones for the mistakes he had made in the past. Bai Zhou stopped at this time. Tisk. Looking at Du Jiaxi with his eyes wide open and his mind blank. As long as Bai Zhou has a thought, he will be wiped clean of all his memories and become a puppet that lives only for Bai Zhou. What a pity. Ever since Bai Zhou used this ability on Su Zhou once, this ability has been strictly prohibited to use. Unless special permission is obtained, it will be banned forever. After Bai Zhou stopped, Du Jiaxi's memory began to recover. He touched his face blankly, feeling that he almost lost something very important just now. Thanks to the existence of the Yugawai. Bai Zhou muttered softly. He muttered, and then asked, "Do you want to atone for your sins?" Du Jiaxi nodded impatiently. "Then give up your body and become its puppet from now on." Du Jiaxi murmured to himself, "Give up your body? I want to atone for my sins. Giving up my body can atone for my sins, okay." A white spider slid down the spider thread and landed on his forehead, and then it drilled into his head all of a sudden. The contract was established. Mind control. Others vaguely heard the sound of Du Jiaxi crying, but they were all looking for the key. Only Han Shitao came out curiously to find Du Jiaxi. When she came over, Du Jiaxi had already stood up from the ground, wiped his tears and quietly followed behind Bai Zhou. Han Shitao curiously glanced at his somewhat red eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Du Jiaxi replied coldly, "Nothing." Han Shitao pouted. She didn't dare to get close to Bai Zhou now, because she could always feel a vague sense of danger from him. Besides, was it her illusion? She always felt that Du Jiaxi seemed to have become a different person. With their relentless search, they soon found the keys to several floors and came to the 10th floor. It was 12 o'clock in the evening. All the lights in the restaurant were turned off. They couldn't find the key in such a dark environment, so they could only gather in a private room and think of ways to deal with the waiter who might appear. Will that waiter come to us? What is the reward? Money. Li Ke and others hid anxiously. Only Bai Zhou found a private room with food on this floor and sat down. Because Li Ke and his friends hadn't eaten for a day and were very hungry, they didn't dare to approach the private room after seeing the food in it, for fear that they would not be able to control themselves and eat the food on the table. Bai Zhou asked Du Jiaxi to find something. As soon as 12 o'clock arrived, the waiter pushed the cart to check the private rooms one floor at a time. When they reached the 10th floor, the waiter first found Brother Chiang and Su Ro hiding on the balcony. The waiter was very thin, even skinny, and stared at them with his sinister eyes. "Guest, it's time to pay." Su Ro quickly hid behind Brother Chiang. Chapter 48. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Brother Chiang said with fear, "What reward?" "I have money, I'll give you money." The waiter pulled out a dagger, grinned with an exaggerated degree, and mechanically repeated, "Guest, it's time to pay." Brother Chiang finally couldn't help but grab Su Ro who was hiding behind him. "Here you go. All for you. Don't look for me." Su Ro screamed in fear, "Ah!" She didn't expect that the man who said he would protect her before would push herself out so easily. The waiter pulled Su Ro over without any pause and cut off her ear with a knife. Su Ro screamed again, and the intense pain and fear made her roll her eyes and faint on the ground. Brother Chiang ran out from the balcony while the waiter was attacking Su Ro. After collecting the price from Su Ro, the waiter turned around and chased after Brother Chiang. He was as fast as a ghost. He was behind Brother Chiang almost instantly. Brother Chiang desperately lifted up a chair beside him and smashed it at the waiter. "Don't come over here." The waiter's head was sunken by his smash, and red and white things flowed down his face, but he remained unmoved and approached Brother Chiang step by step. "Customer, it's time to pay." Brother Chiang was scared to death. No matter how he attacked the waiter would not die. The power he relied on in the past lost its effect, and Brother Chiang was scared all of a sudden. He screamed and wanted to escape. The waiter's speed caught up quickly, and his skinny hand, which looked like a withered bone, grabbed Brother Chiang with such force that it seemed to crush his bones. The waiter grabbed Brother Chiang's left hand and cut it with a knife. A piece of arm fell to the ground. Brother Chiang hugged his arm and screamed. The waiter picked up the arm on the ground, put it on the cart, and continued to push the cart to the next private room. Li Ke and Han Shitao turned pale when they heard the screams, and huddled up in fear. The waiter found them one by one. Cut off a part of their fingers. Li Ke saw the waiter pushing the cart away. Then he trembled and unwrapped the towel he found in the bathroom to wrap the wound. The waiter finally found Bai Zhou and Du Jiaxi. Du Jiaxi also heard the screams. He originally wanted to block the door with a chair to prevent the waiter from coming in, but was stopped by Bai Zhou. "Did you find what I asked you to find?" Du Jiaxi pointed to the corpses of several cockroaches in the corner. "I found them, I put them on the ground." In Du Jiaxi's puzzled eyes, Bai Zhou picked them up with chopsticks. "Put them in the food and stir them a few times." Du Jiaxi suddenly realized. Just as the white left put down his chopsticks, the waiter came in. His body was splattered with blood, holding a knife and looking like a murderer. "Guest, it's time to pay." Du Jiaxi didn't wait for the waiter to come forward, and immediately took the lead. He slammed the table and shouted, "What kind of restaurant is this?" The waiter paused. The hand holding the knife became a little hesitant. "Guest, are you dissatisfied with our restaurant?" The waiter's expression was horrifying. as if he would stab someone if Du Jiashi didn't give a convincing reason. Du Jiashi's acting skills were excellent, and he imitated those unreasonable and troublesome customers in a very realistic way. At least the dishes made in your restaurant should be edible, right? The waiter mechanically said, "The food in our restaurant is definitely the most delicious food in the world." After eating, the guests all praised it. Du Jiashi picked up the chopsticks and turned out the cockroach in the dish. "Look at what's in your dish. Bugs. Is this the kind of thing your restaurant gives guests?" The waiter froze. He never expected that such a thing would appear in the dish. Seeing Du Jiashi, who was furious and wanted an explanation or else he would make a scene, the waiter couldn't help but say, "This is our poor service. We will immediately ask the chef to redo this table of dishes and exempt the guests from today's consumption in the restaurant." The waiter immediately stepped forward and cleaned up the table of dishes. Then he pushed the cart away. After seeing him leave, Du Jiashi's legs softened and he sat on the chair, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Bai Zhou smiled and put his feet on the table. "Well done." Du Jiashi laughed dryly and praised sincerely, "You are really amazing. You can think of this way." Bai Zhou got up and left. After opening this private room, they found a private room with a sofa to sleep, while Du Jiashi sat next to them to keep watch. That night, except for Bai Zhou and the other two, everyone else spent it in fear and pain. The next day, the sun rose. Li Ke and his companions left their hiding place and went to find other companions. Li Ke saw Su Ro, who was covering her ears with a towel and walking over with an indignant look on her face. "Where is Brother Chiang?" Su Ro thought of herself being pushed out as a scapegoat, and rolled her eyes unhappily. "He's eating there." Li Ke's face lit up, but then he reacted to hide the joy on his face. "Why is Brother Chiang eating? Didn't you say that the food on the table can't be eaten?" "I don't care about him." Su Ro cursed and told him about Brother Chiang pushing her yesterday. Li Ke almost wanted to laugh out loud. Brother Chiang, he hasn't even started yet, and you're courting death." Li Ke pretended to be anxious and said, "Then let's go and persuade Brother Chiang." Several people came to the private room. The food was served again. The aroma of the food on the table was so fragrant that it made people drool. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Brother Chiang had his back to them and ate without raising his head. "Brother Chiang, stop eating. The food on the table can't be eaten. Yet. Who knows if it's poisonous?" Brother Chiang turned a deaf ear and continued to stuff food into his mouth. He even gave up using chopsticks and directly grabbed the meat with his hands and put it into his mouth. The chewing and swallowing sounds made the hungry stomachs of others start to rumble. It was clearly stated in the reminder that the food on the table could not be eaten. But they had been hungry for a day and a night and were already starving. Seeing Brother Chiang eating so deliciously, they couldn't take their eyes off the table. It smelled so good. The meat looked so delicious. Li Ke swallowed his saliva again. He approached Brother Chiang. "Brother Chiang, are you okay?" Brother Chiang still ignored him. He kept stuffing food into his mouth, as if he had a huge stomach that could never be filled. "Brother Chiang!" Li Ke pushed Brother Chiang. Li Ke then saw that Brother Chiang had lost one arm, and the broken arm was still dripping blood. He was pale like a dead man due to excessive blood loss. But Brother Chiang seemed to feel no pain at all, nor was he afraid. He still ate meat without raising his head. Li Ke took a few steps back in fear, and his strong appetite was reduced a little. Chapter 49. The food was so delicious that it was hard to eat. Han Shitao came over and asked, "What's wrong with Brother Chiang?" Li Ke was startled, and said with an unnatural look on his face, "You'll know when you see it." Several people walked around to the front of Brother Chiang. Brother Chiang was as white as paper, and his face was covered with oil. He kept stuffing food into his mouth, chewing it a few times and then swallowing it down eagerly. He had already eaten half of the food on the table. His belly bulged to an exaggerated degree, like a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Han Shitao and Su Ro were so scared that they couldn't speak. Brother Chiang. Is he crazy? Li Ke took off his glasses and wiped the dust off them. It's useless, he can't hear. You saw it, this is the end of eating those foods. Han Shitao sighed, why would Brother Chiang eat these things? Brother Chiang still stuffed food into his mouth. The extent of his stomach bulging was extremely terrifying, but he continued to stuff food in as if he didn't feel any pain. They were horrified watching from the side, and their fear of food reached the extreme. Su Ro was happy to see Brother Chiang become like this. I think he deserves it. He can't even control his own appetite. What's the difference between him and a pig? Bah! At least the pig won't push me out to die. As soon as the voice fell, Brother Chiang's stomach suddenly made a popping sound, like a ball that was finally burst, and the contents inside sprayed all over the floor. Ah! Su Ro and Han Shitao screamed in fear. The impact of this scene was very strong. Coupled with an unpleasant stench mixed with the smell of blood and the fragrance of food, this smell is indescribably strange, coupled with this disgusting and terrifying scene. The three couldn't help but rush into the toilet to vomit. After the three vomited, their hands and feet became weak and nothing came out, they supported their bodies and left in a hurry. They were afraid that if they stayed here for one more second, they would become like Brother Chiang. The three walked out with lingering fear and saw Du Jiaxi and Bai Zhou strolling leisurely in the corridor. Han Shitao noticed that there were no signs of bandages on their bodies. Why are you not injured? Han Shitao's fingers hurt all night and she didn't sleep well until now. The pain is unbearable. If everyone was injured, then she would have to endure it no matter how much pain she was in, and continue to look for the key and go to the next floor. However, unlike them who were pale and listless, Bai Zhou and Du Jiaxi looked much more energetic, and their complexions were normal, looking like they were not injured. Li Ke and Su Ro also looked at them. Li Ke, didn't you meet that waiter yesterday? Du Jiaxi told Bai Zhou's method with admiration. Li Ke said with a gloomy face, why don't you tell us this method? Su Ro and Han Shitao also looked at Bai Zhou and Du Jiaxi with questioning eyes. Li Ke's vicious eyes were about to overflow. Li Ke's fingers were still throbbing, and he began to hate Bai Zhou. Du Jiaxi didn't indulge them. Brother Bai is just guessing, it may not succeed. If it fails, will you blame Brother Bai again? Brother Chiang, whom Li Ke had always envied, went crazy. The object he disliked changed to Bai Zhou. Just when Li Ke wanted to implement his conspiracy and tricks, the white left suddenly said, how boring. I thought I could see some good show, but I didn't expect you all to be such a waste. The only useful thing about you is the malice that comes out of you. Du Jiaxi, deal with them. I've had enough of this shit show. Du Jiaxi rushed up, grabbed Li Ke and threw him to the ground, then dragged him to the dining table. Li Ke realized something and struggled, but Du Jiaxi was so strong that he pushed him to the dining table in one go. Du Jiaxi grabbed the meat on the table and stuffed it into Li Ke's mouth. Li Ke shook his head vigorously and closed his mouth tightly, not daring to eat. Du Jiaxi frantically pried open his mouth and stuffed meat into his mouth. Eat. Repent for the sins you committed in the past. It's a good way for you to die of stuffing. Li Ke was already very hungry, and when the meat came into his mouth, he finally couldn't help chewing a few bites and swallowed it. Once he started eating, he couldn't stop. As if he had tasted some delicious food, he suddenly broke free from Du Jiaxi's hand, rushed to the table and frantically grabbed the meat on the table and put it into his mouth. Su Ro and Han Shitao were both shocked. Why did you do this? Han Shitao saw. The one who led all this was Bai Zhou, and she questioned Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou didn't say anything, but just looked at them with deep and cold eyes. Han Shitao felt like she was seen through, and she thought of something with a guilty conscience. She turned around and wanted to escape, but was still caught by Du Jiaxi. You too, I hate people like you the most, thinking that having a little money is great, wantonly bullying and abusing others, and thinking that you are superior to others. You should also pay the price for your past willful behavior. Du Jiaxi pressed her to the dining table. Han Shitao was terrified, especially when she saw Li Ke eating crazily and Qiang Ji, who was still eating even though his stomach was bursting. She cried in fear. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again." "Du Jiaxi, do you think you did something wrong?" "I shouldn't have done that, I was really wrong." Han Shitao burst into tears, looking like she was sincerely admitting her mistake, but her heart was filled with hatred. If she could get out, she would definitely let her family find him. She would torture him severely. She would make him wish he was dead or alive. Bai Zhou moved his fingers. Telepathy was activated, connecting Han Shitao's mind with Du Jiaxi. All of Han Shitao's thoughts were transmitted to Du Jiaxi's mind. Du Jiaxi was so angry that his face twisted. "You lied to me." Soon, Han Shitao followed in Li Ke's footsteps. Su Ro saw Du Jiaxi looking at her, and she knew she couldn't escape, so she asked Bai Zhou tremblingly, "What did you know?" Anyone can see that Du Jiaxi is just a dog under Bai Zhou. The white leftist opened his hands and said in a very bad and malicious tone, "I like to see people struggling in the ugly human nature, but the most enjoyable thing is to see you pretending to be normal people even though you are full of malice. Why can't you let yourself go?" Su Ro's mask, which had been well disguised, finally cracked. Before, she had been indulging herself and letting herself sink into the boundless hell. The strong sense of guilt tortured her all the time and made her restless. She said hysterically, "What do you know? I was tortured and beaten by him for so many years, shouldn't I take revenge on him? I just made some dishes that were mutually beneficial and incompatible, but who knew that he would suddenly have a cerebral infarction? He deserved to die. What did I do wrong? I have nothing left." Su Ro broke down and cried. After listening to what she said, Du Jiaxi said with empathy, "You did nothing wrong, it's those inhumane rubbish that are wrong. But killing makes you feel painful. You seem to be punishing yourself all the time and have never escaped the shadow of the past. Brother Bai can redeem us and atone for our past sins. We will be reborn. Su Ro, can I really do it?" Su Ro looked at Bai Zhou. But she saw a huge spider standing behind Bai Zhou, hiding in the shadows, revealing a pair of red eyes. Su Ro unexpectedly calmed down. "You are not an ordinary person. Can I really be redeemed?" Bai Zhou had a smile on his lips. From beginning to end, he was like a calm bystander. His deep eyes were like a demon, watching the life and death of others coldly. "That depends on your awareness." Su Ro clearly realized that this man was a cold-blooded animal. He was a monster who enjoyed watching the pain of others and could devour people's hearts. Ding! The character perfection of Bai Zhou has increased by 10%. At this point, Su Ro didn't care whether he was a monster or a demon. Su Ro closed her eyes. If she could be saved from the endless hell and the guilt of strangling a life with her own hands, then even if she faced death, she would have no regrets. Su Ro only felt a chill on her forehead. A fluffy thing fell on her head, and then something got into her brain. All of Su Ro's malice was swept away with its arrival. She felt that she had gained an unprecedented moment of peace, without guilt or guilt. She watched the scene that could lock her up again as a bystander. That day, she prepared a table of meals, and her husband came home after a busy day and bossed her around. After drinking some wine, he started to curse at her. He said that he spent so much money to marry her, but she turned out to be a hen that couldn't lay eggs, and she only knew how to spend his money every day. What was her mood at that time? Su Ro looked at this scene with a numb face. Wasn't she unable to have children because she had a miscarriage after being beaten by this man? When she wanted to divorce, this man had a large foreign debt and threatened her if she dared to divorce. Let her family be destroyed. As the man talked, he ate the food on the table with wine. As he ate, he suddenly covered his head and fell backwards. Su-ro smiled. This man usually drank and stayed up late. His death was not caused by her at all. Why did she put his death on her head? It's not worth it to be tortured like a human being. Su-ro opened her eyes, and the dazzling light outside made her eyes blur with tears. Du Jiashi stretched out his hand to her. Welcome to join us. Su-ro smiled and shed tears, holding his hand. It really feels like a new life. All the previous troubles disappeared, and now she felt stupid and ridiculous when she thought about her previous actions. Why did she waste her life for that rubbish? Even under the torture of guilt, she did many wrong things. Du Jiashi, that's right, we need to atone for our past. White leftists applauded. This is a happy ending. Chapter 50. The two of them were eating a lot of rice. Gurgle. Their stomachs made hungry sounds at the same time. Du Jiashi and Su-ro covered their stomachs awkwardly. It was only one day, why did they feel like they hadn't eaten for several days? Baizo snapped his fingers. Let's go, I'll take you to eat delicious food. Du Jiashi and Su-ro were full of questions, but they trusted Baizo and followed Baizo all the way to the 26th floor. Why are we here? Baizo walked to a fire hydrant and took out a fire extinguisher from it. If this was a comic book world, Du Jiashi's doubts would be reflected in 3 question marks on his head. Brother Bai, what are you doing with the fire extinguisher? Baizo held the fire extinguisher and hid beside the door of the cafeteria hall. Du Jiashi and Su-ro were also hiding not far away, confused. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen stopped. Heavy footsteps sounded. It was time for the chef to patrol. Du Jiashi and Su-ro were terrified, and hurriedly pulled Baizo, wanting to take him into the private room. But Baizo didn't move at all. Under the terrified gaze of the two, Baizo showed a mischievous smile. Teach him a lesson. Then he suddenly jumped out and hit the pig-headed man who had just stepped out of the door with a fire extinguisher. Ah! Du Jiashi and Su-ro felt that their cerebellums were atrophied at this moment. The pig-headed man, whose face was covered with blood after being hit by the fire extinguisher, roared and swung the meat cleaver in his hand to chop at Baizo. Du Jiashi and Su-ro screamed. Baizo's head was about to be chopped off. Countless spider silks formed a thin web, which was wrapped around the meat-carving knife. It looked very thin and would break if pulled, but it firmly blocked the attack of the pig-headed man. Its raised hand was throbbing with veins, and it could not cut off even a little bit even if it tried hard. Du Jiashi and Su-ro saw a spider silk reaching towards them, connected to their chest. The next second, their consciousness lightened, and they felt as if they had escaped from the constraints of their bodies, and could not feel the heaviness, fatigue, hunger, and pain from their bodies. Su-ro had never felt so clearly as now that there was a surprising power surging in her body. If she had this kind of power at the beginning, she would not have been beaten without any ability to fight back, right? Du Jiashi had the same idea as her. He could feel it. He took a step forward, and the strength of his whole body was mobilized and concentrated at one point. He flew out with the force of pushing the ground. This kind of horrible explosive force is an extremely difficult force-generating technique, and those who can do this are all famous ancient martial arts masters. However, under the control of the white left, Du Jiashi easily did this. He saw himself jumping 2 meters high and kicking the pig-headed man. The pig-headed man finally broke free from the obstruction of the spider thread, but when it wanted to swing the knife, Su-ro approached it, grabbed its wrist and removed the weapon with a clever force. Then, his foot landed on the pig-headed man's face. Under Du Jiashi's excellent dynamic vision, he could see that the pig-headed man's face was deformed and twisted by his kick, and he spit out a mouthful of blood with teeth. The tall and strong body of the pig-headed man, like a fallen tree, hit the ground with a dull thud. Su-ro used an iron mountain leaning and elbow strike, and hit the pig-headed man's throat hard with his elbow. They could all hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Suro raised her hand. The pig-headed man's throat was sunken into a fist-sized hole. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. The pig-headed man was still moving. It grabbed Suro's hand and pulled it. Suro followed its force. When it ran out of strength, Suro used her clever strength to break free from its shackles. Dujiashi followed up and punched into the pig-headed man's eye socket, then changed his fist into a palm, and pulled it hard. The pig-headed man let out a howl. It tried to grab Dujiashi with its hands again. Suro stepped forward and dug out its other eyeball. The pig-headed man lost his sight and could only wave his hands randomly to attack the surroundings. Suro stepped back to avoid its attack range, and then found the meat knife that fell on the ground. She raised the knife expressionlessly and performed an exquisite pig-killing feast. Finally, she stabbed the knife into the pig-headed man's brain with force and stirred it. Suro's consciousness was in her body, facing the stimulation of this scene. She usually didn't even dare to kill fish, but after feeling the hand holding the knife in her body was stable and decisive. For some reason, she suddenly felt that her husband's death was not so difficult to accept. Dujiashi felt that his body was being fucked. Controlled, approached the pig-headed man, and pulled a bunch of keys from its waist, with a total of 26 keys on it. After getting the keys, Baizo took out a strange cage from his pocket and threw it to the pig-headed man. Congratulations to the host for successfully containing the ghost-level weird pig-headed man, construction points plus 5,000. You indirectly publicized the existence of the organization, construction points plus 20. Baizo walked over to pick up the strange cage, held it in his hand and tossed it. Done. He could solve a ghost-level weird without even opening the weird domain. Baizo didn't look at Dujiashi and the others, and directly controlled them to walk towards the stairs. After the ordinary people's bodies are controlled to fight against the weird, they will suffer certain injuries to a certain extent. There will be sequelae of such a sudden burst of power. Once the control is lifted, after the consciousness returns to the body, they will feel the soreness and fatigue of the body surge up. At that time, they can't even stand steadily. Therefore, Baizo directly controlled them to prevent them from lying on the ground and being difficult to move down. With the key, they quickly opened the doors that blocked them, until the door on the first floor of the hotel was opened. The blinding light came in. The D-level multiplayer copy, Monster Food, has been completely conquered. The copy will be permanently closed. The clearance time, January 2, 2025, Conquerors, Baizo, Suro, Dujiashi, death toll, 14 people. According to personal contribution settlement, ordinary clearance reward, only visible to the person. Nightmare clearance reward, only visible to the person. Team contribution settlement, ordinary clearance reward, cash 5,000/person, contributors get, achievement points plus 2, can buy life-saving props in the game. Nightmare clearance reward, cash 10,000/person, contributors get, healing card plus 2, distributed by the high contributor, achievement points plus 3, can buy life-saving props in the game. Server-wide announcement, Xiaoguo's first D-level multiplayer dungeon, Strange Food, obtains D-level buff blessing, and will get 3 hours of safety time during the day, which lasts for 3 days, can be stacked. The 3 were teleported out of the dungeon, back to the breakfast shop. As early as when the restaurant owner and the dozen people in line disappeared, someone who witnessed this called the police. The street was blocked. When they came out, they saw that the whole street was empty without a single person.